In the vast emptiness, a sorrowful voice echoed. I never expected to encounter a human soul here. It seems that both your life and mine should not end here. With that, the soul of the other person gradually faded away. Xing Yi fearfully opened his eyes, and the reincarnation officer mechanically spoke. Congratulations! Soul number I-951,806,616. A message also appeared on the screen. Name: Xing Yi. Age: 20. Occupation: student. Xing Yi stammered. What? The other person casually explained. Because your merits in life were sufficient, you can use these merits to claim a reward. Some individuals receive rich rewards for reincarnation. Xing Yi was left utterly confused. What are you talking about? Where is this? The reincarnation officer kindly answered. This is the place where souls begin and end, located in the primordial relic tower, divine artifact of the great heavenly world. I am responsible for your reincarnation. Number 177,633. By the way, my appearance was automatically formed based on your preferences. Upon hearing this, Xing Yi thought it was some kind of joke. Haha, which TV station's prank show is this from? The reincarnation officer remained silent and kicked him sharply. Xing Yi screamed in pain. My stomach. The other person coldly looked at him. Does this explain your doubts now? You are currently in a disembodied soul state. Suddenly, Xing Yi interrupted the other person. Wait, I think I remember now. When I was in the army, I met a little girl who fell into the water, and I jumped in to save her. After that, I can't remember anything else. So that means I'm dead, right? What about the girl? Was she saved in the end? The reincarnation officer spoke while handing over a report. According to your record of merits, she was indeed saved. Plus 1 merit, bringing meals to your sick roommate for a week. Minus 1 merit, secretly eating your sick roommate's food. Plus 10,000 merits, sacrificing yourself to save a drowning girl. Minus 2 merits, finding the reincarnation officer beautiful and having many indecent thoughts. Though he didn't quite understand what was happening, he still burst out laughing. Haha. Well, that's good. At least I didn't die for nothing. Still, my parents and uncles will probably be really sad. I used to tease them for only caring about competition and making more money, saying no amount of wealth could buy back their health. And now, the healthiest one in the family, me, ended up dying first. Before he could finish his sentence, the other person cut in. You've already reincarnated, so allow me to introduce you to this. This is the merit reward machine. Xing Yi complained in dissatisfaction. Can you at least let me be sad for a moment? The other person didn't care and continued speaking. A single draw requires 88 merit points. Your merit points are just enough for 1 draw, and you have the chance to receive a rare perfect life gift or even instantly revive. Merit points are deducted for 1 draw. Xing Yi stood there, gaping in astonishment. Oh really? May the heavens bless me. I've never won anything in my life. I'm always unlucky in games. At least let me step on some dogshit luck this time. Revive. A single draw requires 88 merit points. Your merit points are just enough for 1 draw, and you have the chance to receive a rare perfect life gift or even instantly revive. Merit points are deducted for 1 draw. Xing Yi stood there, gaping in astonishment. Oh really? May the heavens bless me. I've never won anything in my life. I'm always unlucky in games. At least let me step on some dogshit luck this time. Revive. Immediately after pressing the button, a surge of energy radiated out, and Xing Yi felt excited. This momentum, it's here. It's here. The mechanical notification immediately sounded. Congratulations, you have won the Immortal Cultivation gift bag, which can preserve memories and allow you to randomly enter the realm of immortal cultivation. The transfer power is 100% successful, gaining celestial merit. Xing Yi was confused. Ah, you're reincarnating and continuing the operation. Now, you will be teleported. Xing Yi shouted angrily. At least explain things clearly. Who's the succubus here? If you don't want me to think nonsense, don't turn into the appearance I like. The other party didn't think much of it and gave a brief explanation. Preserving memories. I don't think I need to explain. Possession means using your soul to directly enter someone else's body. You're borrowing someone else's identity to reincarnate, and this gift bag works in a rather foolish way. All I need to do is shout soul seizure inwardly, then rush at the target. Xing Yi quickly pieced it together. Does that not mean the original owner of that body has already been killed by me? The other party confirmed at once. Yes. Therefore, soul seizure has restrictions. You can only seize bodies whose merit points are negative. Xing Yi frowned, embarrassed. Negative merit points. So that means I can only become a villain. The kindly transmigrant suggested. That's right. If that makes you uncomfortable, you could choose to forfeit the reincarnation pouch. Xing Yi considered. I'm only exclaiming a little. Removing harm for the people is also a good thing. Besides, forfeiting would be a loss. Can I search for the person with the lowest merit in the transmigration world? I'll seize him. The other party did not forget to warn him. You can find them, but think carefully. The person with the lowest merit in the cultivating immortality world will almost certainly be the demon lord who brings disaster upon the nation and people, a murderer responsible for countless deaths. Xing Yi smiled indifferently. Great demon head should be able to protect himself. If I successfully seize him, I'll just go into hiding and live quietly. The other party offered no more advice. Very well. Soul seizure must be done by you personally. I will teleport you to the target's side. Xing Yi watched the other's movements and asked, people in the cultivating immortality world are probably very strong. They won't detect this soul form of mine, will they? The cold notification echoed, adding a restriction to the teleportation position within a 10-meter radius of the person with the lowest merit in the world. Adding success. The reincarnator patiently responded. Rest assured, the rebirth pagoda will cover your breath before you successfully attain immortality. I wish you a pleasant reincarnation, you obsessed lover. Xing Yi, enraged, had no time to say anything before vanishing. Oh, at this moment, a space portal opened beside the reincarnator. The other person questioned in confusion. Serial number 177,633. Where is the soul you were in charge of? She responded with confusion. It's been successfully reincarnated. What's the matter? The other person explained somewhat strangely. My side discovered that although he just entered the rebirth pagoda, the time of death clearly shows 3 years ago. The shocking information left the reincarnator stunned. What? Meanwhile, Xing Yi had already reached the designated location, confirming the teleportation was complete, and was instructed to use the reward within half an hour. He eagerly took a breath. The cultivating immortality world. I've arrived. Suddenly, Liu Tianyun rushed in from somewhere. Xing Yi, startled, screamed, Are you trying to deceive me? Didn't you say you couldn't see me? Heroine, please spare my life. Suddenly, a red aura surged, enveloping Liu Tianyun's sword. She froze in place, looking at that thing with suspicion. Right after that, the sword in her hand shattered and was forced back. Yun Yuanlan quickly caught her. Oh, senior sister, are you okay? Liu Tianyun reassured her. I'm fine, this trapping formation is of a very high level. We can't break it just with our strength alone. Next to them, Xing Yi, terrified, sat down on the ground and finally understood. The trapping formation wasn't aimed at him. They said it would teleport them to the demon lord's side. So why were only these two women here? Wait, could it be the female demon lord? Shouldn't that confirm the gender of the cultivating immortality demon lord first? Suddenly, Xing Yi saw something that made his eyes widen. Above their heads were merit points. Both positive numbers, so they weren't targets for my possession after all. Merit, 1086. Merit, 325. At that moment, a savage laugh echoed. That's right, if you haven't reached the late golden core stage, you can't break this formation. Yun Yuanlan clasped her hands together in respect and bowed. We are disciples of the Azure Cloud Sect. We accidentally entered your secluded area, senior. We hope you can forgive us. The other person's tone was full of mockery. Is that so? I especially like those righteous sect cultivators like you. Xing Yi was astonished when his arm passed through the barrier. Yun Yuanlan still politely suggested, since that's the case, may senior please open the formation. This junior would also like to personally pay respects to senior. At that moment, Xing Yi caught sight of the owner of that voice. It seemed his soul could pass through the formation. He was once again stunned. An endless string of numbers appeared above old Demon Du's head. Virtue points. 1,210,787,253. No wonder they call themselves a righteous sect. Every single one of them is so polite. Xing Yi's face turned pale. Asterisk minus 1 billion virtue points. Asterisk. This guy's the real demon lord. How many wicked deeds must he have done to reach this level? Even if Xing Yi could kill him, it might save the lives of the two girls. But looking at that old, hideous face, already half dead in appearance, Xing Yi couldn't bring himself to strike. The supposed beginning of his path to immortality cultivation was now lying flat on the ground. Outside, waves of poisonous gas suddenly spread out, drifting toward the Liu Tianyun sisters. Old Demon Du introduced slyly. This poison mist is corpse venom that this old man has refined. Once infected, your flesh will rot away, your organs will dissolve, and in the end, you'll become a half-dead creature, unable to live, yet unable to die. Yun Yuanlan screamed in horror. What? Old Demon Du was still kind enough to offer his advice. There's a mechanism in the middle of the formation. As long as you channel spiritual energy into it, you can expel the poison gas outside the formation. But before he could finish his sentence, the tip of a sharp sword pierced down. Yun Yuanlan stammered. Senior sister, Liu Tianyun remained calm. Chich, is there a protective seal as well? At that moment, old Demon Du snapped back to his senses, angrily scolding. What are you doing? Did you hear what I said? This is a mechanism that can expel the poison gas. Do you want to destroy it and die? Yun Yuanlan quickly tried to persuade her. That's right, senior sister. Please let senior finish speaking. Liu Tianyun glanced at her. He was no senior, just a demonic cultivator who took pleasure in tormenting others. Anyway, he would still say that there were other things outside the formation, like innocent people. If one tried to save themselves, they would end up killing others. Then, he wanted to see cultivators who claimed to be righteous make mistakes just because they were trying to protect themselves. In the end, they wouldn't survive, becoming objects of ridicule for the righteous path. It would be better to just die. Standing by and watching, Xing Yi couldn't help but sigh. Great, is this what I predicted for you? Making this demon lord become one of those people. Then, a ball of light suddenly appeared, and Liu Tianyun stepped in front of Yuanlan, reassuring her. Don't worry, it's just an image projection of the planet. Old Demon Du laughed with delight. Quite clever. Indeed, besides the formation, these are just mortal children I captured. I want to see if in the end, you'll still be able to stay calm when the poison tortures you to the point where death seems impossible. Yet life is just as unbearable. Liu Tianyun silently took something from her ring. Yun Yuanlan was overjoyed. Is that the antidote pill? Truly, as expected of senior sister, you are well prepared. Seeing this, old Demon Du's mood soured, and he laughed mockingly. You think a tiny antidote pill can solve my poison? Liu Tianyun coldly explained. This is not an antidote pill. It's a poison I've developed. Yun Yuanlan looked confused, all his joy vanishing. Ah! Liu Tianyun continued her explanation. It's a poison that can float in the air, colorless and odorless. Anyone below the foundation establishment stage who inhales even a single breath will have their soul depart. Yun Yuanlan grew even more fearful as he listened. Wait a minute, senior sister. Why are you taking out poison? Ninth stage of Kai refining. Liu Tianyun unscrewed the vial and replied. By mixing my poison with his, I can ensure that those children pass away without pain. After they passed on, we will end our own lives as well. At that moment, all three, Yun Yuanlan, Old Demon Du, and Xing Yi, gaped in astonishment. Huh? Yuanlan fearfully grabbed her sister's hand. Don't act rashly. Think about whether there's another way. But Liu Tianyun had no intention of giving up. This was the best solution she could think of. Seeing her like that, Yuanlan burst into tears and terror. This isn't the best way. If you want to die, then die alone. Why drag those children down with you? Liu Tianyun cast her sister a cold glance. If we get caught by that demonic cultivator, death will be the only true release. If you can't bear it, then take a deep breath first. Yuanlan's face went pale as she stumbled backward. Ah! The two sisters struggled endlessly with each other. It's just like falling asleep. Don't resist. Just let go. Xing Yi was helpless. This demon lord wanted to amuse himself, but had picked the wrong people. This senior sister was frighteningly clear-headed. He couldn't afford to hesitate anymore. Ugly as it might be, if he didn't act now, once that demon lord made a move, Everyone would be sent to their deaths by this senior sister. Old Demon Do muttered, dying won't be that easy. Though unwilling, Xing Yi closed his eyes and charged forward to seize a body. Suddenly, a wall of energy rose up, blocking the two of them. Xing Yi couldn't stop in time and was pulled along. Wait, this is fusion? A group of people appeared beside Old Demon Do, and Xing Yi had already merged into one of them. Huh. Old Demon Do coldly commanded, go capture those two. Liu Tianyun yelled a warning, be careful, this is the trial. Meanwhile, Xing Yi was still in a daze. Wait, what's going on right now? Let me think. When I wanted to possess a body, that demon lord summoned a bunch of zombies. And then I got hit, so I possessed one of the zombies, tricking everyone. Doesn't that mean I'm doomed now? The body is no longer under my control. It's controlled by that demon lord. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Ting detected that the host has developed self-awareness. Successfully activated the creation system. The soul-body assimilation rate is too low, assisting in modification. Xing Yi swiftly dodged Yuan Lan's attack. What's happening? The system wasn't mentioned in the bag. Couldn't it be that this body has its own system? I've possessed a zombie with a system, and at the same time, his mask cracked in two. Repair complete. Synchronization in progress. Liu Tianyun anxiously reminded, Xiao Yuan, be careful. At that moment, a zombie appeared behind Yuan Lan. The system notification popped up again. Current assimilation level, 400%. At that instant, Xing Yi also appeared, attacking from both sides. Yuan Lan was terrified. Close your eyes tight, it's over. There's no way to avoid it. Xing Yi flew past her and punched the zombie square in the face. 4%. What the hell is that? Am I an Evangelion or something? Xing Yi suddenly looked at his own hand. Hey, I can control my body now. Liu Tianyun glanced at him suspiciously. The exam preparation can talk, and it can also save Xiao Yuan. On the other side, Old Demon Do was shocked. Number 4 has broken free from my control, and can act freely? How is that possible? Number 1. Number 3. Ignore those two women. Bring number 4 here immediately. The two of them received the order and immediately disregarded Liu Tianyun. Xing Yi, frightened, ran away. Hey, why are you charging towards me? Suddenly, the system notified. Ding, displaying intelligence in front of the demon lord, plus 15 fate points. While dodging attacks, Xing Yi angrily shouted, what the hell is this? Fate points. And this reminder about adding points? It feels like it's mocking me. The fate system focuses on the mundane when it's aligned with the world, and the extraordinary when it's opposed. As long as you do more heaven-defying acts, you can earn more fate opportunities. He was skeptical. What exactly is a heaven-defying act? The system kindly explained. It's doing things that are detrimental to yourself, putting yourself in danger. He was angered again. Isn't that just asking for death? Can it be called the system seeking death? The wrong version of the system rushes into death, but ends up surviving. It focuses on suffering through hardship, using misfortune to exchange for luck, and using the inverse to exchange for immortality. His body seemed boneless, extremely agile. Immortality. Then how did the previous host die? And was turned into a zombie by someone else. Yet the system's attitude was very flippant. Blood Xing Yi was on the verge of exploding with rage. Flippant what? Answer me. Another very provoking notification appeared. Ding, still able to chat while fighting, plus 11 points of destiny. Finally, Xing Yi couldn't hold back and cursed. You motherfucker. He gritted his teeth, preparing to take a punch from his old teammate. Liu Tianyun immediately took action, drawing his sword, and the sword accurately pierced through the third person's hand. Yuan Lan also quickly chopped off the chains binding him. Xing Yi smiled politely. Thank you for the expansion. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and they screamed in fear. Be careful. It's poison. Cough, cough, cough. There's no place to hide now. The poison has spread all over the formation. Old Demon Do coldly observed. If you want to cause chaos, then I'll deal with you first. The system kindly reassured him. Don't worry, the zombie-raising body of the host is immune to poison. Xing Yi felt a bit anxious, but the two women were afraid. And now we were all on the same boat. The other party immediately suggested, in Trading City, The system sells antidotes. But he still had other concerns. I felt they still didn't trust the stuff I had given them to eat. The system proposed, you can wait until they faint, and then make them drink it. Xingyi disagreed, but wouldn't that mean they lose their fighting ability? In the end, the system couldn't take it anymore, and let him think for himself. This is really troublesome. You decide. Old Demon Du muttered, it should be time to end the fight. The poisonous smoke gradually dissipated. Old Demon Du stared in shock. What? Xingyi jumped and made a heart shape with his hands. Listen to me. Thank you. Yun Yuanlan was confused. Why are you singing? The system's protective suit was being tried on. Liu Tianyun looked at the strange outfit. We should be the ones thanking you. Luckily we have this from you. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to protect ourselves from the poison, and we could slowly recover from the damage the poison has caused to our bodies. Are you really a necromancer? I'd never heard of a necromancer being able to talk. Xingyi stammered, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, the sly laughter of Old Demon Du rang out. Heh, 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 I underestimated you all, only using necromancy and weapon refinement. Looks like I have to take this more seriously. The number 4 suddenly regained his senses, just in time to help the old man. I can't let him get hurt. Go, the old man ordered. Deal with those 2 women and bring number 4 back safely. Following the command, number 3 and number 1 began to move again. Xingyi quickly warned, be careful, 2 more are coming. Yun Yuanlan broke into a cold sweat. The pressure from the newcomers was as strong as that of his master. Core formation stage. If they've reached that level, we're in serious trouble. At that moment, Liu Tianyun pressed her sword lightly against Du Xingyi. Senior sister, Yun Yuanlan blurted out, startled. But Liu Tianyun whispered to Xingyi, if you want to live, cooperate with me. Old Demon Du used to send low-level zombies in the key refining stage for us to fight, raising the difficulty bit by bit just for his amusement. But now, he suddenly sent out 2 at the core formation stage. There's only one explanation. His goal has changed. He's not trying to toy with us anymore. He wants to retrieve the trained zombies quickly, especially you. Xingyi's eyes widened slightly. You mean those 2 haven't moved yet because he's coordinating with them? Exactly, she said softly. Yun Yuanlan couldn't help but whisper, Senior sister, you're amazing. Looks like you were right. Liu Tianyun frowned. Who's your senior sister? The system suddenly flashed a notification. 10. Surpassed the limit of chest attack, plus 6 points of creation. Xingyi angrily cursed. What the hell? What's this nonsense about the limit of chest attack? I accidentally touched it, and I didn't even realize it was the chest until you mentioned it. Old Demon Du provoked. Heh, I just don't want to play with you anymore. Number 4 is just at the key refining stage. I have over 100 people in my place. If you want to kill him, go ahead. Liu Tianyun's gaze turned cold. Without a word, her sword slashed into Xingyi's skin. It seemed Old Demon Du was afraid she might really do it, quickly stopping her. Annoying, I can let you go, but number 4 stays. Liu Tianyun immediately made a proposal, opening the restrictive formation. He compromised and quickly followed through. Fine, you can leave now. His actions were so fast. Xingyi nervously reminded her, Senior sister, you can't trust this demon lord. Are you trying to leave a future problem for us? Liu Tianyun reassured, don't worry, I'll travel with you. I will let you fall into the hands of that old demon Du. Xingyi increasingly felt something was off. Why do you keep saying you'll bring others along? Liu Tianyun frowned. What, do you want to be turned into an experiment by that old demon Du? Xingyi spoke as he reached out and gripped the hilt of his sword. That's not what I meant. I was saying I'm very familiar with that path over there. There's no need for elder sister to escort me. Old Demon Du looked doubtful. Expressionless, Xingyi gave his order. Hey, old man, I want them to take those children away safely. Otherwise, I'll die right here before your eyes. The system quickly reported the result. Host has made a death-defying declaration. Plus 2 points of fortune. He frowned, calculating silently. Don't spout such hypocritical words. If one can live, no one truly wishes to die. Is there any teleportation item available? But one piece of information shook him. To ensure the host gains fortune by facing adversity, this system will temporarily suspend the sale of any escape items. Now I understand how the previous host died. Old Demon Du couldn't refuse. Very well, I agree. They can get lost now. Xing Yi turned to reassure Liu Tianyun. Don't worry, senior sister. I was fated to die anyway. Now that I can save you, that's already the best outcome, isn't it? This time I've saved 5 people. I wonder if I can still draw a reward. Liu Tianyun didn't try to stop him, only asked softly, do you still have any unfulfilled wishes? Xing Yi bit his lip and answered, I want to travel the world. I want to become a wealthy man, to eat delicious food in the heavenly realm, to become a lucky god, to have a wife like senior sister, to give birth to a child and name it the end of words. Liu Tianyun then pulled Yun Yuanlan away, leaving behind a single sentence. I will avenge you. Oh, as soon as she passed old Demon Du, she also quickly saved the person. Object control technique. His tone was clearly displeased. Interesting, truly interesting. The puppet I personally refined. Who would have thought it would possess its own consciousness, and even know how to sacrifice for others? Liu Tianyun seemed to sense something was wrong. Old Demon Du continued muttering. You must have mistaken the person. The selfish little person you saved is not worth saving. Xing Yi gripped his sword tightly and threatened. Old man, don't act rashly. We've been waiting here for half an hour. If you really let them go, isn't that a little too easy? The Demon Lord has gained the negative billion merit points, and this is all. The two of them, Liu Tianyun, soared through the sky. Yun Yuanlan exclaimed in surprise. She made it disappear. Senior sister, old Demon Du didn't chase us. That puppet really did save us. Seeing that she wasn't getting a response, she anxiously called out. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Liu Tianyun's eyes were filled with killing intent. When we left, I saw old Demon Du's fingerprints behind his back. It is used to draw the formation from a distance. The training test has prolonged our time, but that old Demon Du is also stalling for time. The formation will take shape when the time comes, and even suicide will be difficult. Yun Yuanlan was confused. Liu Tianyun's expression was dark. I fear that if he finds out, he will be shaken, and I'm also afraid that the old Demon Du will ruin everything in the end, and I will regret not warning him. That old Demon Du deliberately showed me his hand. He has already won. Before the last hope of survival, no matter how brave one is, it will turn into selfishness. A desire to survive this ordeal. My Tao heart has been tainted, and I fear that in the future, I will be overtaken by my own demons. Seeming to realize she was blaming herself, Yun Yuanlan hurriedly reassured her. Senior sister, this is not your fault. Anyone else would have done no better than you. Liu Tianyun cut her off, no longer wanting to discuss this. Right now, all we can do is quickly return to the sect, invite Master and the elders to come down from the mountain, and see if they can save the test subject. Elsewhere, Xing Yi was facing off against the group led by old Demon Du alone. He frowned, sensing something was wrong. The Demon Lord must be scheming something. The system quickly reported, detecting that the formation was about to form under the feet of the host, preparing to seal. Xing Yi gritted his teeth in anger, knowing deep down that things couldn't go smoothly like this. Suddenly, the sword in his hand was seized by an unseen force. What? It was old Demon Du's doing. Although he tried to resist, the sword still slipped from his grip. The third man quickly pressed Xing Yi down onto the ground. Old Demon Du impatiently looked at him. Your death wish isn't firm enough. Your throat-cutting move is too slow. Otherwise, this frail body of mine would really have no confidence in stopping you without relying on the formation. Xing Yi grimaced in painful frustration, attempting to decapitate himself. For someone like him, a university student from the 21st century, this was really difficult. Old Demon Du ordered the other test-taker to go kill the 2 women and the children who had run away. Xing Yi smiled provocatively. It's been so long already. You won't catch up. But old Demon Du didn't care. Catch up or not, it doesn't matter. I've already planted a seed of mental corruption in that woman's heart. By next month, she won't be in a better position than you. Xing Yi was taken aback. What? Seeing his confused expression, old Demon Du's mood improved. You really got sold out and are still counting the money for them. When they left, I intentionally exposed my hand for that woman to see, but she still didn't remind you. Running away from the net, how about that? What's your mood now? Don't you feel like it's not worth it, replacing yourself? Xing Yi coldly replied, she has already reminded me. Old Demon Do's eyes suddenly brightened. Ah. Xing Yi sneered, if not. Then why did I suddenly slit my throat earlier? It was because I knew the ceiling formation beneath my feet was almost complete. Seeing his actions exposed, Old Demon Do angrily shouted, "Nonsense! When did she remind you how?" Xing Yi's expression was provocatively teasing. "Not telling you, idiot. Can't even figure it out, and still calling yourself Demon Lord. What's wrong? Are you angry?" The system suddenly rang, provoking the one who holds your life and death, plus 168 creation points. The other party, enraged by the provocation, snapped, all right, I'm getting more and more interested in you. Let's see if you can still talk so boldly when I tear you into 7 or 8 pieces." To be cautious, in case he tried to bind him again, Xing Yi quickly said. Xing Yi groaned in pain. "Take it easy. It's about to break. It's about to break." The three quickly left the cave. Xing Yi worriedly said, "This is bad. Although I don't know what this demon lord wants with me, it surely can't be better than death." Suddenly, the system announced, "Analysis of the cause of abnormal synchronization speed completed." He looked confused. What? Xing Yi was puzzled, wondering what the synchronization speed analysis meant. The system skeptically explained. Didn't the host ask what the 400% synchronization speed was earlier? He helplessly dropped his head. Oh no, that was just a joke. The host's soul power doesn't belong to them. That's what allowed them to possess this body. But the soul power is too strong. After helping to possess this body at the foundation establishment stage, there was still a large amount of residual energy left. This is the reason the synchronization speed reached 400%. His own, and from external sources. Xing Yi, after hearing this, was stunned. It really is 400%. I thought it was some kind of game mechanic. Could it be caused by the possession function of the cultivating immortality pouch? I originally planned to possess the Demon Lord, but ended up possessing a miscellaneous soldier instead. The system has now analyzed the source of the soul power. It's a temporary power, and the synchronization speed has now dropped to 393%. However, before it drops any further, it might be under the control of the system. Xing Yi was skeptical. What do you mean? Why control it? The system quickly explained. If the residual synchronization speed is distributed to others, they will be controlled by the host. Xing Yi ordered. So strong, then share it with that demon lord. The system refused, stating that because the host had taken over the exam preparation, the surplus assimilation speed could only be shared with an entity of similar structure to the host. Upon hearing this, he looked towards the person holding him. Exam preparation. I don't feel like this guy is a match for that demon lord. Is there a way to gauge the cultivation level of this demon lord? The system displayed a message, whispering, "You can assess the target. Each assessment costs 5 fate points." A circle suddenly appeared before Xing Yi. The assessment shows the information of Old Demon Do, Aka. Second Old Do. Old Demon Do, male, race. Demon, human, age. 968, cultivation level. Mid-spirit transformation stage. Currently severely injured, dropped to late golden core stage. Next, information about number 3 appeared. Zhou Wei. Before his death. Male. Race. Exam preparation. Human before death. Age 440. Before death 289. Cultivation level. Mid-golden core stage. Before death. Perfected golden core stage. The more Xing Yi read, the more shocked he became. Oh my god, spirit transformation stage. Thankfully, he's severely injured and dropped a level. Facing him with just this big-headed exam prep guy won't be enough. If we want to escape, it's going to be a gamble. The system divided the surplus soul power of mine and shared it with this exam prep guy. The kind system kindly reminded that controlling this troublesome guy only requires 6% is enough. Xing Yi furrowed his brows and commanded, "Just follow my orders. I have my calculations." All right, the distribution is complete. Suddenly, Xing Yi's scream echoed. "What are you doing?" Old Demon Do turned around, shocked to see the two of them, Xing Yi and the other, suddenly falling down. They fell freely, and Xing Yi screamed in terror. Old Demon Do quickly caught up with the two of them. Then they both landed on the ground. Old Demon Do was startled when he touched the mask of number 3. What's going on? The control seal for number 3's training has also broken. What did you do? Xing Yi's face turned pale with fear. This guy almost caused me to fall to my death. I should be the one asking you what you're doing. Don't release such dangerous things in the future. They're prone to mistakes. Old Demon Do naturally didn't believe his words. Kid, don't try to fool me. Though I'm temporarily not going to kill you, there are many ways to make you wish you were dead. Hearing this, Xing Yi laughed so hard his body shook. The old man was furious at his calm demeanor. What's so funny? Xing Yi looked up with a sly expression. Inside that ring of yours, there are indeed even stronger ones. Old Demon Do was startled and looked down at the ring. What's that glowing? A source of energy surged out of the ring and struck him directly. Old Demon Do's eyes went wide, blood spurted from his mouth, and his body slammed into the rock wall, causing a tremor that shook the entire forest. In the end, the rock wall shattered. Old Demon Do clung to the rocks to stand up. How could this be? He roared in disbelief. The spirit transformation stage training. At my peak, I had to trade away my lifespan to control it. What exactly have you done? Mid-stage spirit transformation training. Xing Yi has been unbound, came the sarcastic reply. Isn't it perfectly normal for us to help each other out in our training? At this moment, the system finally realized its master's intention. To intentionally make the training process lose control, trapping him inside the spatial ring, and then using him as an intermediary to control stronger practitioners in the stars. Xing Yi admitted, I originally wanted to control all the practitioners in the spatial ring and have them gang up on this old man. Old Demon Do was trembling with rage. He never expected that after all his efforts to escape the pursuit of those others, he would be killed by one of his own. Suddenly, the system reported, the time is running out, and the speed of absorbing your excess energy to control the spirit transformation stage is becoming increasingly difficult. It's now down to 185%. After another half cycle, you will have to face a spirit transformation stage practitioner who has lost control. Xing Yi startled that speed was unreal. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhao Wei struck down. The ground shook violently, as if ready to swallow everyone whole. The old demon was cunning, pretending to be dull-witted. Perhaps he had used the collapsed wall to slip away. Xing Yi frowned and dodged. This old fiend was truly deceitful, feigning weakness on one side while launching a hidden attack from the other. Suddenly, a bright red light caught Xing Yi's eye. He immediately went on guard. Spotting the ring on the demon lord's thumb, he shifted into a defensive stance. Zhao Wei reacted quickly, forming a protective barrier. But it wasn't enough to block the strike. The blow shot straight through Xing Yi. Even with his body failing, the old demon sneered, Kid, you're not the only one who knows how to use an inscribed ring to strike unseen. Before he could finish, Zhu Wei's hand closed around his throat. The old man was lifted high into the air, yet he still let out a mocking laugh. Heh. Heh. Xing Yi narrowed his eyes. What is that thing? How could it pierce spirit transformation armor so easily and reach my body? Old Demon Do showed no fear and taunted, a fine little gift. With this, you'll end up like me, unable to find peace. Xing Yi's expression darkened. End him. The sound of bones shattering echoed, and the system appeared, successfully defeating Old Demon Do with a higher tier attack, gaining 2,000 creation points. Xing Yi was still curious. System, what did that old man shoot into you? The system quickly reported back, and the analysis was complete. It was a treasure named the Blood Sacrifice, Yin Fian Pearl. As long as the item is fused with death and dark forces, it can cause rapid reincarnation and immortality. With the current body of the host, as long as it's not shattered into nothingness, it can return to life, be resurrected, and recover as before. Xing Yi shouted in shock. What? How could this old man shoot such a heavenly item into me? Why didn't he use the system to explain? Even though he's a demonic cultivator, he's still human at the core, and can't use it. Only his reanimated body can, which would be such a waste. Earlier, he had mentioned being chased and hunted, and most likely, it was because of this item. This was not something he could possess at his current cultivation level. Xing Yi frowned in thought. So maybe he made me speak because he wants to figure out how to use the Blood Sacrifice, Yin Fian Pearl through me. The system nodded. It's possible. Although the host has obtained a divine item, your cultivation level is too low to suppress its aura. If others detect it, you'll be turned into a treasure by being devoured alive. He asked, so, Is it possible to remove it? The system rejected it. The host has completely integrated with that item, and the system has no further means. Xing Yi murmured, so doesn't that mean I'm now a mobile genius treasure? This is troublesome. An hour later, the two sect leaders arrived. Wang Guanzhou, Zheng Yangfeng, elder of Azure Cloud Sect, Hing Xuan, sect leader of Azure Cloud Sect. Wang Guanzhou asked Liu Tianyun suspiciously, disciple, is this the demonic cultivator you mentioned? She looked around and replied, Mum. King Xuan also assessed the surroundings, seemingly determined that it was his own spirit transformation stage disciple who was killed here. After that, the disciple of spirit transformation stage had committed suicide. Wang Guanzhou worriedly said, a demonic cultivator can control a spirit transformation stage disciple. Although we don't know exactly what happened, at least all of them are dead now. If not, both of us old men would have been dead here, and the people of the Fuonland Kingdom would have fallen into misery. King Xuan, noticing Liu Tianyun's worried expression, asked curiously, Liu sister, what are you looking for? If it's a good item, you must submit it to the sect's treasury. Suddenly, Wang Guanzhou shouted, Sect leader, there's a piece of paper in the hands of this spirit transformation stage disciple. Liu Tianyun furrowed her brow. There's nothing, no sign of the refining key stage disciple. Well, that makes sense. In such a battle of this level, even if he was caught in the fluctuations of the magical power, he would have turned to ashes by now. Xing Xuan curiously looked at the piece of paper. What's written on it? Wang Guanzhou opened it and read aloud. Senior sister, don't worry, I'm fine. King Xuan was startled. What? There's even a senior sister in this spirit transformation stage trial? And what do you mean, I'm fine? He's already committed suicide. But before they could react, Liu Tianyun had already swooped in, grabbed the paper, and deliberately caused the trial to go out of control, then stored it in the storage ring. Through him, it would act as a medium to control the most powerful trial inside. Xing Yi, annoyed, explained, originally I planned to control all the trials within the ring and help this old man, but the author found it too difficult to draw, so I wasn't allowed to show off. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them started beating him up before dragging him away. Judges, please vote for the new male lead. Registration fee wins. King Xuan and Wang Guanzhou stared blankly at Liu Tianyun, who was running away. Liu sister, what's the meaning of this? Could there be some hidden meaning in that piece of paper? Wang Guanzhou stuttered, worried. Disciple, it smiled just now, King Xuan said, suspicious. Ah, your icy disciple smiled just now. Are you sure you're not seeing things? By the way, Elder Wang, did you notice the aura? Is there death nearby? Wang Guanzhou nodded. I noticed it as soon as I arrived. The aura fades once it reaches the river. Could it be that this demonic cultivator has some treasure that fell into the lake? Later, tell the inner disciple to row a boat out in search. Inside the cave, Xing Yi was searching for something. All of his senses were sharp. He had originally thought that there might be something in this demon lord's spatial ring that could conceal the aura of the Yin Fian Pearl, especially since it cost him 500 points to break the seal and 380 points to form a contract. But in the end, the only useful thing was 600,000 lower-grade spirit stones, while the rest were just a pile of poisons and sinister items, completely useless. Frustrated, he rubbed his head. There was nothing useful in the trading city either. If I can't solve the problem of the Yin Fiend aura leaking out, I can't go anywhere. Suddenly, the system reminded him that he could use the red box on the left behind him. Oh, this. Yes. The item's information quickly appeared. Yin Fian Pearl Attribute Box conceals the aura of the Yin Fian Pearl, made from a semi-living Yin Fian Pearl as the material. Xing Yi cursed in displeasure. What's the point of this? Do you want to stuff me inside this box? The system displayed a new set of information. It is possible to combine system items and use them. If the host combines a treasure with a concealment function different from this box, there is a high possibility that it can form an item that effectively conceals the Yin Fian Pearl. It will consume 100 creation points. Xing Yi immediately understood and nodded. This function is great. Not only can it conceal the Yin Fian Pearl, but also my identity as an exam taker. I remember there was a contract with a fourth earlier. I found it. After saying that, the detailed information appeared again. The yin-yang pillary's attributes could convert from ki to vitality when a demon cultivator trained in the world. He muttered, "Let me see, I'll set this necklace as the primary item and place the box as the secondary item." Only a moment later, energy flashed from the cave. Xingyi happily shouted, "It worked. The attribute is perfect." The yin-yang pillar's enhanced attribute changed from ki and the aura of yin-yang, killing into vitality. He couldn't wait any longer and tried it on and checked the effects. "How is it, system? Is there still killing intent leaking out?" With a rosy, radiant face, the system quickly responded, "There's none at all. But the aura of the yin-fian pearl is so strong that it's also converting into vitality, which gives the host a sense of vitality. Under his aura, the surrounding plants are growing wildly." Xingyi angrily shouted, "So what good is this? I'm still the living target." The system hurriedly reassured him, "Host, there's no need to worry. Vitality is much easier to control than the murderous aura. As long as you buy a magical garment to conceal the aura in trading sea, it can be hidden." Strands of hair continued to fall, as Xingyi muttered while cutting his hair. The necklace concealed the yin-fian pearl, and his clothing covered the necklace. It felt like there was a patchwork of pieces on his body. Thankfully, school had been closed for a while, so he'd always cut his own hair. Although his cultivation level was a bit low, at least the appearance of this zombie didn't look bad. Identification. Xingyi blinked in confusion. Can I use the identification function on myself? Mirror, normal mirror. He opened the system screen, where he could find detailed information about the host. Xingyi immediately began to operate it. 5th level key refining, concealed energy, and hidden treasures. The yin-yang pillory enhanced the bloodline of the yin-yang pearl, with a binding ring of an earth-level artifact. Name: Xingyi. Original host's name: 857 years old, 23 years before death. Race: quartz refining. Before death: human. Identity: villager from a spacefaring family. Xingyi reached the end and was dissatisfied. What the hell is this? It says before death, the person was a space traveler. What does that mean? Isn't this the world of cultivating immortality? System, explain this to me. The system vaguely replied, "Cannot explain, because both my memory and that of the previous host have been damaged." Xingyi's face was dark as night. The previous host woke up in a mountain village, badly wounded, lying in the village chief's house, with no memory of anything. According to the village chief, he had been unconscious in the forest and was discovered by the chief's daughter. As for me, I only remembered that I was the creation system and needed to collect creation points, along with the system's functions and encyclopedic knowledge about this world. But I didn't remember how I was born or why I appeared in the body of the previous host. Xingyi was suspicious. Then why did your previous golden-handed host still die? When this was mentioned, the system stammered, because the system had a very serious bug. Xingyi shouted, The system hurriedly explained, but after the new host arrived, it didn't activate. Could it be that this bug has fixed itself? The more Xingyi heard, the more displeased he became. "Hey, explain clearly to me." Suddenly, a red screen appeared. "Ding, you have a new system mission. Mainline mission. Cultivate a martial art and earn at least 300 creation points. Successful completion rewards you with 1 draw. Failure results in a penalty. Deadline: 1 year. Xingyi was dumbfounded. What kind of mission is this? What does cultivating martial arts have to do with creation points? The system sighed. It's here. That's the bug I was talking about. The mission system assigns tasks entirely randomly, without considering the host's rank. His face immediately turned pale. Damn it, the system should explain in more detail, like how the previous host died while carrying out a mission to kill an old demon. Xingyi shouted indignantly. He was only at the key refining stage, and that demon lord was at the golden core stage, and there were a bunch of undead. How could he possibly kill that old man? The system confirmed. Yes, random missions can be very simple, but they can also be extremely difficult. The previous host's luck was fairly good, surviving for 2 years, out of more than 40 missions. Most were extremely dangerous, but he managed to complete them all. However, this last mission really left no way out. The punishment for failure is the destruction of the soul by fire. Xing Yi cursed again. Aren't you a system? Can't you control these missions? Hearing this, the system responded honestly. Strictly speaking, I am just the administrator of the system. But I don't remember how to maintain or fix errors, so I can't fix this bug. He was shocked once more. What a mess. Other people's systems are golden hands, while mine feels like a death curse. Moreover, how is it possible that this coincidentally happened? I want to seize the demon lord's body, and at just the right moment, he summons 5 undead, and I just happened to run into someone with a system. The other party praised and proved that the host was someone chosen by the heavens, with very good luck. Xing Yi wondered. There's bad luck, and if a mission fails, my spiritual consciousness is reduced by half. What does that mean? The system, without any courtesy, splashed a cold dose of water. The host is currently at the key refining stage. Reducing half of your spiritual consciousness is equivalent to turning into an idiot. Thinking of that scene, Xing Yi screamed in fear, cultivating against the heavens. Starting from a 3 I don't want to complete this mission. There's only 1 year left, but how exactly does cultivating this method increase the creation points? To put it bluntly, creation points are just points for being fed up with life. What does it mean to cultivate a method for being fed up with life? Didn't the previous host learn any cultivation methods? The system answered, they did, but after being refined into an examiner, they turned into a dead object. It's just a human-shaped magic weapon. Their soul and spiritual roots were completely refined, and without the ability to sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, they can't cultivate any method. Xing Yi was once again driven crazy and directly ripped up the system's board. Doesn't that mean I'll definitely be unable to complete the mission? The situation of the host wasn't exactly the same, because normally an examiner couldn't be replaced, just like you can't possess a table or a chair. Xing Yi frowned, calculating. After all, it was a 100% successful possession of a fruit bag. Wait a minute, wasn't possession only possible for someone with negative merit points? Is there a merit point for exam preparation? Xing Yi asked. At that time, it was too fast, so I couldn't see it clearly. After the transmigration, the ability to see the merit points also disappeared. The system suddenly issued a blunt statement. The existence of the host itself is a violation of the law and natural order. There is no record in my memory about exam preparation having intelligence. Xing Yi directly collapsed. He felt like his future had turned completely dark, facing an entirely new category without any strategy. Suddenly, the system reminded him. The host can let the system check first. After all, you have a spirit, so you should have a spiritual root. Xing Yi replied, no, I don't have a spiritual root. The system continued. There is an ancient saying, the fool has the blessing of a fool. Xing Yi's last hope was also extinguished. Is there really no way? Xing Yi asked, who created this spiritual root thing? The system provided a solution. The trading city system records 2 types of special spiritual roots. One is called the Kai spiritual root, which is generally used by high-level cultivators to break through. They use the method of refining a magic weapon of the corresponding attribute to enhance a particular attribute. However, it can't be sustained for long. The other type is the demonic spirit root, which is a secret technique that uses the inner core of a specially crafted demon beast to increase the attributes of the spiritual root or enhance its quality. It was famous when it was first discovered, but later it was found that even if the demon core with the same attribute was added, it would gradually lead to rejection reactions. Finally, it led to an inability to mobilize spiritual energy, causing a serious decline in cultivation. Later, this method gradually faded into obscurity, but the trading city system still offered it for sale. Xing Yi stroked his chin, wondering if it was worth a try. However, using a spiritual root to learn a set of techniques to complete the task seemed plausible, but using the demonic spirit root would lead to an inability to cultivate in the future, which felt somewhat off. Wait a moment, what exactly does the system mean by eliminating the demonic spirit root? The system quickly replied, of course, it means eliminating your own spiritual root. Xing Yi asked again, then what if someone originally doesn't have a spiritual root? The system responded, there's no one without a spiritual root. He continued, what about me? The system gave a retort that left him speechless. Didn't you already say you're not human? Cultivation itself is a magical treasure. Have you ever seen a magical treasure with a spiritual root? Xing Yi muttered, so, Just because others can't use the demonic spirit root doesn't mean I can't use it. Right. He found a glimmer of light in the thick fog, though the system itself wasn't sure. After all, the host was an unreasonable existence. Xing Yi, feeling uneasy, concluded that at least it was better than the worst-case scenario of becoming an idiot. Finally, he made his decision. Demonic Spirit Root Secret Manual, 200. Purchase. After some study, Xing Yi exclaimed, "So that's how it is. The quality of a spiritual root can be of common grade, lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, supreme grade, corresponding to the ranks in the Demon Core Secret Manual, Demonic Spirit Root, which are the Foundation Establishment Stage, Core Formation Stage, Nascent Soul Stage, Spirit Transformation Stage, and Deity Transformation Stage. With my current strength, I can at most only kill alchemy-level demon beasts, and I definitely can't reach the level of ordinary spiritual roots." Then he asked, "Does the trading city system have any demon cores?" The system coldly replied, leaving Xing Yi speechless. "This trading city is a high-end trading city, only selling finished products, not raw materials." Xing Yi stroked his chin, contemplating. "It looks like I'll have to go to a place where cultivators trade and see if I can buy a demon core. I'm not sure if 600,000 low-grade spirit stones will be enough for a high-level one, though. Are there any nearby systems that assist cultivators?" The system once again poured cold water on him. "I don't know. After I and the previous host awakened, we've been living on the mountain and have never seen any crowded places. I suggest you go to a place where local cultivators are and ask around." Xing Yi angrily sneered, "Trash, no wonder you're a second-hand system." After saying that, Xing Yi turned to leave, ignoring the system's frustration. Who were you calling second-hand?" he coldly teased. "Then are you a widowed system, or a remarried one?" The system, irritated, explained, "Me and the previous host weren't husband and wife. Stop trying to brainwash me." Suddenly, he recalled the figures of the two beautiful white-haired female monks from the local sect. What if he went to find them? I remember they were from Azure Cloud Sect. Although they know about my situation, with See Your Sister's character, she surely wouldn't deceive me. Up until now, the system had only just spouted out something meaningful. I know about Azure Cloud Sect. This is recorded in the encyclopedia. Xing Yi was surprised and let out a soft "oh." The system detailed the information. This land is called the Heavens Framed Divine Continent. It consists of 5 palaces and 10 countries. We are currently in the country of Shanlan. The most famous cultivating immortality powers here are the 3 sects and 4 schools. The 3 sects are Azure Cloud Sect, Wind Thunder Sect, and Dual Joy Sect. The 4 schools are Beast Taming Sect and Myriad Phenomena Sect. Feeling a headache, Xing Yi decisively ordered, "Stop, you're saying too much, I can't remember all of it." No wonder that girl introduced her sect so quickly when she encountered the Demon Lord. Azure Cloud Sect is so famous. Back then, she gently greeted, "Greetings, Senior. We are disciples of Azure Cloud Sect. We've accidentally entered your cultivation grounds. Please forgive us." Xing Yi's face became serious as he asked, "Where exactly is it? Do you know?" The system quickly replied, "Not far from here. With the host's walking speed, you can reach in about 2 hours." As he left, he continued to wonder, "By the way, is Dual Joy Sect nearby? If it's on the way, we simply want to take a look around. The system has given a warning, and it's not too far. But whether it's the vitality or the assassination aura on the host body, both are suitable for refining into the Nam Lo Ding of the Dual Joy Sect." Upon hearing this, he gave up on the idea. Then, never mind. The scene shifted to Azure Cloud Sect, located atop a large mountain. At this moment, Yuan Lan was proudly recounting, "Let me tell you all, I fought that demonic cultivator in a battle of 300 rounds, and just when I was about to decapitate him, he suddenly said, 'Fairy, please spare my life.'" Everyone was surprised and questioned her. "Huh? How can a demonic cultivator speak? Are you making this up?" She blinked mischievously. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Senior Sister. If I'm lying, I'm a little puppy." Just then, Wang Dang, Senior Brother, walked over and spoke. "Can you tell us more about that demonic cultivator?" His strong appearance made everyone quickly greet him. "Senior Brother, greetings. Senior Brother, hello, Senior Brother." Yuan Lan was about to answer this question. "Ah, greetings to Wang Dang, Senior Brother. Well, I was with Liu's sister. Before she could finish, Tian Yun stepped forward and interrupted. Xiao Yuan, she seemed quite surprised. Oh, senior sister. Seeing Tian Yun approach, Wang Dane turned to ask. Junior sister Liu, I heard you encountered a demonic cultivator. Are you all right? She briefly replied. It's just a minor injury. It's nothing. Without saying much, Tian Yun directly pulled Yuan Lan's hand and left. Come here, I have something I want to tell you. Being pulled away suddenly, Yuan Lan couldn't help but feel confused. Huh. The people there frowned in disdain. Senior brother really cares about her. Yet what kind of attitude does she have? She must have been surpassed by senior brother in cultivation already. The reputation of the disciple with the highest talent in Azure Cloud Sect was stolen by senior brother, and now she's jealous. Wang Dang said helplessly. Yes, it's true. Junior sister Liu has always been like that. A while later, the two girls had run to a large room. Tian Yun carefully closed the door, then turned and gently warned, I forgot to tell you earlier. Don't speak about the matter with the alchemy practitioner to anyone else. Hearing this, Yuan Lan immediately understood, and she asked in surprise, Senior sister, have you and master found that demonic cultivator? Tian Yun's gaze darkened, and she spoke coldly. Yes, that demonic cultivator was killed by the alchemy practitioner at the spirit transformation stage. And after that, the alchemy practitioner also committed suicide. However, the alchemy practitioner who saved us didn't die, and he hasn't told Sect leader or master about it, so you shouldn't either. Yuan Lan was completely bewildered, her voice trembling. Spirit transformation stage. Isn't that the same cultivation level as the Supreme Elder? What on earth happened? The spirit transformation stage is already dead. He was only at the key refining stage. How could he not die? Senior sister, how could you know that? As she gently stroked her hair, Tian Yun revealed, he left a note for me. Seeing the scene of the beautiful woman brushing her hair in front of her, Yuan Lan couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. Her legs wobbled, and she trembled as she called out, Senior sister. Tian Yun feels so confused. What's wrong? Yuan Lan's cheeks flushed red, and she stammered, Could you do that expression again from earlier? But all she got in return was a cold reply. Do you want to die? Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Is Liu Tian Yun senior sister here? Tian Yun opened the door with a calm tone. What is it? Little sister comes to deliver news. Quickly, listen up. There's a 5th stage Kai refining cultivator outside the Sect gate who claims to be an old acquaintance of senior sister and wants to meet with you. Upon hearing this, Tian Yun coldly closed her eyes. I won't meet him. I have no old acquaintances. The little sister continued. He also asked if senior sister had seen the note he left for you. Without saying another word, Tian Yun immediately flew off in a flash, leaving the little sister stunned. She was left confused, asking, Xiao Yuan senior sister? Senior sister, what's wrong? Xiao Yuan stepped out, feeling helpless. You asked me, who should I ask? Xing Yi stood there, and when he saw Tian Yun approach, he casually greeted her. Senior sister, she said not a word, coldly pointing the tip of her sword at Gu Xing making him flinch. Tian Yun questioned him with her unwavering eyes. You're not the one, where is he? Why are you disguised as him? Xing Yi raised both hands, replying in fear. It's me. I found the magical artifact to conceal the death energy. Otherwise, how could I dare come find you? I don't want to be someone's guinea pig. Only then did Tian Yun calm down and sheath her sword. Xing Yi finally felt relieved. She quickly grabbed his wrist and said, This is not the place to talk. Follow me. Xing Yi was confused. Again? Tian Yun coldly pulled Xing Yi into the air at an incredible speed, leaving him feeling disoriented. The two had no idea that Wang Dang had been watching from afar. He witnessed everything, but could do nothing but feel helpless in his heart. After the roller coaster-like ride, Xing Yi was overwhelmed and started vomiting repeatedly. He struggled to say each word clearly. Senior sister, next time, can you fly a bit slower? Tian Yun glanced at him, her tone filled with doubt. I never would have guessed you could escape the hands of that demonic cultivator without getting hurt. Xing Yi replied casually. Ah, just lucky, I guess. Her voice suddenly turned cold. There's something I want to tell you, actually. Xing Yi calmly interrupted, catching her off guard. If I had known back then that the demon lord was setting up a formation from afar, I would have killed myself on the spot. I wouldn't have cared about your lives or deaths. He stated firmly, being captured by him would mean a fate worse than death. To me, you were all strangers. If I hadn't appeared, you would have died anyway. So I don't owe you anything. Guilt flickered in Tan Yun's eyes. So you knew everything. I discovered his plot, but still left without saying a word. Xing Yi commented bluntly. That's right. That demon lord would never miss a chance to mock you all. Her expression darkened as she blamed herself. You must be very disappointed, aren't you? Sacrificing your life to save someone as selfish as me. But Xing Yi quickly stepped forward, breaking through her lonely silhouette. What are you saying, senior sister? He explained with unconvincing words. Didn't I just say it? It's a good thing you didn't warn me back then. Otherwise, I would have killed myself, died already, and wouldn't be standing here talking to you now. Hearing that, Tian Yun was stunned, utterly bewildered. Xing Yi continued speaking. Senior sister isn't afraid of death, and she didn't remind me because she didn't want junior sister and the children to fall into danger. From your perspective, I would do the same. So there's no need to blame yourself. His expression was calm, sharing his thoughts sincerely. Moreover, even I, the person involved, didn't care. So if you still can't let go, it's a bit unreasonable. Not believing it was true, Tan Yun asked again. Do you really not care? Xing Yi's gaze became sharp at that moment, revealing. What I care about is how senior sister handled the situation. She was bewildered, huh? Recalling the moment when she had destroyed the formation with her sword, he said, because I didn't want the demonic cultivators to enjoy the sight. I destroyed the formation mechanism beforehand. I didn't want the children to suffer in pain later, so I sent them on their way first. I didn't want junior sister and myself to become playthings, so I chose to end it all. All of these may seem like the most rational choices. Tan Yun was stunned. He had observed everything so thoroughly. You think a miracle won't happen for you. But clearly, one has already happened. So in the future, when you encounter similar situations, I hope senior sister can value her life more and leave some space for a miracle to occur. Hearing these words about herself, Tan Yun thought to herself, a miracle? That's right. I used to believe that a miracle would happen. At that moment, her most painful memory resurfaced. But later, after everything that happened, just then, Xing Yi spoke up. Perhaps you have your own struggles, which is why you didn't pay attention to what I just said. But putting aside all the grand philosophies, I really did save your lives this time. Tan Yun was once again caught off guard. Huh? His eyes widened, and he leaned in threateningly. So, if you're still thinking that dying wouldn't matter, it would make my act of saving you seem rather ridiculous. Do you understand? She no longer blamed herself and slowly said, I understand. When I face danger, I will add one more possibility, that junior brother will come to save me. Xing Yi scratched his head, seeming somewhat hesitant. Ah, no, you're making me feel a lot of pressure. A moment later, he froze. Wait, what did you just call me? Tian Yun, a little embarrassed, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. You've been calling me senior sister for so long, shouldn't I call you junior brother? He was left helpless, and the system suddenly appeared, saying, Unfortunately, I am the creation system, not the matchmaking system. Xing Yi turned pale and silently questioned, What did you just say? After a moment, she returned to the main topic. Did junior brother come to see me to talk about this? Xing Yi hesitated and eventually revealed that, in fact, he had something to ask. Senior sister Qin Yun appeared surprised by his request. What? You need a demon core? Xing Yi asked, his tone somewhat urgent. Yes, the higher the level, the better. Senior sister, do you know where I can buy one? She thought for a moment before replying. There's a market at the foot of Qingyan Mountain, but the best you'll likely find there is a second-tier demon core. For third and fourth-tier ones, you'll have to go to an auction. He was curious. What about fifth tier? Chen Yun seriously explained, fifth-tier demon cores are just a legend. No one has ever seen one. Beasts that can reach the deity transformation stage usually go to the astral realm to seek their opportunities and don't stay here. Xing Yi started to feel a bit confused. Then, with around 600,000 lower-grade spirit stones, what kind of demon core could I buy? She honestly replied, for regular attributes, a second-tier or lower demon core should be enough. Hearing this, Xing Yi was stunned. Does that mean it's just enough to reach a lower-grade spirit root? Is that demon lord really that poor? Then, he quietly thought to himself, once the spirit root is chosen, it can never be changed. Even if I later use other demon cores to strengthen it, the maximum limit will never exceed lower grade. It's a bit hard to accept. Tian Yun was puzzled. Junior brother, what do you intend to do with the demon core? Xing Yi replied, I want to conduct an experiment, something that might enhance my own strength, but I'm not sure if it'll work. She looked at him and asked again, is it really that important? His expression darkened as he decisively confirmed, very important. Extremely important, failure means death. Chen Yun still had a question. You took a storage ring from that demonic cultivator, right? He replied, yes, the other one only had body refinement materials, so I didn't take it. She found this quite puzzling. Wasn't there an appropriate demon core in the ring you took? Xing Yi helplessly explained, there was no demon core, only some miscellaneous stuff from the left-hand path. Chen Yun raised a significant question. That's strange. By all rights, a demonic cultivator who specializes in body refinement like him should have gathered a lot of resources. A demon core would definitely be necessary. How could there be none? At this point, Xing Yi suddenly realized and exclaimed loudly, could it be that it was left in the cave at the beginning? Her gaze became sharp as she recalled that moment, when she and the master, Sect leader, first arrived there, and found nothing unusual. As she spoke, she summoned her sword to her. But maybe we didn't search thoroughly enough. Let's go back there, she said. Xing Yi turned pale, trembling as he replied, I'm a bit dizzied from the sword. Tin Yun placed her foot on the sword and slowly reassured him, stand here. I'll fly slowly. Suspended in midair, Xing Yi couldn't help but panic. Isn't there a bigger sword? I can't balance on this one. Tin Yun spoke calmly, then you can hold on to me a bit. As he tightly grasped her waist, suddenly the system sent a notification, adding 68 points to the creation. Suddenly the speed of flight changed drastically, leaving Xing Yi completely disoriented. Huh? Tan Yun sent the sword flying down at a speed like a ceremonial table, while Xing Yi's soul seemed to scatter in all directions. Yu and Lan, standing below, happened to observe the two of them. Her eyes widened in astonishment. I'm not seeing things, am I? That person behind Senior Sister is the exam preparer, right? And he's even holding Senior Sister's waist. I can't stand this. Yu and Lan slammed her hand hard against the tree trunk. It's so frustrating, I haven't even gotten a chance to be held. Why does that jerk get to do it? How could Senior Sister agree to this? A moment later, she suddenly froze, her thoughts pausing. Wait a second, could it be that Senior Sister has a thing for exam preparers? As she thought about this, her face darkened in confusion. Before long, the two of them entered the cave. Inside, everything was quiet, and there was nothing unusual. The two moved cautiously, exploring slowly. Xing Yi wondered. It really did look like a regular cave, and there wasn't a single branching path along the way. Why had they come here in the first place? Chen Yun honestly replied. Junior Sister and I were investigating the case of the missing disciples of the sect, and we didn't expect to find a demonic cultivator in here. Pointing ahead, Tan Yun revealed, the formation that trapped us here was set by him, and it's at the end of the cave. Activate the investigative eye, Xing Yi thought to himself. A grandmaster at the spirit transformation stage. There's no reason they would dig a normal hole like this. Through that gaze, everything around seemed perfectly ordinary. Limestone, limestone, limestone moss. Glancing left and right, Xing Yi muttered a few words that left Tian Yun puzzled. It's just stone. His eyes suddenly froze for a moment. Huh. Through that gaze, Xing Yi noticed something unusual, the limestone's end and the weak spatial wall. What is this? Tan Yun asked, confused. Junior brother, what are you doing? Xing Yi inquired. Keep focusing. I'll explain in a bit. What is this weak spatial wall system? The system quickly provided results from places like ancient battlefields, where powerful cultivators clashing would disrupt the spatial laws, causing instability and weakening the spatial walls. He still found it hard to understand, but this wasn't an ancient battlefield either. It continued to explain more thoroughly. The spatial laws here are quite stable, but there's one spot that's different. This means there's only one possibility. A cultivator at the deity transformation stage has opened an empty realm, essentially creating a stable space within the chaotic void. This cave dwelling will use fixed formations or magic weapons to stabilize itself within the disturbed void. But afterward, the cave dwelling will be abandoned. Either the great power has been lost, or the formation and the magical artifacts that were stable have loosened over time. The entire cave mansion began to move slowly. If the cave mansion moves and presses upon a space master that was once very stable, the situation of the spatial walls becoming thinner will occur. Xing Yi imagined the connection. Space master, spatial wall, cave mansion. It was all very impressive. The cave mansion of this deity transformation opportunity was indeed remarkable. No wonder that Demon Lord was here. Suddenly, the space in front of him distorted abnormally. A new task appeared, leaving Xing Yi with a small key, marking the event of exploring the cave mansion of the deity transformation stage. The progress of the mission reached 80%. Mission reward for success: 100 supreme grade spirit stones. Mission failure: soul burning. Time limit: 3 years. Mission tool: cave mansion key. The system never asked whether he wanted it or not, and he was infuriated beyond measure. Damn it, I just started cultivating Ke. I'm still at the key refining stage, and now I'm being thrown into a deity transformation stage instance dungeon. Why don't they just kill me already? His sky completely collapsed. It was over. Completely over. Tin Yun was even more confused. What the hell was going on? She had been muttering to herself just moments ago. After hearing Xing Yi reveal a few things, Tin Yun widened her eyes in shock. What? A cave mansion of a deity transformation stage cultivator? She bluntly questioned. But how you know that even the nascent soul stage divine sense of the Sect leader didn't detect any issues with this space? Xing Yi sighed in exasperation. Just think of me as someone with talent, will you? Glancing around, Tin Yun said, if this really is a deity transformation cave abode, then I must report to the Sect leader immediately. We'll probably need to invite the Supreme Elder to come out of seclusion. She was about to leave when Xing Yi suddenly reached out and stopped her. His expression grew more serious than ever. I have to go in there. Tin Yun was taken aback even more. What? Don't tell me you've been hiding your cultivation all this time. Xing Yi's face turned grave as he revealed, I'm at the 5th level of Kai refining. Tin Yun gave him a faint look of disdain. How could her junior brother treat his own life so lightly? He scratched his head awkwardly, clearly at a loss for words. It's not that I don't know it's dangerous. I just have my reasons. I have to go in and investigate. Entering might not mean certain death, but if I don't go, I'll definitely die. Xing Yi then warned her carefully. I won't go in right away, but to make sure I'm the first to enter, please, senior sister, keep this a secret from me. There are still 3 years left. I need to deal with my spiritual roots first. If I can improve my strength, my chances of survival will be a little higher. However, Tin Yun held a contrary opinion and reported that this matter was of extremely great merit. The matter of your demon core can surely be resolved as well, Xing Yi emphasized. No, the priority of this matter is higher than the demon core. Since you took the opportunity to make another request, you must agree to one thing with me, and I will keep it a secret for you. Senior sister kept speaking. Tin Yun's expression became serious. Before you enter this cave dwelling, you must notify me first, Xing Yi answered without hesitation. All right, no problem. Suddenly, the system spoke up. I suggest to the host that you can take a look inside first. If there's any danger, you can exit. Xing Yi felt confused. Why was it explaining so carefully? The demonic cultivator had discovered this cave dwelling but couldn't do anything about it. Perhaps in his storage ring, there was nothing useful related to quartz cultivation. Listening to the system, Xing Yi immediately made a turn and notified, I want to go in now. Tin Yun, though angry, pretended to remain calm and questioned. Does junior brother think I am easy to deal with? Xing Yi immediately had to explain, No, I'll just take a quick look and leave. I suspect that the demon lord left something valuable in here. Tin Yun placed a hand over her chest and decisively said, if someone is to enter, it will be me. My cultivation is higher than yours. Faced with such determination, he still insisted stubbornly. Junior brother has a compelling reason to enter first. Moreover, as someone who cultivates body refinement, even if I suffer a fatal injury, I won't die. If there's truly danger inside, my chances of escaping are slightly higher. Tin Yun, keeping a cool head, laid down her condition. If you haven't come out after 1 stick of incense, I'll report it to the sect. Xing Yi obediently agreed. As he was about to leave, he asked, "How do I get in?" The system immediately responded. In the Demon Lord's storage ring, there are several instant talismans. The principle behind teleportation items is spatial compression. If they encounter a weak spatial barrier like this, they can pierce through directly. Now, a supplementary teleportation charm has appeared. A subgrade instant teleportation talisman, capable of transporting you about 10 meters. When Xing Yi placed his hand on it, realization dawned on him. Asterisks. So, that's why he had collected so many subgrade talismans, asterisk in an instant. Xing Yi was transmitted inside at lightning speed, his eyes widening in utter astonishment. Huh. In the blink of an eye, Xing Yi was transported back out, leaving Tianyun momentarily stunned. So fast. She looked at him seriously and said, "Senior sister, you should go in and take a look too." Then the two of them teleported inside together. Tianyun looked around, puzzled. Asterisk so. This is the deity transformation cave, abode. Asterisk. Xing Yi quickly clarified, "No, this is the spatial rift. That blue-black thing ahead is the outer layer of the cave abode." The next moment, he lifted his eyes and said, "Senior sister, look up there." Tianyun quickly looked up. The sight before her made her involuntarily shudder. It was a tragic image accompanied by an echoing voice, filled with grievance. Hatred, deep hatred for causing the death of those innocent children. "Senior brother, why did you strike at me?" Down below, Tianyun trembled slightly. "Is this the soul of a cultivator?" Xing Yi raised a question. "I've heard you've been investigating the missing disciples. Do you think this is related to these souls?" Tianyun agreed. "Yes, most of them were outer sect disciples of our sect. It turns out they were all killed by that demonic cultivator." This only raised more questions for Xing Yi. But why would he extract the souls of low-level cultivators like this? Tianyun seriously explained, "I've seen this formation in the sect scriptures. It's called the soul extermination formation. It can corrode the sect's protective grand array. If it's being used here, it's definitely meant to erode the spatial walls of the deity transformation cultivator's cave. The power of this formation lies in its ability to use the souls of low-level cultivators to devour the high-level defensive arrays." At this point, she had found the key. "Junior brother, weren't you looking for the demon core? The items embedded outside the formation are all demon core 3rd rank." Xing Yi exclaimed in surprise, "3rd rank? Does that mean the demon core is equivalent to a human nascent soul cultivator to such an extent?" Tianyun further explained, 14 pieces. The purpose of these demon cores is to nurture the soul using demon ki and blood ki. In this way, even the soul of a low-ranking cultivator can generate immense killing intent under the influence of countless demon cores of the 3rd rank, which will then be absorbed by the formation and used to power it. Moreover, the stronger the resentment of the soul at the beginning, the better the demon core's absorption effect. Xing Yi sighed. No wonder that Demon Lord tormented people so much before his death. His gaze lowered, suddenly feeling melancholic. "Can these disciples of yours still be saved?" Tianyun replied regretfully, "These souls lost their consciousness long ago. They have become part of the formation. If the formation is destroyed, they will be freed. That is the best outcome." As he spoke, he summoned a talisman. "Since it's like this, I will not be polite any longer." She seemed quite bewildered. "What?" In the blink of an eye, Xing Yi moved close to those souls who held the keys to the system's cave. Therefore, the formation was unnecessary. The next moment, he decisively grabbed the demon core in front of him. "I'll take all these demon cores." Seeing that he was taking such a great risk, Tianyun anxiously shouted, "What are you doing? Come down here now." Xing Yi stubbornly clung to the demon core. "Ah, it's too tight." Tianyun helplessly explained, "It's useless. The demonic energy, blood essence, and killing intent of this formation have merged into one. Once it takes form, at least 3 spirit transformation stage cultivators are needed simultaneously." As soon as she finished speaking, Xing Yi managed to obtain the first demon core. The scene made Tianyun freeze in shock. Xing Yi held the demon core and descended to the ground. Tianyun still couldn't believe her eyes. "How is this possible? How could you do this?" Xing Yi calmly replied, "It was just a bit slippery. I just needed some strength." She helplessly emphasized it's not a matter of whether it's slippery or not. The barrier outside prevents the souls from starting to crack. Both of them were quite surprised by this. The barrier had completely shattered. The souls sealed inside the vault quickly broke free. One of the younger souls smiled blissfully and said, "Thank you." Then, the soul dissipated before their eyes. Liu Tianyun looked up and sighed. I didn't expect there would still be souls with weak consciousness. Xing Yi, on the other hand, was furious. I suddenly feel like that damn old man should have died a much easier death. Liu Tianyun hesitated. Junior brother, are you sure you're only at the key refining stage? Are you hiding your cultivation level? Xing Yi affirmed there was nothing. Why did senior sister ask that? Liu Tianyun suddenly spoke with a cryptic tone. That's true. Everyone has their own secrets. I was the one who was too abrupt. He looked at her in confusion. What is it? The system quickly provided an explanation. Probably because the host is related to the Yin Fian Pearl, which allowed you to break a formation that even 3 nascent soul cultivators could not, making her feel quite puzzled. Only then did he nod in understanding. Oh, I'd see. Actually, even the system finds it a bit hard to understand. Even with the Yin Fian Pearl's help, you're still only at the Kai refining stage. Logically, it shouldn't be so simple. Xing Yi replied unhappily. It's like stepping in dog poop. He looked up at the formation technique. The cultivation of that demon lord had already dropped to the golden core stage. Where did he get that third-rank demon core from? Liu Tianyun answered indifferently. Although the nascent soul stage demon core is rare, if you have the money, you can still buy it. Moreover, that demonic cultivator is someone who will stop at nothing. He's definitely committed a lot of robbery and murder. Xing Yi recalled the points he had seen. Negative merit 12,288,223. Right, he's got negative merit of 1 billion. It's unimaginable how many people he must have killed. Senior sister, wait a moment, I'll bring all the demon cores down from up there. Liu Tianyun intervened. There's no need for all that trouble. Without a protective array, I can just use my flying sword directly. The sword technique was decisive and powerful. In no time, a series of demon cores fell, and when one struck Xing Yi, he cried out in pain. Truly magnificent. Liu Tianyun picked one up and commented, "These must have been placed in the array for a long time. The demonic energy has diminished considerably. It's a pity these demon cores can't be refined together to enhance their quality like with alchemical materials." Suddenly, Xing Yi fell into deep thought. System, I have a bold idea. As if sensing something was wrong, the system quickly refused, ignoring the response from the other party. What? I said we could use the fusion function, but it rejected me. I knew it, that's why I told you not to think about it. The system's fusion function is fine, but it works based on the principles of alchemy. It can't fuse the demon cores. Ignoring the other party's objections, Xing Yi picked up a demon core. How will we know if we don't try? Anyway, there are so many of them. I'll take 2 with the weakest demonic energy and give it a shot. The system was helpless. Is this child really this stubborn? Liu Tianyun, curious, asked, "Junior brother, what are you doing?" He replied, "I'm conducting an experiment." The system was terrified by his actions. Wait, you just chose 2 opposing attributes. Forget about the demon core. Even if you use alchemy materials with conflicting properties, the best you'll get is a pile of useless waste. He replied indifferently, I'm just experimenting. A third-rank fire-attributed demon core costs 100 creation points each. A third-rank ice-attributed demon core. Fused together, it creates an energy blast that strikes directly at me. Liu Tianyun called out anxiously, "Junior brother, Xing Yi." Xing Yi responded, coughing lightly, "Cough, cough, I'm fine." She looked at him suspiciously. "What on earth are you doing? Why is there such a strong fluctuation of magic power?" Xing Yi happily raised the demon core. "Nothing much, just an experiment. It worked though. Ha, the system didn't even dare to interfere. How could that be?" Liu Tianyun asked curiously, "What's that thing you're holding?" Xing Yi replied, "A demon core." She murmured nervously, "Why does it give me such an unpleasant, twisted feeling? As if it's something that shouldn't exist, yet it's right in front of me." Information appeared. Asterisk demon core, ice and fire attributes. Third rank asterisk. Suddenly, The system shouted in shock. Host, I've figured it out. Not only does the system have cheat functions, you do too. Xingyi looked dumbfounded. Ah, seizing bodies, breaking formations by hand, fusing demon cores of opposing attributes. He asked back, aren't these supposed to be the system's functions? The other party, feeling suspicious, grew dissatisfied. I am the administrator. Don't tell me I understand the system's functions less than you do. Unbelievable. You're not even some mighty cultivator capable of altering the laws of heaven and earth, yet you always manage to pull off things that defy all comprehension. Xingyi, however, wasn't in high spirits. Though he couldn't quite explain why, he knew that if he lacked true strength of his own, his fate would surely be the same as the previous hosts. But each fusion requires 100 points. Adding the points left behind by the previous host and those gained from killing the demon lord, there are now 659 points in total. To fuse a full set of 14 demon cores, I'm still missing more than half. How can I earn points quickly? Liu Tianyun looked at him in confusion as Xingyi suddenly froze. Xingyi slapped his forehead to calm himself. No, banish those evil thoughts. Trying to earn points recklessly from elder sister would most likely mean real death. The system seemed displeased. It had already said. They were creation points. Suddenly, Xingyi paused. Right, I remember that Demon Lord's spatial ring had a berserk pill. Where did he even get it? It temporarily boosts one's power, with the degree of enhancement depending on cultivation level. The side effect, a loss of 10 years of lifespan. Xingyi asked the system, do I even have a lifespan? It replied, you have durability. Liu Tianyun looked at his counterpart suspiciously. Junior brother, what are you planning to do with a berserk pill? Xingyi said nothing, simply putting the key pill into his mouth. She was startled and tried to stop him. What are you doing? Why are you taking a forbidden drug? But the system announced, fierce key pill consumed, plus 78 creation points. Xingyi rejoiced, it's working really well. That demon lord guy still has a few more baubles. He reassured Liu Tianyun. Don't worry, senior sister, I'm just experimenting. I'm a corpse refiner anyway. I don't have any lifespan to lose. Hearing that, she relaxed a little. All right. Then did it have any effect on you? A surge of energy surrounded his body. Xingyi smiled in satisfaction. Looks like it worked. I can feel myself getting much stronger. Liu Tianyun reminded him. That's great. There are many types of elixirs that enhance strength but reduce lifespan. In your case, you could take them without worrying about the consequences. Xingyi opened another bottle of key pills. Since that was the case, to Liu Tianyun's astonishment, he tilted his head back and drank it all. The system chimed. Fierce key pill consumed, plus 385 creation points. At the same time came Liu Tianyun's thunderous slap. Are you insane? Even if it doesn't harm you, you can't just gulp them down like that. Pills have tolerance limits. His expression was full of doubt. That's not right. This bottle should have at least 20 pills. Why did it only give that few points? The system has a structure to prevent point manipulation, using multiple methods in a short period of time to earn creation points. But those points will gradually decrease. Seeing his calculations go to waste, he grew angry at this trash system. Where it needed to be strict and tight, there were gaps. Where it was unnecessary, it was overly strict. System, you said that with the Yin Fian Pearl, no matter how badly I am injured, I can recover, right? The other side confirmed. That's correct. Liu Tianyun couldn't hold back and scolded. You've taken so much that you're immune to the medicine. When you really want to resolve the danger, you'll regret it. But Xingyi didn't care. In the Demon Lord's ring, there are dozens of types of forbidden poisons. I don't believe this won't be enough points. Noticing there was no response, Liu Tianyun opened his eyes slightly and glanced at him. Didn't you hear that? But instead, the scene unfolded where he drained dozens of medicinal bottles, and he was startled. The system reported, essence of heartbreak powder, smiling madness powder, heart-eroding powder, bloodburst pill, slaughter-breaking pill, netherworld pill, 5 venoms powder, golden serpent powder, totaling 78 creation points. When he heard the total points, Xingyi couldn't bear it and collapsed on the bed. That's too much, that's enough points. Wrong. Liu Tianyun screamed in fear. Junior brother, this is unbearable, my head and eyes hurt. Everywhere hurts, like having COVID 1,000 times. Why does it still feel like a sharp pain? Xing Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Liu Tianyun was slowly shoveling dirt. When sand and soil fell onto his face, he frowned in discomfort and asked, "Senior sister, what are you doing?" She looked at him coldly. "Didn't you commit suicide? So I thought I should let you rest peacefully in the ground." Xing Yi hurriedly explained, "I didn't. Besides, you clearly saw me open my eyes. Yet you still threw dirt on my face." Liu Tianyun's gaze was razor sharp. "After taking that much poison, isn't that the same as suicide? For the past hour, I've watched your meridians rupture and then mend, break again and heal again. Your flesh rot, heal, and rot once more. Your body turn hot, then cold, then freeze entirely." Only now did Xing Yi feel afraid. Was it really that terrifying? "Luckily, I passed out," he thought. "These holes in my robe, what kind of elixir caused this?" Liu Tianyun replied coolly, "I stabbed you with a knife to draw out the poisoned blood. But your body was so strengthened by the pills that the blade couldn't pierce through." Xing Yi's face instantly darkened. "So you stabbed me that many times. You just wanted to finish me off quickly, didn't you, senior sister?" Her expression turned displeased as she scolded. "You tell others to cherish their lives, yet you treat your own body with such disregard." Xing Yi seemed to understand her meaning. He gently patted her head in reassurance. "I'm sorry for making you worry, senior sister. I promise it won't happen again." Suddenly, the system chimed, and the six-pointed divine skill activated. He immediately took a hit from Liu Tianyun, his head slamming straight into the ground. Pain, pain. The system can't stand it anymore, and exposed everything. "Stop pretending. Host, you still have the enhancement effects of dozens of different pills on you. Even if senior sister tries to strike you, she won't be able to harm you." Xing Yi immediately cursed. "If I don't pretend, how can senior sister calm down?" Liu Tianyun shot him a warning glance. "No matter what troubles you have, if you still want to do this, don't do it in front of me. The system is quick-witted, your tricks are useless, and the person you've angered is already gone." Xing Yi felt helpless. "I acted rashly. I thought the Yin Fian Pearl would suppress the effects of the medicine, but instead, my body underwent terrifying changes. I don't even know how senior sister has been dealing with this past hour. I hope it doesn't leave her with a mental scar. Enough of this. Let's calm senior sister down first. I'll finish these pills and head outside." In another corner, Liu Tianyun had her eyes closed, resting. Suddenly, she opened them, wondering why he still hadn't come out. Could something have happened? What am I worrying about? With his strange body, what could possibly happen? A normal person would have died hundreds of times from taking so much elixir. Yet he was able to recover to his original state in just an hour. Suddenly, a surge of energy emanated from within. Liu Tianyun was startled. What had he done this time? The fluctuation of spiritual power was so strong that it could pierce through space walls. When he looked up, he saw Xing Yi right in front of him, and the two of them immediately rushed towards each other. "Ahem, senior sister, is this how you coldly respond, by resting your head on the pillow?" Xing Yi pouted, clearly displeased. "At this time, there's no need for those dramatic twists. Can't we just go along with the plot that everyone likes?" Liu Tianyun asked in doubt. "What were you doing in there? What caused such a huge disturbance?" Xing Yi honestly replied, "I was scared for a moment too. The space wall almost broke due to the energy fluctuation from the composite material. When Liu Tianyun saw what was in his hands, his eyes widened. Immediately after, an earthquake began to occur. Outside the mountain, the sky gradually began to change. Liu Tianyun was astonished. Is this the pressure of the heavenly Tao? What happened? The anti-system failed, and now the host fusion has attracted the lightning tribulation. Hurry, put it into the space hatred system, so the heavenly Tao won't be able to detect it." Xing Yi quickly put it away, and immediately, the changes outside disappeared. Liu Tianyun let out a sigh of relief, her oppressive aura dissipating once again. The oppressive aura of heavenly Tao had descended because of that thing. Xing Yi awkwardly scratched his face. "Ah, maybe that's it." She curiously asked, "What is that?" But heavenly Tao couldn't hold it in, and even if it was stored in a spatial ring, logically, the oppressive aura shouldn't dissipate. Xing Yi casually replied, "It's the result of me merging all 144 third-rank demon cores together." The other person screamed in shock. Seeing her strange expression, he wondered, elder sister, what's wrong? Liu Tianyun helplessly covered her face. The secrets that junior brother holds are truly too many. It's so hard to refrain from asking. Xing Yi apologetically explained, there are some things I can't explain, so when the time comes, I'll definitely tell senior sister everything. Suddenly, Liu Tianyun called out loudly, who is it? A voice came from behind the rock. Ah, what a coincidence, it's Wang Dang and Liu King. I didn't expect to meet Tianyun junior sister here. Greetings, senior sister. Liu Tianyun immediately became alert. Wang Dang, Liu King, what brings you two here? Xing Yi furrowed his brows and pouted. The damn author, not giving out benefits, and still trying to sneak around. The author stroked his chin in contemplation. You make a good point. I should give out some benefits after all. He thought the other had understood, so he was pleased. The result, however, made him angry. Is it like this? Wang Dang explained. Junior sister Liu was curious about that man Toe from the spirit transformation stage hiding here. She wanted to come and see, but didn't dare to come alone, so she arranged for me to come with her. No sooner had he finished than Liu King suddenly flashed past him, slashing with her sword. Xing Yi, you lecher, surrender your life. He gaped in bewilderment, not even understanding what was happening. Liu Tianyun reacted faster. She knocked the weapon from her, and then stepped in front of Xing Yi. Liu King, what are you doing? Liu King clutched her injured wrist and answered angrily. Senior sister, the person behind you is a lecher. A few months ago, one of my senior sisters was deceived by him, robbed, and then her chastity taken. She ultimately committed suicide. Her jade shattered and her life ruined. Xing Yi asked in confusion. System, was your previous host a flower thief? The other immediately denied it. Absolutely not. Besides, I was sound asleep a few months ago. How could I have taken anyone's chastity? Wang Dang, kindly, tried to mediate. Junior sister Liu, could you have mistaken the person? Moreover, the person in question is your senior sister. How can you be so certain it's him? But that only made Liu King angrier. Before she died, my senior sister left behind a portrait of that lecher. I have always carried it with me. It is so that one day I can avenge her. Xing Yi stared at the picture, his mouth agape, unable to believe it. This image was something he had just finished creating a few hours ago. Where on earth did senior sister get this painting from? Even the system was stumped. It seemed the host had been pinned down by someone. Wang Dang glanced at Liu Tianyun, sensing there was some misunderstanding here. Unsure of the relationship between Daoist friend and junior sister Liu, she coldly replied, friend. The other person asked, how long have you known each other? She responded without batting an eye, about 5 hours. Xing Yi's face darkened, unsure of what to say. Senior sister, you really didn't have to be that honest. Nevertheless, her expression remained calm. But Xing Yi could swear this person was definitely not a lecher. Wang Dang got no useful answer from the other side, so she turned to Xing Yi. Daoist friend, do you have a twin brother? He answered curtly, no. The system sighed. Host, you're also very honest. Xing Yi explained. One lie requires countless others to cover it up. Senior sister has vouched for me, so if I were to lie, it would only make the situation more confusing. Wang Dang looked at the image in Liu King's hands, silently agreeing. There seemed to be no reason for this. After all, it was clear that this Daoist friend was the one in the painting. How about this? You come with me to the Hall of Law Enforcement at the Sect. We'll get to the bottom of this, and Liu King Jr.'s sister can go too. Liu Tianyun couldn't refuse, and Wang Dang immediately showed a surprised expression. Oh, why is that? Junior sister, don't you want your companion to be sullied by this reputation? Our Hall of Law Enforcement at Azure Cloud Sect has always upheld justice and righteousness, and we will certainly uncover the truth behind this matter. Liu Tianyun grew impatient and said firmly, no means no. Seeing things were getting tense, Xing Yi quickly stepped in to stop it. All right, senior sister, let me say a few words. Can you let me see the painting? Liu King suddenly sighed. Hade, Wang Dang, what's going on? This request seems reasonable. Junior sister, just let him see it. She sounded displeased, trying to console them. Xing Yi silently stared at the painting, and then immediately exposed the truth. Scoundrel, this painting was obviously just finished. The brushstrokes aren't even dry yet. Liu King was stunned. What? What's going on? Wang Deng quickly explained. Daoist friend is joking. This is a painting created using stone to engrave the spiritual consciousness. How could there be ink stains? Xing Yi sighed in realization. Oh, I see now. Ah, sorry, it's not ink stains. I must have drooled onto the painting, because the person in it is just so handsome. His teasing tone made Lu King grit her teeth in anger. How dare you? Xing Yi, give me back the painting. Don't be hasty. I'll go with you to the Hall of Law Enforcement, but you have to answer a few questions first. Wang Deng had no objection. Ask, junior sister. Answer him honestly. He doesn't beat around the bush. Azure Cloud Sect, you're so renowned. If I truly dared to rob and ravish, how could I possibly still be alive by the time you came to the door to exact vengeance? Lu King immediately retorted, my senior sister's cultivation is higher than yours. You used an intoxicant, and when my senior sister woke she resisted fiercely and only by luck managed to escape. Xing Yi asked further, what is your senior sister's cultivation level? She replied mechanically, Foundation Establishment. Don't be hasty. I can accompany you back to the Hall of Law Enforcement, but you must answer a few questions first. Wang Deng had no objection. Ask, junior sister. Answer him honestly. He doesn't beat around the bush. Azure Cloud Sect, you are so renowned. If I truly dared to rob and ravish, how could I possibly still be alive by the time you came to the door to exact vengeance? Lu King immediately retorted, my senior sister's cultivation is higher than yours. You used an intoxicant, and when my senior sister woke she resisted fiercely and only by luck managed to escape. Xing Yi asked further, what is your senior sister's cultivation level? She responded mechanically, early Foundation Establishment stage. Xing Yi immediately affirmed, then I'm sorry, the culprit definitely isn't me. At the Foundation Establishment stage, I don't need to use intoxicants. Wang Deng sneered, oh, Daoist friend, what is your cultivation? He continued to mock. 5th level of key refinement. Lu King was provoked into near madness. Senior brother, we should just kill this blustering brat outright. Hearing this, Xing Yi frowned in displeasure. Miss, don't you know geniuses can slay higher level foes in the blink of an eye? Although I am a level 5 Kai refining practitioner, the early Foundation Establishment stage is still not something I take seriously. Wang Deng replied indifferently, oh, Daoist friend truly has such ability. Then my junior sister owes you an apology. He seized the opportunity to point directly at Lu King, and demanded, that's right, it was she who falsely accused me. I require compensation for emotional distress. Wang Deng, however, was not one to back down and responded, but I also need to confirm whether Daoist friend truly possesses this skill, or if it's like this. My cultivation is at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage. In 3 moves, if you can injure me without using any magical tools, I will prove that Daoist friend is innocent. If not, then you will accompany me to the Hall of Law Enforcement to investigate this matter. With just one sentence, Xing Yi was left stammering. Once again, this person was trying to brainwash him. How about it? Daoist friend speaks. By not even considering a Foundation Establishment cultivator, is this condition of mind still reasonable, don't you think? Xing Yi scratched his face in doubt, thinking it wasn't that he was worried about losing control and accidentally injuring you. Just then, Lu King, who had been facing him, suddenly burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. Senior sister, how did you end up befriending such a fool? Wang Deng smiled. It's fine. Even if I get injured, it would just be because my cultivation isn't high enough. I won't blame you for it. Go ahead and try. It turns out you're just a blockhead, huh? Naturally, Xing Yi wouldn't let this opportunity slip. So after proving my innocence, how will the compensation for emotional distress be calculated? The other party inquired, Daoist friend, what do you wish for? I will have junior sister compensate you. He shamelessly made a condition. I want senior sister to be my girlfriend, and the system will continue to increase points. With his bold words, he gained 12 points in luck. Liu Tianyun wasn't angry, only stretching his muscles. I suddenly feel like he needs to visit the Hall of Law Enforcement, Xing Yi said, worried, trying to reassure. I was wrong, senior sister, I was just joking. I want everything you have on you, including your clothes and your magic item. Wang Deng was momentarily confused. Why is this about my junior sister's Daoist friend? How did I get involved? And Xing Yi is not someone who gives up easily. You just need to agree. If not, I'll have senior sister hold you both down, and I'll immediately use instant transmission to escape. Liu King immediately darkened, wondering what kind of person this was. Clearly, he was a rogue. At this moment, Wang Dang had also lost his patience. Fine, I agree. But if you lose, you'll have to come with us to the sect. Junior sister Liu is not allowed to follow us to the Hall of Law Enforcement. Liu Tingyun looked at Xing Yi with suspicion. What kind of request is this? Are you trying to frame me? He reassured her. It's fine, senior sister can agree. But she seemed to understand his intentions and quickly stopped him. What are you thinking? He immediately raised his hand, revealing the words. I'm still under the drug's effect. It hasn't worn off yet. Seeing that, Liu Tianyun quickly stepped aside to watch the drama. Don't be too cruel. He comes from a sect with a fairly significant background, someone said. Xing Yi replied cheerfully, understood. Liu King whispered, could this god be contagious with stupidity? Xing Yi, a little anxious, asked, shall we start now? Wang Dang thought to himself, this brat still needs Liu Tianyun to carry him. He definitely hasn't reached foundation establishment. Are they showing off their prestige by acting so confident here? He showed his hand to Liu Tianyun, and her expression changed at once. What's written up there? She asked. When the other stayed silent, Xing Yi said to himself, hey, maybe step back a bit. Everyone shake hands. Make peace. Be friends. Wang Ding remained mute. Even though they had earlier used the threat of fleeing to intimidate, he truly didn't bother to regard Foundation establishment level strength. Being falsely accused like this. Before I place my bet, they should have used force to menace us. Whatever way you look at it, it's all posturing. After a long moment he answered, we should still investigate this thoroughly. The ritual can begin now. Xing Yi sighed and joked, very well, then I shall be obedient, rather than respectful. *** effects of the current medication. *** blood and Kai, plus 123,378%, remaining 1 incense stick. Spiritual power plus 39,567%, remaining 1 incense stick. Strength plus 68,450%, remaining 3 ticks. Spiritual sense plus 1645%, remaining 1 incense stick. Speed plus 6235%, remaining half an incense stick. Fire control plus 3478%. Metal control plus 5356%. Water control plus 46,048%. Wood system. Earth system. Thunder system. Xing Yi charged towards Wang Deng. Liu King, watching from the side, sneered and mocked. Thief, let me give you some sincere advice. Save your strength. Be careful not to get hurt by seeing your brother's counterattack. Xing Yi raised his fist and aimed it at the Medicine King. Wang Deng glanced at him, slightly stunned. What? This fluctuation of spiritual power. Xing Yi struck with force, a powerful wave of spiritual power radiating in all directions. Liu King exclaimed in astonishment. What? Meanwhile, Wang Deng had managed to activate a shield. Xing Yi was taken aback and said, impressive. It actually blocked the attack. Wang Deng, still in surprise, looked at the shield and thought to himself, to think it activated a protective charm, capable of withstanding 5 full-force attacks from a golden core cultivator. Is this move at the level of a golden core stage? How is that possible? The system, observing the attack, questioned. Host, when did you learn this technique? Xing Yi helplessly replied, I haven't studied. The system, not believing him, asked again. Then what is the chief of the Medicine King Sect? He rolled his eyes and answered, I was just shouting nonsense. If not, you wouldn't have the momentum to strike. Liu Tianyun, sitting and eating sunflower seeds, displeased, questioned. Wang Deng, you don't let others use magical tools, but you use protective talismans yourself. Wang Deng's expression turned ugly, secretly cursing that the sword was a protective talisman that activated automatically. On the outside, he tried to maintain a composed demeanor, forcing a smile. Haha. Daoi's friend already said you don't even take Foundation establishment stage seriously, so naturally, I must be cautious in dealing with you. To be honest with Daoi's friend, this protective talisman can withstand 5 full-force attacks from a late golden core stage cultivator. Daoi's friend should come back to the sect with me. Of course, based on Dewe's friend's strength, if you want to break the agreement, I wouldn't even know how to handle it. Liu King glanced at him in disdain and bluntly said, "You don't need to try any tricks like retreating to advance with me. My move just now was only at the golden core level, enough to prove that I'm not that perverted god, right?" Wang Dang smiled upon hearing that and raised 3 fingers, signaling, "But we've already made a bet, and to prove your innocence, you must injure me within 3 moves." Liu Tianyun, seeing his shameless demeanor, stood up abruptly. "Wang Dang, you are forcibly taking advantage of the situation." Wang Dang shrugged. "Wang Dang, you're being unreasonable." Wang Dang shrugged and replied calmly, "Why would junior sister Liu say that? Our wager is exactly as agreed. I'm only abiding by the rules." Liu King glanced over to reassure her. "Forget it, senior sister. If that's the case, I'll continue." Hearing that, Wang Dang grew slightly anxious and said, "The move Dewe's friend just used was already his full power, wasn't it? Only someone with a perfected golden core could break through my protective layer. Trying again would simply be a waste of time." Liu King answered indifferently, "Why would senior brother say that? Our wager is exactly as agreed. I'm merely observing the rules. 3 moves means 3 moves. I've only used 1. Wang Ding's face darkened, and he forced a smile. "Mem, that's true. Then complete the wager properly." Inwardly he hissed, "You're using my words to trap me, aren't you? Just wait. Once you reach the Hall of Law Enforcement, I'll make you regret ever being born." Liu King stepped back to gather momentum. This was now the 2nd move. Wang Dang frowned, annoyed, and cursed under his breath. "Wretched woman. It's exactly the same technique. She knows my talisman's blessing, its value, and yet intentionally weakens my strength, doesn't she?" His gaze sharpened, landing on Liu King with 10 times the intensity he would reserve for the chief of the Medicine King Sect, and he ached to take immediate revenge. A sense of unease rose within Wang Dang's heart. A loud crash echoed throughout the mountain cave, and Liu King was unexpectedly knocked down, coughing violently. Liu Tianyun, shocked, thought to himself, "I didn't expect it to have such immense power. Fortunately, this cave has been reinforced with formation spells by that demonic cultivator, otherwise it would have collapsed long ago." Over here, Xing Yi's pupils remained calm as he sighed softly. "Hot day. What a pity." Wang Dang, terrified and sweating cold, saw Xing Yi's arm piercing through halfway. He complained in despair. 10 times, and still not enough. The protective layer shattered instantly. Liu King, panicked, stammered, "It's broken. It's broken." That attack just now was the power of the perfected golden core stage. How can this be? Wang Dang turned pale, a surge of fear rising in his chest. It wasn't just empty words. The power really did increase tenfold compared to the first attack. The jade pendant around his neck suddenly cracked. He bit his lip and stared fixedly at Xing Yi. What kind of monster is this kid? Meanwhile, the system actively suggested, "Host, can you handle this? I can calculate the force and precision for you." He squinted and replied, "That would be boring. It's more fun to explore it myself." Xing Yi rotated his wrist and spoke. "All right, then I'll make the final strike." Wang Ding's lips twitched twice, clearly terrified. Wait. Xing Yi raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. "So, is this enough to prove my innocence?" Wang Dang suddenly noticed his legs. Xing Yi's legs were slightly trembling. Seeing that Wang Dang didn't respond, he dismissed it. "Well then, let's end it here." Wang Dang squinted and smirked inwardly. Haha, so this kid is trying to hold on. Almost got scared by him. He straightened up, assuming the posture of a righteous scholar, and patted his chest. "Still should finish the bet, otherwise I won't achieve my goal." Xing Yi was slightly stunned. "Huh." He sighed while holding his head, looking troubled. Seriously. Wang Dang, seeing his appearance, was even more certain in his heart. As expected, he's an idiot, holding back his real strength with the 2nd move. What can I do? Using up all your spiritual power for a forbidden technique like Medicine King's authority, and still only barely able to break through my shield? Haha. Now that you're in, you have to go through with it. Liu King rubbed his head, silently calculating. A force 10 times greater was just enough to break the shield. What if I used 11 times the force? Would that kill him? Once you're in, You have to go with it. The problem of disability and death. After some consideration, he tightened his fist. Wang Deng squinted, a smug expression clearly on his face. Did you think you could escape after using a feat and activating a teleportation talisman to run away? Useless. Xing Yi raised his fist and shouted loudly. How many times have you tasted royal power? Wang Deng's pupils contracted in fear. Huh. The next moment, the fist landed squarely on his face, and the sound of pain rang out. Wang Deng was knocked out of the cave. Lu King hurriedly ran outside in a panic. Senior brother, Xing Yi's system chimed mechanically. The elite disciple of Azure Cloud Sect has been seriously injured, gaining 2 points of creation. Liu Tianyun stepped forward to inquire. You didn't kill him, did you? Lu King tilted his head and replied calmly, it was only a broken limb. The moment I broke through his defenses, I reduced my force. Outside, Lu King found Wang Deng and immediately took out a healing pill. Senior brother, hang in there. I have a medicine for your injuries. Xing Yi, accompanied by Liu Tianyun, walked over, mocking. You sure flew far. Lu King trembled in fear. What do you want to do? Don't make trouble. Xing Yi reached out with a sly grin. Don't worry, I just want to settle a bet. Meanwhile, Yun Yuanlan walked along the mountainside, searching. She furrowed her brows and muttered, Where did they go? Senior sister, that little alchemist, really did fly in this direction. After walking a few more steps, Yun Yuanlan spotted Lu King, who was carrying Wang Deng, completely naked. She quickly turned her head and waved her hand. You two, just keep going. Lu King panicked and called out, No, wait, cut to the scene at a tea house. Liu Tianyun looked at the clothes on the table and sighed. So you deliberately lured Wang Deng into that bet just to get these garments of his. Xing Yi pressed his lips together and explained, He may look like someone trying to make peace, but in truth, he's the one who fabricated the whole thing to frame me. That so-called younger sister was just a pawn. I probed her a little, and she panicked immediately. He placed his hand on the table, meeting Liu Tianyun's eyes with a doubtful tone. Senior sister, could it be that Wang Deng has feelings for you? She narrowed her eyes and replied, What nonsense are you talking about? He's already engaged to the daughter of the myriad phenomena Sect's master. Hearing that, Xing Yi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I didn't think he'd trouble me out of jealousy anyway. So what kind of background does he have in the Sect? Liu Tianyun explained, his father died in battle for the Sect, and his grandfather is the great elder of the Hall of Law Enforcement. Xing Yi raised an eyebrow and gave a faint smile. Impressive. A martyr's son, and a second-generation official. He toyed with the teacup in his hand and asked, Then tell me, what exactly about me offends him? Or, could it be he already knows I'm a corpse refiner and wants to capture me for study? If that's the case, he could have simply reported it to your sect's upper ranks, and claimed you were attacked by a corpse-refining demonic cultivator. Or he could have asked your master to come and seize me directly. No need to dirty his own hands. For him to personally stage such a play means he doesn't want to expose my identity as a quartz refiner, and that he has other designs on me. Liu Tianyun raised his eyebrows and replied bluntly. He looked at them, and Xing Yi spoke with a tone of disdain. Senior sister, don't joke around. He then took something in his hand and raised it, thinking for a moment. The only thing that came to mind was this. Liu Tianyun quickly realized, surprised, that it was the spatial ring on the thumb of that demonic cultivator. Xing Yi focused on the ring on his hand and said, The demonic cultivator had 2 rings, and now there's only one left. So the other one is very likely to be on the person of that soul-awakened cultivator whose whereabouts are unknown. Liu Tianyun, confused, asked, Why would he know that ordinary people only carry one spatial ring? Sect leader and master never asked about this. Xing Yi nodded and hesitated before replying. So does this mean Wang Deng and that demonic cultivator were familiar with each other, and he knew very well that the demonic cultivator had 2 spatial rings? Liu Tianyun froze for a moment, his expression serious as he looked at him. You had already considered this possibility from the beginning, which is why you baited him into a bet with you. Stripping the opponent of his clothes might seem like an insult, but in reality, it was to find evidence related to that demonic cultivator, wasn't it? Xing Yi gave a thumbs up in admiration. Senior sister is really impressive. I haven't said anything, and you already figured it out. Liu Tianyun glanced at him, silently thinking, the impressive one is actually you. She then looked down at the clothes on the table and asked, "You checked everything on his body, right? Did you find anything?" Xing Yi shrugged and replied, "Nothing special, just a few spirit stones, pills, and a magic artifact. Aside from this," he handed over another item. Liu Tianyun took it, puzzled. "Is there something in this jade slip?" Xing Yi slightly shook his head. "Senior sister, you could check it yourself." She took the jade slip and transmitted her spiritual sense into it. A moment later, she frowned slightly. "It's a list and an investigation into the background of our outer sect disciples. Why would Wang Deng have this?" Xing Yi squinted and asked, "Senior sister, the missing disciples in the sect. Are they all from the outer sect?" Liu Tianyun's eyes widened as if she had just realized something. He then looked at her, probing. "Senior sister, may I ask, is the issue of missing disciples taken seriously in your sect?" Liu Tianyun looked at the jade slip in her hand, her expression tense. "Not really. A junior sister I recently knew went missing, which is why I started paying attention. After that, I opened the records from the Hall of Law Enforcement, and I saw that 4 or 5 years ago, many disciples had reported cases of missing persons to the Hall of Law Enforcement. The Hall of Law Enforcement said they would investigate, but it's been over 4 years and there's still no result. The sect hasn't issued any notices to the disciples either." Xing Yi propped his hand on the table and said indifferently, "So Wang Deng happens to be the elder's grandson?" She tapped the table lightly and glanced at him. "Are you implying that the Hall of Law Enforcement is colluding with demonic cultivators to slaughter fellow disciples?" Xing Yi pondered for a moment, then spoke with veiled meaning. "Perhaps it's not just the Hall of Law Enforcement. If that demonic cultivator offered the secret of sharing the deity transformation cave with your sect, and the price was merely offering a few soul fragments, low-level cultivators, do you think your sect's higher-ups would be able to resist the temptation? Moreover, just giving their word wouldn't be enough. That demonic cultivator, to get your cooperation, would likely offer some benefits. Have the higher-ups of your sect gained anything over these past 4 years? For example, acquiring some treasure or experiencing a sudden increase in cultivation?" After hearing Xing Yi's words, she slowly spoke. "Wang Deng." He was momentarily stunned and instinctively replied, "Ha." Liu Tianyun continued. "Originally, his aptitude was mediocre, and 4 years ago, he was only at the first stage of foundation establishment, but in just 4 years, he reached great perfection. The sect leader and the elders praised him, saying it was the result of long-term accumulation suddenly bursting forth." He squinted and suggested, "The water in your sect is a bit deep. How about senior sister comes from your sect?" Liu Tianyun lowered her head and pursed her lips, replying, "I can't. Master saved my life, and as the senior sister, it is also my duty to clear this matter up and bring justice for the junior brothers and junior sisters who have died unjustly." Hearing this, Xing Yi proposed, "If you don't want to back down, then let me join your sect." Liu Tianyun avoided his gaze, lowering her head. It took her a few seconds before she raised her head and said slowly, "Don't act recklessly. Wang Deng still has intentions of taking the demonic cultivator's reign from you, and you even injured him. If you join my sect, wouldn't that be like sending a sheep into the mouth of a tiger?" Xing Yi smiled, but his heart ached. He thought to himself, "I don't want to either." Half an hour ago, Xing Yi set up a screen and signaled, "Go elsewhere. I'll take off the clothes for Wang Do's friend." He pulled the screen aside, and as he turned around, a system panel began to appear, showing the main storyline mission. Join the Azure Cloud Sect and become a disciple of the Azure Cloud Sect. Mission success reward: 800 destiny points, and 1 lottery draw. Mission failure punishment: loss of eyesight for 3 days. After reading it, Xing Yi grumbled in annoyance. Are they crazy? I just pummeled their senior brother into a pig's head, and now they want me to join their sect. Recalling it, Xing Yi thought to himself, in the end, I did manage to hold on a little. I left the last pair of pants for him. The system bluntly retorted, "No, I don't think you managed to hold on to anything at all." Liu Tianyun slammed the table, stood up, and looked at him, questioning, "Did you even listen to what I said? Even if you don't care about Wang Deng, Azure Cloud Sect is a prestigious orthodox sect. If your identity as an exam preparer is exposed, you'll definitely be killed." Xing Yi looked straight into her eyes and firmly said, "Senior sister, there's no need to advise me. I've thought it through carefully before making this decision. I'm sure I won't make myself a fool. Liu Tianyun's pocket suddenly warmed up. She took out a token, and immediately a voice echoed back, "Disciple, return to the sect." Liu Tianyun pursed her lips and said, "Honored master summoned me back to the sect, probably because of Wang Deng." Hearing this, Xing Yi immediately stood up and nodded. "Then it's just right, I'll go with you to the sect." Before he could react, Liu Tianyun struck him on the back of his head. She squinted and stayed for a moment, observing him closely. After confirming something, Liu Tianyun finally left. "Sorry, junior brother. Once I investigate the truth, I'll introduce you to my sect. Until then, you can just take a nap." By the time Xing Yi rubbed his neck and woke up, he glanced at her. "Oh, senior sister, what was that for? It hurts so much." Liu Tianyun turned around and struck again. Only a few seconds after losing consciousness, Xing Yi woke up, his tone dissatisfied. "I told you, it hurts." Liu Tianyun frowned in confusion, murmuring, "Why is this happening? The effects of those pills should have worn off by now, right?" Xing Yi rolled his eyes, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. With the blood sacrifice Yin Fian Pearl, he pretended to remain calm, and said, "Even without relying on the pills, senior sister, if you wanted to knock me out, it would be impossible. Besides, think about it, if I ran away, they could tarnish my reputation however they wanted. At that point, you would be labeled as someone helping a perverted scoundrel, which wouldn't be beneficial for your investigation later. Once your sect issues a warrant for my arrest, I'd be completely at a disadvantage, so it's better to take the initiative, at least preventing them from doing anything in front of me. As for my status as a test taker, as long as he still wants to monopolize the artifact ring of that demonic cultivator, he definitely wouldn't want my identity to be exposed." After hearing his long speech, Liu Tianyun found no reason to argue further and simply left. "All right, you do have a point. Then let's go back together." With that, she drew out a flying sword. Xing Yi saw it, raised an eyebrow, and thought to himself, "Huh, why is this flying sword even smaller than the one from before?" A scene of awkwardness suddenly flashed in his mind. Could it be that senior sister actually wants me to hug her? As a result, Liu Tianyun, riding his sword, added a sleeping bag for him and reassured, "Don't worry, this sword is quite rough, so the sleeping bag won't fall off easily." Xing Yi replied dejectedly. Scene shift to represent the Azure Cloud Sect. In the hall, the great elder of the Hall of Law Enforcement, Wang Ju, a perfected golden core stage cultivator, spoke angrily. "Wang Guanzhou, your disciple colluded with outsiders to attack the sect's third-ranking disciple. What is the meaning of this? Is it just because my grandchild took the title of the top inner disciple from your disciple?" The person on the other side also yelled back, "You know what kind of character my disciple has. Does she care about being first or not?" He was Elder Zheng Yang Feng, Wang Guanzhou, a perfected golden core stage cultivator. Wang Ju, hearing this, said angrily, "Regardless of the reason, immediately use a sound transmission talisman to call your disciple back here. I must handle this according to the regulations of the Hall of Law Enforcement." Wang Guanzhou rubbed his head to avoid the subject, saying, "My disciple is exploring a secret realm and cannot return right away." Wang Ju, hearing this, immediately knew he was lying, grumbling, "We don't have any secret realm here." At that moment, the sect leader, seated high, spoke up to mediate. "Enough of the noise. Liu's sister has already reached the mountain gate." He was the sect leader of Azure Cloud Sect, King Zhuan, at the mid-nascent soul stage. Hearing King Zhuan's words, Wang Guanzhou was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" Immediately, Liu Tianyun appeared. Xing Yi was slammed to the floor, crying out, "Ah!" She respectfully clasped her hands and bowed, greeting the sect leader, master, and senior uncle. Xing Yi was a bit surprised and asked, "Huh? Why did you suddenly come here while flying?" The system immediately appeared and explained, "It is the spatial teleportation divine ability of the nascent soul stage." Wang Ju, seeing her appear, shot a sideways glance at Wang Guanzhou and said, "Isn't your disciple supposed to be exploring the secret realm?" Wang Guanzhou didn't expect this and glared, asking, "Liu Tianyun, didn't you read the sound transmission talisman your master sent you?" Liu Tianyun looked at her master blankly and replied, "I read it, Didn't it say that the disciple should return to the sect immediately? Wang Guanzhou furrowed his brows, dissatisfied, and said, "Your master clearly told you that that old man Wang Ju is looking for you, and told you to stay away for a while." Upon hearing these words, Wang Ju became angry. "Who are you calling an old man?" At this moment, the system chuckled wickedly. In order to ensure the host's mission proceeds smoothly, this system has altered the sound transmission of that old man. Xing Yi brushed herself off and sat up, angrily scolding. "At the very least, you should have told me beforehand." As soon as Lu King saw him, she immediately accused, "Elder Wang Ju, the one who injured senior brother is him." Without another word, Wang Ju charged forward. "You little bastard, prepare to die." King Xuan lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, and Xing Yi vanished in an instant, leaving Wang Ju grasping at nothing but air. Sitting high above, King Xuan spoke in a calm and steady tone. "Elder Wang Ju, please compose yourself. Until the truth is made clear, do not act rashly." Wang Ju pointed furiously at Wang Deng, unable to suppress his anger. "Sect leader, my nephew was humiliated like this in trading sea. It may very well affect his cultivation in the future. My nephew is our sect's greatest hope for the upcoming Changlin tournament. Moreover, his engagement is tied to our alliance with the Myriad Phenomena sect. And now this little bastard has destroyed the future of our sect." King Xuan turned his gaze toward Wang Deng and spoke. "Since the details are unclear, let Wang Deng explain the situation himself." Recalling that humiliating scene, Wang Deng slowly began, "Sect leader, here's what happened." After hearing the account, King Xuan raised an eyebrow and repeated, "Oh, so you're saying Lu King believed this man to be lecherous? That he drove her senior sister to suicide, and therefore you intended to take him to the Hall of Law Enforcement for questioning?" He paused, then continued, "But he refused, boasting about his own strength, and so, to prove it, you decided to wager against him." Wang Deng turned his head aside and muttered, "That's right." After that, he used a strange form of demonic arts that caused all of us to experience hallucinations, and then cowardly attacked me from behind, while also slandering Lu King Jr.'s sister. Xing Yi froze, exclaiming, "Ha!" Liu Tianyun immediately stepped forward to refute. "Are you trying to reverse right and wrong? I was there too." Wang Deng glanced at Liu Tianyun, feigning a pitiful expression. "Junior sister Liu, his demonic arts are extremely powerful. I was also affected. It's only natural for you to be charmed by him and become his subordinate." Xing Yi pointed at his own face, narrowing his eyes as he said, "Do you think I'm a fool? After doing such things, you still have the nerve to stand here?" Wang Deng tilted his head and laughed mockingly twice. "Haha, that's because under the illusion created by the demonic spell, you truly did defeat me with honor. But what you don't know is that I had a protective talisman on me. Though I was initially immersed in the hallucination, when you slandered Lu King Jr.'s sister, I snapped out of it and used the image-retaining stone to capture the moment." After hearing this, Xing Yi sneered coldly. "Impressive. Really impressive. You've gone to great lengths. Senior brother, to target me, you prepared all of this." Wang Deng took out the image-retaining stone and shot him a glance. "Stop pretending to be calm. Do you want to see what's inside?" Xing Yi nodded, directly replying, "Then show me." Wang Deng, receiving the signal, activated the image-retaining stone. As you wished, a contemptible scene unfolded. "Heh, how fortunate. There's even a beauty." The faint moans echoed. Upon hearing this, the expression of the King Xuan sect leader turned extremely grim. He waved his hand, "Enough," and the image-retaining stone in Wang Deng's hand immediately vanished. Lu King, on this side, could no longer hold back and burst into sobs. Wang Ju, seemingly empowered, gritted his teeth and criticized. "The evidence is clear. This man is a pervert. Sect leader, please hand him over to the Hall of Law Enforcement for judgment." King Xuan turned to look at Xing Yi. "Do you have anything else to say?" He calmly explained, "The image-retaining stone can capture images. Even the aura of a person can be perfectly preserved. However, I wore special attire to conceal my aura, so what you see in the image is fake." Wang Deng, on the other side, was full of arrogance, and his attitude was laughable. "Don't you think your explanation is shameless?" Xing Yi interrupted and took something out. "I also have evidence. In fact, to prevent others from casting dirt on me, I secretly used the image-retaining stone to capture the whole incident. The system chimed, plus 59 points of destiny, and Wang Deng's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, a fiery blast erupted, striking directly at Xingyi. Liu Tianyun was startled and anxiously called out to his junior brother. The one who struck is Wang Ju. Wang Guanzhou, unable to contain his anger, stepped forward. You despicable old man, what the hell is wrong with you? What are you going to do about injuring my disciple? Wang Ju stroked his beard, speaking with righteous air. Sunner was severely wounded. Every word he utters is born in pain. This little mongrel had the image-retaining stone, and didn't take it out early. Clearly he had ill intentions. I merely punished him lightly. What's the problem? Wang Guanzhou shot him a hard look and exposed the truth. You call that a light punishment? That was murder to silence him. Wang Deng tilted his head, thinking to himself. He died so quickly. You did that boy a favor. Later we'll use the pretext of investigating evidence to bring the magic artifact and the markings on him and Liu Tianyun to the Hall of Law Enforcement. As the smoke cleared, Xingyi stood there unharmed. He even asked with concern, Senior sister, are you all right? Liu Tianyun's mouth twitched. The one who took the hit was you. Wang Ju and Wang Deng, seeing this, were stunned. What? The burn marks on Xingyi's face slowly healed. Wang Ju's eyes rolled wide as he thought, how can this be? Just now I used at least 80% of my strength. Even if he were of the same rank as me, in such an unguarded state, he shouldn't only suffer such minor injuries. Besides, the image-retaining stone was already shattered. Wait until we bring you to the Hall of Law Enforcement. I will drag every secret from your body. Xingyi looked at the image-retaining stone with a hint of sadness. Unfortunately, the image-retaining stone had broken. Wang Ju never expected this. He panicked and exclaimed. He took out another stone and projected it, but no image appeared after waiting for a long time. Liu Tianyun frowned. There's no image at all. Wang Deng thought he had successfully avoided the provocation. Indeed, it was just an act of flaunting the power of a pervert. He should just surrender obediently. From outside the door, a young man ran in to report. Sect leader, something's wrong. King Zhuan glanced at him with a tired look. What's going on? Why are you so panicked? The man anxiously responded. A huge, indecent image of senior brother has appeared in the sky above the sect. The disciples outside saw the scene and began discussing among themselves. Is that senior brother? How did he end up like this? Is he gay? Why is he laughing at senior brother's underwear? What caught their attention even more was the image-retaining stone that was still projecting. This is the image-retaining stone. Why is the image in the stone so huge? Not only that, but it's clearer than the seductive mudstone of the floating prosperity pavilion. I spent a lot of money buying it. Someone exclaimed in horror. Oh my God, he really took it off. The young women of the sect saw this scene and were all heartbroken. Senior brother, how could it be like this? The person next to him immediately reminded him. Lower your voice a little, be careful not to let Elder Wang Ju hear. The scene ended, and the image-retaining stone vanished. Xingyi tilted his head and laughed, saying, sorry, I took the wrong one. This one is the right one. The system chimed again. 2 points of creation added. Wang Deng on the other side was so enraged he was frothing at the mouth, and Liu King was flustered. Senior brother, Wang Ju also looked alarmed. The next day, at the residence of the inner disciples of Azure Cloud Sect, Wang Deng was abruptly awoken from a nightmare, shouting loudly. Liu King entered and greeted him. Senior brother, you're awake. Hearing the voice, Wang Deng suddenly turned around. He looked like a madman, shouting, that bastard! I have to kill him. Where is he? She placed the wash basin down and replied indifferently. He's participating in the sect's assessment. Wang Deng craned his neck and raised his voice. He wants to join Azure Cloud Sect. Liu King nodded and continued. Then he took out a retaining stone and replayed the entire incident, correcting the false accusations we made against him. The sect leader saw his strength and learned he was a loose cultivator, so he developed a fondness for talented individuals, and asked him if he wanted to join our sect. He agreed. After hearing that, his entire body trembled with anger. Wang Deng, furious, snarled, he has gone too far in bullying you. He insults me like this, and the sect leader still accepts him. Liu King lowered his head and replied, "The sect leader has personal matters with Elder Wang Ju, mainly concerned with keeping any internal problems from spreading outside." Wang Dang, irritated, slammed his fist down on the bed, his voice monotonously echoing. "One of the conditions to join the sect is to hand over any images that may contain inappropriate depictions of you, and not to pursue the matter of this false accusation further." Wang Dang gritted his teeth, furiously stating, "That damn old man! How can he let a broken key refining stage fool hold the upper hand? How far has the assessment gone? Take me outside for a change of scenery." As the wheels spun, the sect disciples, upon seeing Wang Dang, greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, senior brother." Wang Dang glanced over and noticed a young boy teasing, "Junior sister, this little worm." The young woman cheerfully ran off, shouting, "Ah, that's creepy. Stop it." Wang Dang, extremely displeased, ordered 2 disciples to approach and assigned a punishment for the boy to repent. Liu King lowered his head and softly advised, "Senior brother, he probably didn't mean any harm." He coldly interrupted, "Don't let me repeat myself." She reluctantly nodded in agreement, "Yes." At that moment, a man stepped forward, provoking, "Isn't this Wang Dang? Already recovered from your injuries? How about we have another round?" Wang Dang glared at him irritably. Wang Quanlong said, "A defeated subordinate. What arrogance is this?" Wang Quanlong sneered and taunted, "Ha ha, I just think someone who was beaten by a mere Kai refiner has no right to be head of the inner sect." At this, Liu King murmured, "Senior brother, I forgot to tell you. That brat replayed the footage of the final strike that injured you during that wager. It was projected on a huge screen so the entire sect could see." Furious, Wang Dang yanked her hair roughly, making Liu King cry out in pain. His eyes blank, he glanced at Liu King and snarled, "You wench, bringing this up now. Did you do it on purpose to make me lose face?" She, terrified, hurriedly explained, "No, I didn't." Wang Dang roughly shoved her to the ground and walked away. Liu King sat there clutching her head, trembling. The angrier Wang Dang became, the less he could hold back. He muttered curses. "You bastard! You brought this on yourself. I'll make you pay dearly." Scene shifts to the entry assessment area. Wang Dang rolled over and called grandfather. Wang Ju glanced at him and asked, "Sonner, why have you come here?" "My wound needs to recuperate." Wang Dang moved to his side and said, "I can't swallow this anger. If they really let him into the sect, it'll be a slap in my face in front of the whole sect." Wang Ju glanced downward and sighed before responding, "Hey D, I originally intended to kill him right away. But that old man Wang Guanzhou stopped me. Once he joined Wang Guanzhou's sect, it became nearly impossible to take action against him within the sect. Wang Dang has lost all reason by now." He looked down, his tone cold. "You won't let him join the sect. Even if he holds onto the treasured artifact, that's one thing. But if you want to reveal his true identity, if you don't resolve this grudge today, Sunner will never be at peace." Wang Ju turned to look at Wang Dang, hesitating before saying, "But half of your cultivation method is likely inside that storage ring." He stared down below and continued, "Then it's up to the family to secretly remember it and pass it on to you." Wang Ju gave a slight nod. "Mom, that's the only way. If you truly develop a demonic heart, then no matter how valuable the treasure inside is, it's not worth anything." Wang Dang then asked, "Where is he in the assessment now?" At the final step in the testing area below, Wu Tianyun turned to Xing Yi and explained, "Junior brother, this stone is called the Heart Testing Stone. It can prevent those with impure intentions from sneaking into the sect. Anyone who touches this stone with their hand will reveal their most fundamental purpose. If you wish to join our sect, once you pass this trial, you will officially become a member of Azure Cloud Sect." Hearing that, Wang Dang felt a twinge of guilt. The fundamental purpose of this was the system mission. If it were displayed, how was he supposed to explain it? In his mind, the notification panel appeared again. **** main quest. Join the Azure Cloud Sect. Become a disciple of the Azure Cloud Sect. Quest reward. 1 creation draw. Quest failure penalty. Loss of vision. Time limit. 3 days ****. Liu Tianyun looked at him with slight confusion, thinking to himself, Asterisk junior brother joining the sect is probably just to keep Wang Deng from making a move against him. Even if this is displayed, there shouldn't be a problem. Why the hesitation? Could it be that he has another proposed asterisk? At that very moment, the system hurriedly spoke up to assist. Asterisk, don't worry, host. With this system here, that petty half-sentient stone won't be able to probe your thoughts. I can hack it in an instant. Whatever you want to display, just display it. Asterisk. Sing Yi swallowed hard and gave a thumbs up in admiration. Asterisk, really? For the first time, you actually sound reliable, asterisk. The system replied smugly, asterisk, this system has always been reliable, asterisk. Sing Yi glanced at the massive stone and signaled, asterisk, then go ahead and display this for me, asterisk. The system chuckled slyly. All right, the host really is impressive. Sing Yi immediately placed his hand on the stone, and a few letters gradually appeared on its surface. Everyone focused intently on the stone, where 3 large characters emerged. Liu Tianyun. The disciples were astonished and exclaimed, "Isn't that just a name?" The system then chimed in, the subtle energy of creation manifesting. Sing Yi stood frozen, thinking to himself, why is it receiving so much recognition? The system immediately responded, it seems that senior sister is quite well liked in the sect. The host has flipped the tide of anger. The onlookers split into 2 factions. One side, jealous, said, I must kill this guy. How dare he chase after my goddess? The other side, a group of dreamy young girls, whispered, is this considered a public confession? How admirable, I wish someone would join the sect just for me. King Xuan stroked his beard and laughed loudly. Haha, the intentions of youth are indeed pure. In all these years, I've never seen just one person's name appear on the heart-testing stone. Sing Yi turned to Liu Tianyun. Senior sister, I guess I've earned my place now, right? She turned sharply, coldly leaving behind a single remark. Seems like I still have tasks for the sect to attend to. On the other side, Yao Dai Hai let out a soft, teasing laugh. Haha, Elder Guanzhou, it seems your prized disciple is about to be outwitted. Wang Guanzhou clenched his jaw. Humph, that little brat. King Xuan, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke. Well then, congratulations, young friend, on officially joining our Azure Cloud sect. Just then, Wang Dengfei stepped forward and said firmly, Sect leader, please wait. This person cannot be accepted into our sect. Several disciples nearby turned their heads and whispered among themselves. That's senior brother. I heard he was struck just once during the trial, right? I didn't think he was injured so badly. Exactly. If that guy joins the sect, it'll be like trampling on senior brother's pride. There's no way he'd accept that. But what if he has to? The newcomer passed the assessment fairly, someone behind them murmured. Before the whispers could grow louder, Yao Daihai stepped forward, her voice calm yet firm. Wang Dang, I understand how you feel, but let's be honest, you were the one who started this. From now on, you'll both be fellow disciples. It's better to turn hostility into friendship. She was the elder of Pill Peak. Wang Dang turned toward her and spoke coldly. Yo Dai Hai. Wang Dang pointed at Sing Yi and shouted, Lake Golden Core stage. Then he turned and began to tattle. Elder Dao, I don't want him to join the sect. It's not personal. My suspicion of him had good reason. That fellow is not a human. He's a corpse demon with a conscience, controlled by that demonic cultivator. The sect disciples who heard him exchanged looks and murmured. None of them had ever heard of a cultivating corpse possessing its own consciousness. No way. What kind of cultivated corpse could be so animated? You can't even detect a trace of cadaverous ki on him. Excited, Wang Dang raised his voice and continued. At first I only suspected, so I wanted to handle it gingerly, bring him back to the Hall of Law Enforcement and investigate. But now, if I have to stand by and watch something that might be demonic join our orthodox sect, I absolutely refuse. I don't mind being mocked by others, but I will never allow the sect that gave me life and raised me to become a laughingstock. When he finished, Wang Dang narrowed his eyes and shot a hate-filled glance at Liu Tianyun. You wretch! Once his identity as a cultivating corpse is verified, he will be severely punished, and he will drag you down with him. When you are all summoned before the elders, I will disgrace his dream lover, namely you, right in front of Sing Yi. You'll have no chance to explain. only stand there silently scheming. Wang Dang, do you think he's a soul examiner, and that the sect leader wouldn't notice? Is it because someone embarrassed you that you're coming up with such a ridiculous excuse for revenge? I've already said, it's just a suspicion. If it's proven that junior brother is not a soul examiner, then I will kneel and apologize in front of everyone. He then turned to look at Liu Tianyun. This move works, doesn't it? Willing to sacrifice yourself and bear the shame to protect the sect's reputation. If it's truly proven that I am a soul examiner, then all previous humiliations will vanish, and instead, it will make him a hero defending the sect. Liu Tianyun rolled his eyes and quietly muttered, "But when we were in that demonic cultivator's cave, it was still just a probe. Why are you so sure I'm a soul examiner now? Even the system hasn't encountered a situation like mine before." Xing Yi suddenly remembered something and spoke up. "Senior sister, where's your junior sister?" Xing Yi pursed his lips, his eyes darkened. "Then it's clear now. It's probably not that she didn't come, but that she couldn't." Xing Yi appeared aggrieved, explaining to Wang Dang, "How could I be a soul examiner? Senior brother must have misunderstood. I hope you'll give me the chance to prove my innocence." Wang Dang glanced at him, implying, "Is it not that you have some magical artifact that can conceal death energy?" Xing Yi shamelessly responded, "What? Senior brother wants me to strip naked in front of everyone, just like you did." The system immediately reported, plus 53 points of creation. Wang Ju, enraged from behind, charged forward. "You little bastard, I'll strip you down." Before he could even reach Xing Yi, Diao Dai Hai had slammed a pot onto Wang Ju's head. He yelled in frustration, "Elder Diao, what are you doing? Let me go." Diao Dai Hai, in a calm tone, responded, "All right, Elder Wang Ju, let the younger generation handle their own matters." Xing Yi narrowed his eyes at the pot, thinking to himself, "That old bastard, if it weren't for the Yin Fian Pearl earlier, you would have silenced me by now." Seizing the opportunity, Xing Yi mocked, "Elder Wang Ju, I'm actually thinking of your son. If I untie you in front of everyone, all the senior brothers and senior sisters here will compare and contrast. This will only make your son feel more inferior. Surely that would darken his heart." The system notification dulled, plus 88 points of creation. The people below, hearing him, couldn't hold back their laughter and shook in restraint. Wang Ju roared, "You bastard, I'll tear your mouth apart." Diao Dai Hai couldn't help but think to himself, "This kid really does have a sharp tongue." Suddenly, Wang Dang emitted a surge of evil spiritual power. He lowered his head, muttering, "Kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you." Xing Yi, still unclear about what was going on, slightly tightened his lips as he stared at Wang Dang. Wang Dang then raised his head, glaring and saying, "If you have the guts, check your spiritual root here. A corpse from the demonic path doesn't even have a spiritual root. Just try using a spirit stone, and you'll see." Liu Tianyun could no longer hold back. He stepped forward, clasped his hands together, and spoke sternly, "Sect leader, this cannot be allowed. Although junior brother's cultivation realm is currently very low, it is already enough to let him fight with Wang Dang and show his astonishing potential. With just a bit of training, he can bring honor to our sect in this year's Shanglan Assembly. As for the disciples' spiritual roots involved in the competition, to prevent other sects from scheming, they must remain secret until the time of the competition. As long as the master knows, even if there is an inspection, it should be Zheng Yang Feng of our sect who conducts it." Wang Ju, who was in the jar, scoffed coldly upon hearing this. "Ha! As for Zheng Yang Feng, if you conduct the inspection, wouldn't the result just be whatever you all say it is?" Wang Guanzhou, seeing above, rolled his eyes and spoke up. "Wang Ju, what are you implying? Do you think I would cover up for demons?" Wang Ju responded, "It's hard to say." Wang Guanzhou was so angry that he choked on his words. Xing Yi didn't offer any explanation. He patted his chest and agreed, "Fine, senior brothers, no need to argue. I'll have my spiritual root tested in front of everyone. Once I prove my purity, I won't need senior brother to kneel and apologize. After all, we must always think of the sect." The disciples who heard this couldn't help but sigh. This brat is really magnanimous. It's like he has no problem with senior brother, even if they don't get along. I hope that someday they can become a part of a legendary story. However, Xing Yi raised his voice and added, All I need is a compensation of 3 million lower-grade spirit stones to cover the mental distress. The group who had been praising him suddenly darkened their faces. Wang Ju slammed his fist against the barrel, gritting his teeth audibly. Do you still dare to ask for more? My monthly salary is only 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Xing Yi shook his head and said, if you can't provide it, that's a shame. I suppose I should have my honored master check for me. I'll let you all know the result then. Wang Deng clenched his fist tightly, his voice booming. Fine, 3 million it is. Friend, check it for me now. Dio Daihai stepped forward and said, I just happen to have a spirit sealing stone on me. It should serve as proof of legitimacy, right? She held out a spirit sealing stone. Dio Daihai then explained, this spirit sealing stone can examine the quality and the basic 5 elements spiritual roots. For rare and unusual spiritual roots, it requires a special tool for testing, which I don't have at the moment. Different colors represent different attributes, and the height of the light column indicates the quality of the spiritual root. If the person doesn't have one of the 5 elements roots, the light will be gray. If there is no spiritual root at all, the spirit sealing stone will show no change. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Variant, extreme, superior, middle, lower, mortal. By holding the part of the handle below, it can already be checked. Liu Tianyun called out softly, slightly anxious. Don't worry, senior sister, it's fine. Junior brother Xing Yi tilted his head to reassure her. He immediately grasped the part below. Everyone was waiting in anticipation. Wang Deng, however, was getting impatient, eager to accuse. But look, he was right. The spirit sealing stone was faintly glowing. Dio Daihai hesitated, then confirmed. This is the 5-colored spiritual root, a mixture of the 5 elements. Wang Deng, unwilling to accept, widened his eyes, thinking to himself, no way, how could he possibly have a spiritual root? The people below exchanged looks of astonishment. A mixed 5-element spiritual root. Wasn't that a common physique, incapable of cultivating immortality? How could he already be at the 5th level of Kai refining? No, wait. Look, the light column is still rising. Wang Guanzhou above shouted in excitement. How could this be? A mixed 5-element spiritual root is only of mortal quality. King Zhuan smiled faintly, her eyes widening. Could it be that the spirit sealing stone in Xing Yi's hand suddenly flashed a brilliant light? A flashback momentarily passed, with Liu Tianyun stepping in front of Xing Yi earlier. She whispered, it's impossible. Although junior brother's cultivation level is still low, he has potential. Someone who once fought with Wang Deng. Xing Yi gave a slight glance towards the system. I haven't integrated the demonic spirit root yet. Can the spirit sealing stone sing? It immediately responded, yes. What type of spiritual root does the host wish to display? Xing Yi pursed his lips, his expression weary as he replied, you can see for yourself. Ideally, something a bit more powerful. 1. So I can quickly defeat Wang Deng in an instant and find a reasonable excuse. 2. So that they will regard me with more importance, making it easier to protect myself within the sect. The system cheerfully responded, understood, returning to the present. A golden light spread out, stunning those around them. Xing Yi then received a total of 846 creation points in his Tai Star. Liu Tianyun's eyes widened in shock as he stammered. How could this be a 5-element level? Strange Sculpture C was even more excited, exclaiming, oh my god, this is a chaotic 5-element spiritual root. A layer of green shield encased the examination area. Several disciples from the sect looked on with curiosity. Huh? What's going on? Isn't that the area for testing new disciples? Why is there a formation blocking the snow? At this moment, King Zhuan was forced to intervene. He issued an order, Elder Dio, you are responsible for erasing the memories related to this individual's spiritual root test, results from all the disciples within the formation. Lu King rolled his eyes, panic rising in his heart. System, I only told you to make it a bit stronger. King Zhuan glanced around, his gaze sternly warning all the elders present. Even the sect leader must swear an oath to the Tao heart. The news that Xing Yi has a chaotic 5 elements spiritual root must never be disclosed to the outside world. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. You are clearly far too powerful. Note, A normal 5 elements spiritual root is a mixed spiritual root, with only one grade being common grade, which is the spiritual root of most ordinary people. The probability of absorbing spiritual energy is very low, and it cannot be cultivated. Hence, it is referred to as a Fai spiritual root. At that time, the spiritual root would be rejected by the spiritual energy. Don't go, let me have a bite. The spiritual energy is swirling, don't touch me. Go away. However, there is one exceptional type of 5 elements spiritual root, the chaotic 5 elements spiritual root. This type of spiritual root not only absorbs spiritual power at a speed comparable to that of a supreme heavenly spiritual root, but regardless of which attribute one cultivates, the other 4 attributes will also grow in tandem. The spiritual energy would actively rush toward it. Open your mouth. Spirit energy, come here. The chaotic 5 elements spiritual root has appeared only 3 times in the 10,000 years of history on the heavenly firmament divine continent. A person with this type of spiritual root, as long as they don't die prematurely, will definitely grow into a powerful expert in the end. Even the supreme ones can alter the course of the world. Scene change. Xing Yi is surrounded by 3 seniors. Everyone smiled gently and affectionately at him. Xing Yi sat on the chair, feeling uncomfortable with his hands and feet, forcing a smile. Seniors, what exactly is the meaning of bringing me here? Moreover, isn't this position supposed to be the sect leaders? King Xuan spoke first, stroking his beard and smiling reassuringly. Do not worry, it's more convenient to talk here. Xing Yi, little friend, it is indeed quite a revelation to expose your chaotic 5 elements, spiritual root in front of so many people. As sect leader, I've exhausted all my brainpower to seal the news. There's nothing I can do. Wang Dou's friend is truly pushing me too hard. I already punished Elder Wang Ju and Junior Wang Deng. They feel very guilty for misunderstanding you, and they have gone to prepare spirit stones to atone for their actions. Xing Yi looked a little worried and asked, they won't try to take revenge on me by deliberately leaking the information, will they? King Xuan immediately explained, little friend, rest assured, all the disciples present at the scene, including Junior Wang Deng, have had their memories erased by Elder Diao regarding this matter. As for the old fogies like us and Elder Wang Ju, we have sworn an oath that if any information is leaked, our Dao hearts will shatter and we will lose all our cultivation. Xing Yi sat there, bewildered, and exclaimed, "Ha! Is it really that serious? This is too much." King Xuan once again smiled with squinted eyes and looked at Xing Yi, saying, it's not serious at all. Compared to protecting Dou's friend, these small matters are not worth mentioning. The 3 of them suddenly shifted their sharp gazes, staring at him intently. On the contrary, Junior, does anyone else know that you have a chaos spirit root? Xing Yi swallowed nervously, stuttering in response. No, no one knows. King Xuan leaned closer to probe, confirming that it was true. Xing Yi helplessly raised 3 fingers, affirming and assuring them. King Xuan turned around and immediately issued an order. No need to offer rewards anymore. The disciples waiting for the decree of the various assassination sects can return now. Wang Guanzhou happily picked up his command token. Nether Hall can withdraw. Dio Daihai also took out his token. Shadow Nether Palace can return now. At that moment, Liu Tianyun pushed the door open and entered. King Xuan glanced at her and spoke. What's the matter? Liu sister, didn't I tell you to wait outside for a bit? She was leading Liu King into the room. My junior sister Qiao Yuan is in trouble. The people in the room immediately gasped. Outside, the disciples exchanged looks and whispered. Mad Dragon's senior brother, this time Wang Deng, has completely lost face. Yeah, he called someone a test taker. But it turns out they have a spirit root, and not just any spirit root. Suddenly, the 2 of them scratched their heads, muttering. What was the spirit root again? I don't remember. I forgot too. I think it was some kind of rare spirit root. Just then, a sharp voice rang out. Move aside. The 2 of them immediately stepped aside and respectfully performed a greeting. Elder, we pay our respects to Elder Wang Ju. They watched as Wang Ju pushed Wang Deng away, then turned to discuss among themselves. The person he pushed was Wang Deng, right? Why is he injured even more severely now? I can't even recognize his face. Wang Ju, after pushing his nephew inside, immediately raised his hand and slapped him. Inside the hall of law enforcement, he glared at Wang Deng and scolded him fiercely. Look at the mess you've made. Didn't you say he was the disciple of that demonic cultivator, the one wearing the ring with a valuable item of his? And now, look at the result. You're the one who has caused this trouble. Wang Deng, still not showing any sign of remorse, glared back at his master and said, "So what if I'm wrong? Isn't grandfather sorry about the spirit stones? At most, we can just charge him with a crime and send him to the penitentiary, son, or we'll make him cough everything up." Wang Ju, seeing his nephew's attitude, grew angrier and grabbed him by the arm. He glared at Wang Deng and growled, "Listen here, you absolutely cannot target that person again. In a little while, we will take the spirit stones to his door and apologize." Wang Deng glanced at his master, stammering, "Grandfather, what are you saying?" He angrily shook off Wang Ju's hand and shouted, "What for? I am the hope of our sect's future at the upcoming Shangland Grand Assembly. The marriage alliances of myriad phenomena sect all depend on Sunner. Brat, what is this nonsense? Even calling for me to apologize." Wang Ju sighed, his voice softening. "I can only tell you this. If you continue targeting him, you will be going up against the entire Azure Cloud sect. At that point, even grandfather won't be able to help you." Upon hearing this, Wang Deng felt as though all his strength had been drained from his body. Stunned, he asked, "How can this be? What has happened? Who is he?" Wang Ju turned around, leaving a final remark. "He is the true hope of the Azure Cloud sect for the future." Wang Deng froze, collapsing back onto his wheelchair. His eyes became vacant as he mumbled, "It can't be. How could this happen? He's just a trial cultivator. I've clearly cursed him. To be honest." Before he could finish, a scorching fire suddenly erupted. Wang Deng screamed in agony. Wang Ju tilted his head, his gaze warning, his patience running thin. "This is the punishment for your reckless actions, as well as the sincerity you should show when apologizing." Meanwhile, Xing Yi suddenly caught a fragrance in the air. He blurted out, "Ah, that smells so good, like roasted meat. Is it time for dinner?" Immediately, the system notified. Ting. Plus 17 points of providence. Xing Yi was a bit confused. "What? I just complimented the smell of roasted meat. Why did I gain points?" At that moment, the door was pushed open again. Wang Ju, covered in injuries, was pushing Wang Deng inside. Seeing the marks on Wang Deng's body, Xing Yi froze. Xing Yi immediately opened his mouth to mock. "Oh, Elder Wang Ju, why you have to make your son smell so good like that? It's making even senior sister envious." Liu Tianyun felt like words were being shoved into her mouth. "I don't feel envious." The system immediately notified. Plus 30,000 Dao points. Wang Ju suppressed his anger, speaking in a polite tone. "Xing Yi Dao's friend, this was all a misunderstanding. As you can see, I have already disciplined him. In addition to the 3 million spirit stones I promised as compensation to Dao's friend, I will add another 2 million, totaling 5 million spirit stones. I hope the young friend can forgive me and Sunner for our previous offenses." Wang Deng shot him a glance, his eyes filled with hatred. But his mouth still spoke politely. "It was my fault for being blind and wronging Dao's friend. I hope Dao's friend can forgive me." Xing Yi immediately smiled and said, "All right, since you both seem so sincere, I forgive you. As for the spirit stones, senior sister can keep them for me. Consider it as a down payment for the betrothal gift." As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Tianyun immediately stuffed the spirit stones into his mouth. Xing Yi choked like a chicken, clutching his throat and coughing violently. Liu Tianyun then turned to Wang Deng, her voice cold. "Wang Deng, the matter between you and junior brother has been settled. Now let's talk about our issue." He stood dazed, asking in confusion, "What are you saying?" Tan Yun junior sister, she immediately gave an order. "Come here." Not far away, Liu King slowly pushed Yun Yuan forward. Both of them froze as soon as they saw her. Wang Deng's voice trembled. "Liu King, what do you mean by this?" Liu King glanced at him and coldly replied, "I've had enough. I don't want to be controlled by you anymore." Wang Ju, upon hearing this, turned to ask his nephew, "Wang Deng, what is going on? Is Xiao Yuan Jr.'s sister's change related to you?" Wang Dang quietly responded, "It's a long story. The reason I misunderstood Xing Yi Daoist friend as a zombie is all because of her. I wanted to bring her along to apologize to Daoist friend, but it's all her fault. She kept insisting that Xing Yi Daoist friend was a zombie. We didn't believe her, so we went too far with her." Lu King, hearing these late words, angrily retorted, "Clearly, you used coercion, trying to get Xiao Yuan Jr.'s sister to confirm the zombie identity from her own words. She endured all the torment without saying a word, and in the end, you even used worms to force her to tell the truth." Wang Dang shot her a cold look and asked, "Oh, did you tell them who was behind all this?" Without hesitation, Lu King answered, "It was me." She lowered her head in apparent guilt and continued, "Not just this, but I've done many things that go against my principles under your commands. I will report everything and hand all the evidence to the sect leader. I am willing to accept whatever punishment the sect imposes on me." Wang Dang cast a contemptuous glance at her and laughed coldly. "How ridiculous. All of this was your doing. My greatest fault was being too soft. Out of kinship with a fellow disciple, I wanted to give you a chance to repent and become a new person, so I did not expose you sooner." Lu King refused to argue and turned to leave. "No matter what you say, I will still go see the sect leader and see whether, with that ironclad evidence, he will believe you." Suddenly, a voice rang out urging Lu King, "Hurry up and do it." Wang Dang continued to taunt, "If you have evidence, shouldn't you give it to the sect leader before confronting me? Now you're confessing to force me to act against you, aren't you?" Lu King's junior sister went pale and froze. Seeing this, Xing Yi sighed helplessly. Have we failed? Recalling 15 minutes earlier, Lu King had stepped forward and said he placed a life-and-death device inside my body. As long as he controls that device, he can make me die on the spot. Although I haven't been able to obtain solid proof of the other wicked things he did before, I will pretend that I have evidence of this, so as to force him to use the device to kill me. That way he can be charged with murdering a fellow disciple using his current body. Once taken to the cup of atonement, he will surely die. Lu Tianyun listened, his tone filled with doubt. "So this is you choosing to sacrifice yourself?" Lu King pressed her lips together and replied, "This is the ending I deserve." Only then did Xing Yi speak slowly. "Forgive me for being blunt, but Xiao Yuan isn't the only fellow disciple you've killed, is she? Why is it that your conscience awakens only now?" Lu King lowered her head and answered softly, "Before, even if I died, it wouldn't have meant anything. Your appearance gave me the chance to overthrow Wang Dang. Wang Dang is an arrogant man. He plans everything meticulously, but you've made his schemes collapse again and again, forcing him to endure humiliation he's never known. Now he's lost his reason. This is the perfect moment to plot against him. Even if I can't expose his crimes to the world, dragging him down with me will be enough to satisfy me." Back to the present, Wang Dang looked at her retreating figure and let out a cold laugh. "I never thought that after all the times I covered up your misdeeds, you would betray me. Master, I've already recorded all her wrongdoings, including the harm she caused to junior sister Xiao Yuan, in a memory stone. The stone is with me. When the time comes, I hope you'll punish her according to the sect's rules." Leaning weakly against the door, Lu King's body was drained of strength. Her eyes were empty, like those of a puppet, as she murmured, "From the very beginning, was I only ever a tool to take the blame?" Wang Dang, without the slightest shame, slapped his chest and added, "That remark is truly disappointing. But it's also true that I hid your wrongdoing. After you're executed, I won't escape either. I will be punished as well. Naturally, whatever evidence junior sister produces that links me to participating in the crime, I will not deny my responsibility." At that moment, Xing Yi suddenly spoke up. "If we're talking about evidence," he stepped up beside Yun Yuan Lan. "The witness is right here in front of us. Don't suggest the victim could have faked it." Wang Dang replied bluntly, without a trace of fear. "Her testimony is, of course, credible. I also hope Xiao Yuan Jr.'s sister can be cured and my innocence restored." Lu Tianyun from behind suddenly said, "Once the worm truly infects, it rapidly devours the host life force. Before the life force is completely exhausted, whatever you ask the host, they will answer according to the actual situation. Xiao Yuan Jr.'s sister's vitality has already been consumed by the worm to a critical level. If the worm is removed, she will die and lose consciousness. unless there exists some elixir capable of replenishing life force at a heavenly grade level or higher, as in the legends. Ordinary means of restoring vitality cannot outpace the worm's devouring. If the worm cannot be eliminated, Xiao Yuan will never wake up. At this point, Wang Ju finally turned his gaze to Liu King and spoke. All right, Liu King, come with me to the Hall of Law Enforcement to investigate this matter. Since this involves my niece, I will leave it to the other elders of the law enforcement to handle. I guarantee that no innocent person will be wronged, and no one will be protected. Xing Yi immediately intervened. There's no need for that. He glanced at Yun Yuanlan and said, just ask this senior sister here, and everything will be clear. Upon hearing this, Wang Ju immediately responded, what does Xing Yi, the wine companion, intend to do? Liu Shiji has already made it very clear to you that in the current state of Renjiang, they cannot react to the outside world. His gaze turned dark, pausing for a moment before continuing. Unless we resort to dark magic to search for the soul. Xing Yi narrowed his eyes. Search for the soul. Liu Tianyun immediately intervened. Not allowed. Once the soul is damaged, it will truly become a useless wreck. Xing Yi lowered his head, looking at Liu Tianyun, and reassured her. Don't worry, senior sister, I will use the safest method to treat Xiao Yuan's senior sister. You should know I am skilled in medicine. Not long ago, I made a person ingest dozens of poisons. Yet they were brought back from the brink of death. She heard this, pressed her lips together, and with a slight twitch, she thought to herself, that's you. It has nothing to do with being skilled in medicine. Xing Yi removed his gloves and silently spoke to the system. System, it's inconvenient for me to use the shopping list right now. Buy me some elixir that they'd never seen in the store. It must be cheap, and it should be safe to drink. The system immediately responded obediently. Understood. Moments later, Xing Yi took out an item and handed it over. Senior sister, please let Xiao Yuan's senior sister drink this medicine to restore her vitality. At that moment, Xing Yi took a closer look at the item in his hand and was taken aback. Wait a minute, what the hell is this? The system spoke up, sounding confused. What's wrong? Your request has been fulfilled. The bottle in his hand was a colorful elixir they'd never seen before, cheap and safe to drink. Liu Tianyun took the bottle and examined it. It was indeed dazzling, and the name of the medicine was even written on it. Wang Ju nodded and replied, the smell is quite unique, but why does it have no fluctuation of spiritual power? Xing Yi hesitated and then said, it's the most basic of cures. Senior sister, please let Xiao Yuan's senior sister drink it quickly. Liu Tianyun lifted Yun Yuanlan's face and poured the medicine into her mouth. Xing Yi rotated his arm and stepped forward. All right, everyone step aside. He stood in front of Yun Yuanlan and spoke a string of meaningless words. 1 is to invite the fox, 2 is to invite the chicken, 3 is to invite the snake, 4 is to invite the elder, 5 is to invite the judge, 6 is the words of the king of hell, and lastly, to invite the courtesan worm to stop being so wildly arrogant. Wang Dang glanced at him, thinking to himself, what nonsense is he spouting? Intentionally casting a spell. On the other side, Xing Yi kept circling around Yun Yuanlan, reciting something. Heaven and earth, 3 pure forms, the Tao is ever-changing. Heaven and earth, boundless, the universe borrows the law. The primordial yang enters the body. The 5 poisons disappear. The 9 yang pure gold form, transforming the primordial spirit technique. Evil spirits, retreat, vanish, vanish. The system couldn't hold back anymore and spoke up. Host, what are you doing with all these unnecessary steps? I've told you that using the reverse, yin-yang cycle of vitality is enough to save this person. Xing Yi narrowed his eyes, his face serious, and replied, what do you understand? If I just touched him and brought him back to life, it would be too sensational for the secular world. The more steps I take, the more confused they'll be. And that's when I'll be safe. Taking advantage of this, Xing Yi began to channel energy into Yun Yuanlan. The 3 of them observed. Wang Ju was the first to speak up. What? Xiao Yuan's vitality has really recovered. Wang Dang's face darkened, thinking, no, how could this be? What did he do? On the side of King Zhuan's Sect leader, he was also silently observing Xing Yi's actions. Dio Daihai nodded, sighing. No wonder he's called a mixed spiritual root. Even I can't learn this method just by watching. King Xuan stroked his decades-old beard, lost in thought, then said, Mom, that flashy medicine and the incantations he's reciting are quite unfamiliar to me. It's possible that he might obtain the ancient inheritance of that courtesan he mentioned in the end. Dio Dai Hai turned to look at King Xuan hesitantly. Sect leader, he has a method like this. Perhaps we can let him try. He shook his head slightly and replied, Let's observe for now. His cultivation is still low, and besides, this method seems to be very harmful to him. On the other side of the screen, Xing Yi's body trembled and weakened. He screamed, System, stop draining my spiritual energy. I'm about to be completely drained. The system immediately responded, Host, didn't you want me to help you appear as weak as possible? Xing Yi closed his eyes, already seeing his grandmother still waiting for him below. It's enough now, I feel like I'm too old. At this moment, Yun Yuan Lan had woken up. Liu Tian Yun excitedly rushed over. Xiao Yuan, you're awake. Yun Yuan Lan asked in confusion. Huh, senior sister, am I? Wang Dang. Her eyes widened, her body stiffened. It's impossible. The worm said there was still some left inside her. How could she be awake like this? A small insect crawled out near Yun Yuan Lan's ear. Xing Yi was surprised. The worm is coming out on its own. Is the life force in Xiao Yuan's body so strong that the worm can't digest it? Liu Tian Yun bent down to examine her briefly. Xiao Yuan, stay still. Xing Yi silently raised his hand behind her and pushed the worm back inside. Liu Tian Yun saw this, and her face immediately darkened. She angrily slapped Yun Yuan Lan's ear. Junior brother, what are you doing? The worm finally managed to get out, and yet you put it back in? Where did it go? Can't find it. Xing Yi didn't answer and turned to look at Yun Yuan Lan. Xiao Yuan senior sister, let me tell you a big secret about you. Yun Yuan Lan involuntarily whispered. While senior sister was taking a bath, you secretly stole senior sister's little head and added it to your collection. Liu Tian Yun immediately became furious and pinched her ear. So it was you. Yun Yuan Lan cried out. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Senior sister, I was wrong. At this moment, Xing Yi spoke up. Xiao Yuan senior sister, who tormented you before, or who poisoned you? Tell the truth. Yun Yuan Lan looked at Wang Deng, then slowly replied. It was Wang Deng's senior brother who ordered Liu Qing's senior sister to do it. He immediately jumped up and denied it. No, I didn't. She's lying. Xing Yi glared at him coldly and said, The poison is still inside her. Now, everything Xiao Yuan senior sister says is 100% true. Wang Deng, are you still refusing to admit to killing your own sect members? Wang Deng gritted his teeth. Fine, you like playing this game. If you want to die, we'll die together. Then he pointed at Yun Yuan Lan and loudly questioned. Then Xiao Yuan, you tell me, how are you so sure he's a zombie? Wang Deng secretly chuckled with pride, thinking, checkmate. Once she clarifies the situation, I'll see how you explain yourself. If you want to stop me or get the truth from the insect, then prove you're guilty. Yun Yuan Lan stared at him blankly, responding in confusion, Huh? Who said he's a zombie? He's just a fool who's obsessively infatuated with senior sister, like a devoted follower. Xing Yi behind them rolled his eyes. Wang Deng, furious, shouted, You didn't say that before. Yun Yuan Lan smiled and replied, Sorry, I was just teasing you before. What I'm saying now is the truth. Wang Deng, losing his temper, yelled, What are you joking about? I already spoke the truth to you earlier. The three people in front of him squinted their eyes and simultaneously said, Oh. Wang Deng collapsed, his body going limp, silently cursing to himself, I'm finished. At that moment, King Xuan appeared, and everyone in the room immediately greeted him respectfully, Sect leader. King Xuan narrowed his eyes and glanced at Wang Deng. All right, the truth is clear. Wang Deng, do you understand your crime? He trembled, stammering to explain. No, Sect leader, I. Before he could finish, Wang Ju rushed forward and slapped him hard. Turning to King Xuan, he clasped his hands and confessed, It's all my fault. His father passed away early, and I, being busy with Sect matters, only focused on raising his cultivation and neglected his moral education. If Sect leader wants to punish someone, then punish me as well. Wang Deng was slapped so hard that he fell to the ground. Sect leader glanced at Wang Deng, his voice stern. The sect has its own rules, Wang Ju. As the elder of the Hall of Law Enforcement, you should be wiser than this. Wang Ju bowed his head in silence. King Xuan continued. Wang Deng, Liu King has killed a fellow disciple. According to the sect's regulations, she should be sent to the penalty hall. Upon hearing this, Liu King's tears nearly spilled over, but she secretly felt relieved. Finally, it's over. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Deng staggered to his feet, pointing at her and cursing. You wretched woman. It's all because of you. You betrayed me, and now you'll pay with your life. Liu King's body collapsed to the floor, and as she died, fragments of memories slowly played in her mind. Liu King, you want to become an immortal, don't you? Yes, little brother, in the future, just leave the taxes in our village to me. You'll only need to pay half. Her younger brother sighed. Wow, that's great. The scene shifted to when she first entered the sect, hearing about a new disciple who came from the mountains. Haha, no wonder they're so shy. The next scene was of a rugged man. Hey, don't want any trouble in your village. Then come and cultivate with me. She trembled, retreating into the corner, watching the man in front of her. He had defeated the thug. The one who saved her was Wang Deng. He gently extended his hand. Junior sister, are you all right? Can you stand? Liu King trembled as she looked at the outstretched hand, thinking to herself, if I can find a foothold, I can secure a place in the sect, as long as I don't let my parents and younger sister, and the people in the village, endure hard times. I can do anything. In an instant, she resolutely grasped that hand. Xingyi stepped forward and took the limp hand. He frowned and said, the worm has destroyed her heart and vessels. I cannot save her, but I can keep her from dying so quickly. Do you have any further refusals? Before she fully closed her eyes, Liu King whispered, the things in my storage ring. Help me bring them to my sister. Tell her that when her sister becomes an immortal and flies to the heavens, she will not return. Tell her to take good care of our parents. Xingyi nodded slightly and replied, Mem, anything else? Liu King glanced at Xingyi's hand as he took her pulse and weakly said, if then, the one holding my arm were you, how wonderful that would be. With that, she shut her eyes and let go. Xingyi spoke up on his own. She purposely severed the transmission of life. Liu Tianyan pressed his lips and answered, she is probably finished saying what she wanted to say. On this side, Wang Deng's eyes were filled with madness. He laughed loudly, you wretch, what a fine death. I won't only kill you, your father, your mother, your sibling. I'll send people to kill them too. Xingyi slid on his gloves and stepped forward slowly. Wang Deng was stunned. A moment later, a searing blow landed on him. He looked up at Xingyi and sneered. Much weaker than before. Is this your real power? It neither hurts nor itches me. Xingyi's voice dropped as he looked at him. Wang Deng, who colluded with Zhisu to harm the majority of the outer disciples. Wang Deng stammered in terror, huh? What are you saying? Seconds later, his words corrected themselves. It was me. My grandfather helped me. Wang Ju, enraged at what he heard, rushed forward. You bastard! What are you saying? But before he could reach him, he was stopped by a barrier. King Xuan stood behind, his tone calm. Elder Wang Ju, let your grandson explain himself. Wang Deng covered his mouth in horror. What did I say? What's happening? His life force was draining. The worm had spoken the truth. Wang Deng's eyes widened as he tried to recall. Could it have been just now? But how would he know how to subdue the worm? Besides, the worm was still on Yun Yuan. Seeing him dazed, Xingyi leaned in, his gaze threatening. If you don't understand, stop trying to think. You'd better answer obediently. Why did you want to slaughter your fellow disciples? And why has Elder Wang Ju always been helping you? Under the influence of the parasitic worm, Wang Deng involuntarily spilled everything out. 4 or 5 years ago, I was captured by a demonic cultivator while on a mission for the sect. After he learned my true identity, he planned to use me to collect the souls of low-level cultivators. But in his heart, he was in conflict. Damn it, my body isn't obeying my commands anymore. Wang Deng's trembling voice still echoed steadily. First, he forced me to learn half of a cultivation technique called Gu King Art. This technique could rapidly increase my cultivation, but it required the blood of cultivators or else I would go insane. so I often targeted some outer disciples with no background to take action. I would hand them over to that demonic cultivator, who would take their souls and leave the blood for me to cultivate. I could only practice half of the technique, but that was enough to drive me mad. He continued. He promised that if I helped him collect the souls of 500 people, he would teach me the other half of the technique. Because some outer disciples had gone missing, someone reported it to the Hall of Law Enforcement. The deacon from the Hall of Law Enforcement discovered the connection to me and informed my grandfather. I told my grandfather the truth. He found that Gu King art was an ancient technique, and as long as I kept absorbing blood, there would be no other side effects. He quietly removed the members of the Hall of Law Enforcement who were investigating our matter. My grandfather and I went together to meet that demonic cultivator, after discovering that the demonic cultivator's strength was by no means inferior to the Supreme Elder, and that he truly possessed the remaining portion of the Gu King art. My grandfather agreed with my actions. As for the Hall of Law Enforcement's reaction to the missing disciple, that can be handled for now. At this point, Wang Dang's whole body went limp and he collapsed. Seeing this, Wang Ju cried out in alarm, "My boy!" Xing Yi stroked Wang Dang's head and said coolly, "He won't die. He's only lost a great deal of life force. I'll take Worm out immediately." King Swan narrowed his eyes at Wang Ju and said, "Wang Ju, I never imagined you would tolerate Wang Dang committing such high treason." He turned his head and explained, "Sect leader, those people are only outer sect disciples. They matter little either way. You've already seen how my nephew's strength has improved. He's only cultivated half of the first portion so far." King Zhuan's face darkened, and he thundered, "Enough. What difference is using the blood of the living to cultivate from that of a demonic, heretical sect?" Wang Ju still failed to grasp the severity and replied indifferently, "So what? Don't you see the current state of our sect? If the sect leader does not break through, the Azure Cloud sect will be destroyed at our hands." Xing Xuan narrowed his eyes, his face dark with anger. A single step forward could defy ritual, justice, and integrity. Doing so would be even worse than ruining it. Moreover, the one who could change his fate had already arrived, the King Zhuan sect leader. Not wasting any more time, directly instructed his men to escort old Wang and his grandson. King Zhuan stroked his beard, watching their retreating figures, and sighed deeply. "Ah, it is my fault. The elder in charge of the law and the disciple conspired with the demonic cultivator, and I failed to notice this matter. I must ask my young friend to handle it for me." Xing Yi replied solemnly, "It is my duty, and as a disciple, I must protect the honor of the sect." King Zhuan suddenly turned his head and handed him a jade token. "Right, this is for you." Xing Yi reached out curious, and King Zhuan explained, "It's the jade token of an inner sect disciple. Congratulations, Xing Yi, for officially joining the Azure Cloud sect." The system immediately notified. Complete the mission creation gate 800, number of reward, draws +1. Upon hearing this, Xing Yi felt secretly pleased, finally completing a task. He kept his composure on the outside and asked calmly, "Sect leader, how do you plan to deal with Elder Wang Ju? Will he also be sent to the penitentiary cave?" Old King pondered for a moment before answering. The penitentiary cave is only for disciples at the Golden Core stage or lower. Moreover, it is reserved for those whose crimes are not worthy of death. There is a very large chance of survival. They committed such a heinous crime, they must be sent to the sect's prison. Wait for the elder's judgment. The lightest punishment would be to cripple their cultivation. Xing Yi did not believe these words. He secretly transmitted his divine sense. In King Zhuan's mind at this moment, and moreover, Wang Ju knows about the little friend's spiritual root, so I cannot let him leave the prison. Xing Yi clasped his hands in gratitude and said, "Sect leader, you'd have worked hard." King Zhuan glanced at Liu Tianyun and gestured, "Liu Sheijai, you lead Xing Yi here to the scripture hall. Let the artifact hall choose cultivation techniques and artifacts for him." Yun Yuanlan hugged her chest, looking injured, and said, "I'm fine. Senior sister, you go ahead and take him. Even though I'm weak and can't stand up, I can still push myself in the wheelchair to Zhang Yangfeng." Xing Yi naturally understood. He smiled awkwardly. "You should stay and take care of your junior sister. Just tell me the location. I can go on my own." Yun Yuanlan turned her face away, secretly laughing. "Looks like you know how to be sensible. No need for me to go out of my way to keep your secret." Suddenly, a few hot scenes flashed in her mind. Come on, open your mouth. How could the bath water not be hot? She couldn't help but smile, the corners of her lips curling up. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to experience the world of two with senior sister. Suddenly, a space appeared, and Wang Guanzhao was tightly bound by the light, his limbs falling off. Xing Yi was somewhat startled, stammering. Sect leader, this is King Zhuan, explaining immediately. His beloved disciple has been harmed so terribly. If I don't restrain him, this person will risk his life against both of us, Wang Yu and me. As soon as the words ended, a soldier rushed past. Wang Guanzhou immediately rushed toward Yun Yuanlan. My disciple, you've worked hard. Your master won't let that bastard Wang Dang get away with it. Don't worry, your master will definitely take good care of you. Heal your spirit and the pain in your body. She was stunned, blurting out, "Huh?" Wang Guanzhou lifted the entire wheelchair, turned his head, and expressed his gratitude. This time, it's really thanks to my little friend. I owe you a favor. Yun Yuanlan was stunned, quickly stopping him. Wait. Xing Yi watched the strange scene and awkwardly replied, Master, you're being too polite. Wang Guanzhou didn't stay any longer, lifting Yun Yuanlan and running off. Let's go. Your master will take you to the alchemy room, she unwillingly screamed. Ah, no. King Xuan also waved and left right after. I've got things to do, bye. Liu Shijie, remember to take Xing Yi show you to tour the sect. After the tour, you two can go into the city to play. I feel like there will be a meteor shower tonight. The Lingu Mountain behind will open its doors for you both for a day. Very fitting for soaking in the spiritual spring while enjoying the beautiful scenery. Immediately, only two people remained in the room. Xing Yi and Liu Tianyun, she indifferently said. The sect leader talked a lot today. Xing Yi forced a smile. Ha, yeah. Liu Tianyun summoned her sword flyer and spoke. Let's go, I'll show you around the sect. He asked, somewhat surprised, do we really need to use a flying sword? Liu Tianyun nodded, replying, the cultivation techniques and spiritual energy sources are very far from here. He saw her take out a sleeping bag again, and with a forced smile, he said, I'm getting used to it. I don't need the sleeping bag. A cunning thought flashed through his mind, but if it were true, he'd definitely have to hold on to senior sister for a while. Xing Yi held two swords in his hands and helplessly asked, Senior sister, wouldn't this waste a lot of spiritual energy? This was a multi-layered sword control technique. Liu Tianyun coldly responded, Not at all. I originally thought it would be difficult to obtain evidence proving that Wang Dang and the enforcement department were colluding with demonic cultivators. I had planned to investigate it over a long period, but you solved it in a single day in the sect. Xing Yi raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect it to go this smoothly. I don't know why Wang Doi's friend decided to help. It turns out that the truth-telling spell is really quite useful. Liu Tianyun stared directly at him and replied, Isn't it because of your acting skills and Xiao Yuan's? It wasn't easy to drug him, was it? Xing Yi chuckled softly upon hearing that. So it was indeed noticed by senior sister, huh? Liu Tianyun looked at him and explained. Putting that thing into the storage space will cause a fluctuation in spiritual energy. But when you absorb the demon core and merge it, there's no fluctuation. So at that time, it looked like you were just stuffing the worm back in. But in reality, you were using the method of absorbing the demon core to move it. This way, you avoided the danger of revealing your identity and could use the worm to set up a plan against Wang Dang. After that, you just needed to cooperate silently with Xiao Yuan and pretend that the worm was still in her body. Although only someone at the golden core stage can transmit their divine sense through sound transmission, it is also possible to use spiritual energy in the fingertips to cause vibrations and mimic a voice. Because inside the ear, even if the spiritual energy is weak to the point where it's almost undetectable, it can still be heard clearly. Moreover, you were blocking from the outside. That's why we didn't notice it. At the moment when he pretended to stuff it back, the worm had already transmitted its divine sense into Yun Yuanlan's mind. Sister, later I'll ask you about it, so just pretend the worm is still inside you. Okay. Xing Yi said with a forced smile. Seems like I couldn't hide it from senior sister after all. Liu Tianyun pursed her lips and replied. Actually, I also wanted to participate in the battle, not just summarize things after the fight. He gave a bitter smile and hurriedly said. Next time, Next time for sure. Xing Yi raised his hand over the two swords, radiating an immense amount of spiritual energy that made him quietly scream in his heart. Senior sister, your emotional fluctuations are clearly reflected in the swords. After a moment of silence, Liu Tianyun spoke again. Did you learn Worm's technique from the ring of that demonic cultivator? Xing Yi nodded and replied, yeah, the Gu King art is in the ring. Some worms need to learn their original cultivation method. But to be honest with this kind of worm, you just need to subdue it. There's no need for any other control. Just learn the method of the spell. Liu Tianyun sighed in frustration. Ha! I thought I had been very thorough in my planning, but compared to junior brother, I'm still lacking. So the Gu King art must have many ways to control worms, huh? And yet, in a situation where I don't even know if it will be useful in this lifetime, junior brother has already learned it once. Xing Yi awkwardly smiled, thinking to himself, well, actually, it was the system that taught me. Liu Tianyun squinted and gazed into the distance. I've always felt that I owe you more and more. Xing Yi shamelessly replied, don't worry about it, don't worry. At worst, I can repay you with my body. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sword in his hand immediately shifted. Hey, senior sister, could you stop changing the flight formations of these two swords? She didn't answer, instead slowly said, I don't want to part from junior brother. Xing Yi was stunned. Ha! A building slowly appeared before them. Liu Tianyun then changed the subject. Speaking of techniques, you have the token now. Just go straight inside. Xing Yi stepped in, and the system suddenly spoke up. Host, this system has scanned once, and there are several cultivation techniques here that can fulfill the requirements of Task 1. Xing Yi stared blankly, recalling the main task. Cultivate a technique and gain at least 300 creation points. Upon success, a lottery draw would be granted. Failure would result in a halving of one's consciousness, with a 1-year time limit. He scoffed, disdainfully saying, cultivating just to increase points. Is that the only option? Don't you have any cultivation techniques, like this in the system shop? The system responded, system rules prohibit the purchase of task-related items from the shop. Xing Yi furrowed his brows, all these deceptive rules. He glanced again and added, right, there's no one else around here, so go ahead and draw for me. The system displayed, yes. A large gift box appeared, with an attached instruction. Unwrapping the ribbon would open the secret box. Xing Yi squinted, still trying to show off. I wonder if there's a trap inside. Thank you very much. The system replied angrily, the prize from the task draw is real. Xing Yi looked at the gift box. Well, that's better. As soon as the box opened, the system displayed, congratulations, you have received the system software, sound transmission software. Xing Yi narrowed his eyes. What's this? A notification popped up explaining the features. It can hide and block all sound transmission jade talismans and consciousness transmissions within an 800-meter radius, allowing for secondary edits before sending. It can record all the sound transmission jade sign signals within an 800-meter radius and supports simulating the sound of recorded signals. Xing Yi, feeling puzzled, thought to himself, oh my god, is this the cultivating immortality fake divine artifact? Xing Yi squinted his eyes and thought inwardly, this must be a feature of the system. I remember you modified Master Senior Sister's sound transmission before. The scene from that day resurfaced. The disciple quickly returned to the sect and explained, I can only accept modifications to the sound transmission jade sign when close to the host. It doesn't work with spiritual sense transmissions, nor does it have that many features. He stroked his chin and nodded, pretty good, I find this quite interesting. It's very versatile. Liu Tianyun, waiting outside, was slightly surprised when she saw him. So fast. Have you chosen your cultivation methods? Xing Yi threw out 3 cultivation methods. I chose these 3, 7-wound staff, divine spear art, and blood cycle technique. She took them and examined them. Why did you choose all these techniques with such severe side effects? Especially the divine spear art. It can change the form of the spiritual sense to attack the enemy, while it can cause significant damage through the C method. Each use will heavily injure the user's spiritual sense, rendering them unable to fight. It's a very useless technique. Xing Yi smiled reassuringly. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not sure I can learn it either. Just researching a little bit. Liu Tianyun didn't ask further, turning away to say, let's go. to the Spirit Key Pavilion. In her heart, she secretly thought, Junior brother is good at everything. Just has a tendency to like things a bit too extreme. Seeing Liu Tianyun take out 3 Kai detectors again, he immediately spoke up, Senior sister, suddenly I feel like a sleeping bag would be more comfortable. So Xing Yi once again curled up in the sleeping bag, taking the opportunity to open the system interface and tap away to do some research. The system immediately rang out, activating the blocking feature. Xing Yi happily exclaimed, "Oh, wow, it's already activated so quickly." On the screen, a few message lines appeared. Little sister, are you free? I heard there will be a meteor shower tonight. Daoist friend, what have you thought about? Has something happened to your senior brother Sect? Can you share some details with me? Xing Yi pursed his lips. How do I modify the content? The system immediately popped up, showing a dialog box. As soon as he clicked, 2 options appeared. Edit and send, or reply. Xing Yi chose to reply. Simulation. Little sister, are you free? I heard there will be a meteor shower tonight. Daoist friend, what have you thought about? Has something happened to your senior brother Sect? Can you share some details with me? Xing Yi excitedly thought to himself, this is so cool, I can even disguise myself to respond to the other person. On the other side, the man who had just sent the message smiled happily and said, Hi. Tonight we might be able to conquer junior sister Duok Tran. The person beside him squinted in dissatisfaction. Cut it out. Just because you have a girlfriend, does that make you all that? He turned his head, waving his hand to correct himself. No, I'm almost done with the Daoist partner. Oh my God, junior sister replied to me so quickly. A loud sound echoed. And I, Qin Shi Wang, collected the money. The display board jumped up with a pile of notifications from Xing Yi's side. Junior sister, what are you saying? Who is Qin Shi Wang? Is he threatening you? Qin Shi Wang, Daoist friend. We agreed beforehand not to inquire about identities. Moreover, I know your name, so there's no need for you to collect the money from me. Got it. When sending sound transmissions, I won't use your real name. If you really have insider information, then negotiating the price is easy. He laughed so hard that he almost choked. Haha, this is too much fun. Suddenly, another message popped up. King Swan must do everything in their power to protect that mixed cultivation root. Fulfill all his requests. Use all the resources of the sect to raise his cultivation. But before he reaches nascent soul stage, he must not be allowed to leave Azure Cloud Sect. Xing Yi was a bit curious, pouting. Who is this? Speaking like that, ordering the sect leader around. The system reminded again, and by clicking on the avatar, you could view the sender's information. Xing Yi immediately complied. King Wuji, extremely angry, his head vanished, deleting the record. King Swan must spare no effort to protect that mixed-up spiritual root. Whatever he asks for, satisfy him completely, using all the resources of the sect to elevate his cultivation. But before he reaches the nascent soul stage, he must not be allowed to leave the Azure Cloud Sect. Xing Yi looked up and asked Liu Tianyun, Senior sister, does our sect have a senior named King Wuji? She raised an eyebrow. Our supreme elder's name is King Wuji. Why? Xing Yi hesitated to ask. Ah, so shouldn't we go pay our respects to him? Liu Tianyun replied without turning around. The old man is in closed-door meditation, and unless it's something directly related to the sect's survival, he won't be coming out. Upon hearing this, he pressed his lips together, falling into deep thought. So that's why they used the jade pendant for communication. Closed-door meditation is fine. No way to trap me in here. I have to set it up as special attention. Any information sent to or from King Wuji must first pass through me. The system immediately displayed. The target was more than 800 meters away, and each message sent or received would cost 50 creation points. Xing Yi cursed silently. Damn it, there's an extra fee. Over here, Dio Hai Yi stood nearby, asking. So how is it, sect leader? Has there been any news from the Supreme Elder? King Swan hesitated before answering. Not yet. We still don't know the status of the old man. King Swan was a little surprised when the jade pendant vibrated. Oh, has there been a response? A voice immediately came from within. King Swan, the master of the mixed spiritual root, must be in a state of quantum superposition that cannot be observed, absorbing the chaos created by the fate of heaven and earth, and ultimately having to reflect the fate of heaven and earth without intentionally observing it. Any observation could be contaminated by karma, causing the quantum superposition to collapse in one direction. It has been proven that if one cannot reflect it, they will be devoured. Remember this well. King Xuan and Dio Daihai exchanged a blank look. King Xuan glanced at Dio Daihai, hesitant. The words of the Supreme Elder were somewhat profound. What does the Elder think? She hesitated before responding. I don't understand much about this quantum stuff. In short, what the Elder meant was that the sect leader should not interfere with anything related to Xingyi Jr. so as not to involve karma. King Xuan pondered and said, I didn't expect there would be so much to study about this mixed spiritual root. I'm glad I consulted with the Supreme Elder. I'll inform Elder Guanzhou later. Let's go. Dio Daihai nodded in agreement. Mem. The scene shifted to the spiritual energy hall of Azure Cloud Sect. Liu Tianyun spoke up to announce. Arriving. Xingyi couldn't help but think of the earlier news broadcast, wondering if he could outsmart the sect leader. Liu Tianyun let him in, proactively opened the door, and reminded, Junior brother, the spiritual artifacts and techniques here are similar, but you should only choose one item that suits you. Xingyi obediently replied, I understand. At that moment, a familiar voice from behind sounded. What a coincidence, I was about to visit Gai Sect's spiritual artifact hall, and then look for Tianyun to reminisce about the past. Liu Tianyun stepped forward and asked, Seventh Elder, these are the people behind you. This is Kai Lan, Azure Cloud Sect, Elder of Kai Hall, a mid-golden core. He casually responded, Is that so? The red-haired man arrogantly spoke up. My life-bound artifact was damaged during a battle with a level 2 Scarlet Flame Serpent, so I plan to get a new one. But the things our old sect members use, I don't care for. I want to see if the sect has anything more suitable. After all, our two sects are about to form an alliance. As he spoke, he stepped closer to Liu Tianyun, reaching his hand around behind her, attempting to embrace her while continuing. From now on, we'll all be one family. Xingyi, quick on his feet, moved forward and grabbed that restless hand, smiling. Greetings, family. The system immediately notified. Ting, creation energy, plus 24. He clenched his hand tightly around Xingyi's. Liu Tianyun, enraged, swung his hand forward, charging towards him. Xingyi quickly dodged to the side, forcing a smile. Apologies, Tianyun. I, the young master, don't like being touched by men. I'll cover the treatment cost for this junior brother. Xingyi quickly stepped in front of Liu Tianyun, speaking to him. No need, no need. It was my mistake. The red-haired boy looked at him with disdain, thinking, What? So he's just an idiot. Xingyi tilted his head, with an innocent and naive expression, mocking. It's because I don't understand the painful past of Dewe's friend. Surely, when you were young, you were touched by men a lot, so now you're easily triggered. The system beeped again. Creation energy plus 70. Upon hearing that, the red-haired boy's blood boiled. Do you want to die? Kai Lan immediately moved forward and grabbed the red-haired boy's shoulder. He whispered close to him. Sect Master, the matters of the sect are more important. He shook Kai Lan off with a cold snort. Hemph, I know. Let's go, pick the magic tools. I don't want to see that brat again when we're out. He then walked inside, with Kai Lan following. Before entering, Kai Lan kindly reminded them. You're here to pick magic tools to join the sect, right? Pick another day. Don't get involved in this mess. Liu Tianyun turned around, annoyed, and said, Let's go back to Zheng Yang Feng first. Xin Fan looked at her back and asked, Senior sister, who is that person? Liu Tianyun tilted her head and answered, He is the sect master of Myriad Phenomena Sect. Cheng Yan Xingyi gritted her teeth and muttered curses under her breath. Damn, how dare a person from an outer sect like him act so arrogantly here? Chen Yun sighed in exasperation and replied, Haha, that's because the overall strength of our sect right now is no match for Myriad Phenomena Sect. Xingyi tilted her head in confusion and asked, But Azure Cloud Sect is the #1 sect. Liu Tianyun then responded, That was 10 years ago. After the demon sword sealing incident, the combat strength of the elders in Azure Cloud Sect seriously weakened. Over a dozen nascent soul experts sacrificed themselves, and the Supreme Elder was severely injured. needing to go into seclusion for a long time. Wang Ding's father also lost his life in that incident. Xing Yi, a bit curious, asked, "What was the demon sword?" She turned her head and began to recount. "I wasn't in the sect at that time. But Master told me that a small sect discovered an ancient inheritance site where they found a demon sword. The sect leader touched the demon sword, and it changed the situation, slaughtering the entire sect and then starting to wipe out the entire city. The situation became more and more serious, and sects from all over sent people to suppress it. Since Azure Cloud Sect mainly practices swordsmanship, they were very interested in the demon sword, and they sent the most experts. But no one expected that the demon sword would be so terrifying. The sect leader was originally just at the golden core stage, but in the end, he displayed a terrifying power, even greater than that of the Ying Bian stage. Although they managed to successfully seal him, it came at an extremely high price. Since Azure Cloud Sect suffered the heaviest losses, the place where the demon sword is sealed is also located within Azure Cloud Sect. Xing Yi exclaimed in shock, "Ha! The demon sword is inside our sect." Liu Tianyun hesitated and asked, "Mom, do you want to go see it? Is it possible to visit?" She then explained, "The formation was set up by the most skilled experts of the Southern Sect 4 gates, and it's even more secure than the Great Protective Formation of Azure Cloud Sect. Opening it for visits is also for the disciples of the sect to understand the sword intent contained within and to motivate them to cultivate, improving their cultivation." Xing Yi gazed at her back, pursing his lips and silently thinking, would understanding the sword intent of the demon sword lead to cultivation madness? Liu Tianyun spoke again. "Coincidentally, the seal is located under the Spirit Pavilion artifact, and there's a teleportation formation over there." Xing Yi immediately followed up, "Then let's go check it out. Anyway, I'm free right now." The two of them stepped into the teleportation formation and arrived at the seal location. Xing Yi immediately exclaimed, "Wow, it's so hot." Liu Tianyun, leading the way, explained, "This sealing formation channels the energy of the magma from the Earth's core. If the energy of the Earth circuit here runs out, we'll change the location of the seal. If we use the spirit stones to supply energy, simply put, we won't be able to afford it. The seal is still some distance away. If we get too close, the teleportation array will malfunction." Suddenly, a notification sounded. "Ting. There's a message of special interest." Opening it, King Zhuan's message appeared. "I sincerely follow the Supreme Elder's wishes. But would it be possible to send someone who is unaware of this matter to guard the disciple with mixed spirit roots? After all, if we stay completely uninvolved, there could be unexpected consequences." Xing Yi felt slightly puzzled and thought to himself, "I have a Yin Fian pearl that thirsts for blood. What could possibly happen? Sending someone with me, it's more likely that I'll be exposed, and that would be an unexpected problem." The system screen displayed again. After all, if we stay completely uninvolved, there could be unexpected consequences. No need, just go with the flow. King Wuji simulation. He froze for a moment, and the system screen outside displayed block between U-Path 5 marked. Xing Yi grumbled inwardly, cursing, "Damn it, why does this blocking feature keep popping up out of nowhere?" 50,000 messages appeared in the next batch, and he immediately clicked to open them. Thousands of voice transmission messages echoed, and Xing Yi held his head and screamed, "It's so noisy, I'm going crazy." He suddenly froze. What is this? Why are all these messages blank with no content? Adjusting the multifunctional transmission sound, spirit consciousness, phonetics, and keyboard, Xing Yi clicked on the details section. The information displayed showed the sender and recipient, Chen Rongchu, a total of 60,896 messages. He frowned. The sender's name was Mazai K, who had sent several hundred messages in a short time. Xing Yi then thought to himself, "Does this guy owe money to loan sharks? Is he trying to blow up the immortal cultivator community with these messages?" He then asked, "Senior sister, do you know anyone named Chen Rongsu?" Liu Tianyun froze for a moment, tilting her head in surprise. "Huh, Chen Rong? The sect leader who once touched the demon sword? He froze up when he did. You're asking about him." She then looked at Xing Yi with curiosity. "You don't know the demon sword story, but you know this name." He scratched his head, forcing a smile to cover up. because after turning into a zombie, my memory got a bit muddled. Then Xing Yi asked again, so what happened to Chen Rongshu afterward? Liu Tianyun shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, his soul was shattered. Upon hearing that, he swallowed nervously. He pondered for a moment, rubbing his chin. What's going on? Why would someone crazily send blank transmission messages to a dead person? Xing Yi looked back at the system screen, thinking to himself, I remember that after saving, I should be able to locate the position of both the sender and the receiver. Got it. I need to check who is sending these messages. Send the simulation, the positioning guide, the display system, and start the target definition instructions. Now start guiding you to go straight for 20 meters, then turn right at the junction. After a while, continue straight along the path ahead, paying attention to the steps under your feet. Xin Fan's face turned pale, and he secretly panicked. Wait a minute. Why does this direction guide look exactly like the one Senior Sister is following? Couldn't it be that person is also touring the demon sword? Soon after, the two of them reached the deepest part of the area. Liu Tianyun said, We've arrived. The fight in the middle of the lava lake ahead is the demon sword. Xing Yi looked around, thinking to himself, could it be? The system immediately spoke up to confirm. The target has been marked for you. This guidance session is now complete. Seeing him in a daze, Liu Tianyun spoke up. The sword energy of the demon sword has been completely sealed by the formation. Junior brother can comprehend the sword intent within the range that your body can withstand. Xing Yi snapped back to his senses and replied, yes. He stepped forward, squinting at the sword, thinking to himself, System, what's going on here? Could there be something related to Old Wang beneath the demon sword? The system immediately responded. It doesn't follow the software's definition. The one sending the messages is the demon sword itself. Xing Yi frowned. How can a sword send messages? The system immediately explained. To be precise, it's not an audio message. It's just that the structure and the transmission of sound are too close, which is why the system software blocked it. He pursed his lips, feeling a headache, and thought to himself, what does this mean? The system continued. The principle of the sound-transmitting jade pendant is actually to convert sound through the jade pendant into a spiritual energy wave that can travel long distances, and then bring it back to the other end of the jade pendant. He frowned and replied, Doesn't this sound like a phone? The system continued. This sword uses the sword body as the function of the jade pendant, turning the sword demon's consciousness into a spiritual energy wave to transmit. Xing Yi was confused. He looked at the sword and wondered, what's the point of this? Furthermore, doesn't the sealing formation prevent it? How has no one noticed? The system answered uncertainly. It might be used to send a distress signal. This formation targets demonic energy and prevents outsiders from approaching. If it's designed to block spiritual energy waves, the transmission of sound within a 100-mile radius would be affected. Spiritual energy waves in the cultivating immortality world are like air. As long as a cultivator is active, they will naturally generate them. No one pays attention, and no one could have imagined that a demon sword could transmit messages. After hearing this, Xing Yi wearily rubbed his head and said to Liu Tianyun, Senior Sister, I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable. I want to rest for a while. She was a bit hard to understand, but still responded, Okay. Liu Tianyun turned her head away, thinking to herself, It seems that comprehending sword intent is still too early for junior brother. Stop being foolish. I don't want him to get caught up in this. Why would I want him to become stronger like that? At Zhengyang Feng, Liu Tianyun left him behind. Before you move the sound for me, I'll go to junior sister's place first. Xing Yi obediently replied, Mem. The sound of the door closing echoed, and at this moment, the system curiously asked, Host, why did you deliberately send senior sister away? Xing Yi opened the system again and responded, I just want to check on the message receiver. Is that difficult to understand? He lowered his head, tapping something while muttering, There's no way to hide this demon sword. Ignoring it is not a good idea. I can't explain it to senior sister or the sect elders, or else the simulation of the Supreme Elder's response might get exposed. A moment later, a notification rang out. Targeting Chen Rong, choose Jade Pendant transmission, beginning to guide you. Total distance approximately 15 kilometers. Xing Yi sighed in relief. Luckily, It's not far. I'll go check the situation first. As soon as his front foot left, Dio Dai Hai appeared, reporting. Sect leader Xing Yi's Jr., having left the sect without permission, caused the door to King Zhuan's room to slightly open. He stepped out, squinting as he looked at Dio Dai Hai. I told you not to observe him. She hesitated, but King Zhuan stepped back into her room and shut the door with a warning glance. There's no but about it. Don't you trust the Supreme Elder? Dio Dai Hai lowered her head and replied in a soft voice. I don't dare. King Zhuan left her with one final remark. Let it be. Don't interfere with anything regarding the mixed spirit roots. Without another word, she slammed the door shut. Scene shifts to the outskirts of King Shan. Ming Yi, holding a hoe, dug into a deep hole. He furrowed his brow and muttered in frustration. Why does it have to be buried so deep? Are we digging for earth rats to call for help? The hoe struck something hard. Xing Yi's eyes brightened, and a piece of jade emerged. He was overjoyed. I found it. Xing Yi picked up the jade and examined it. It was an ordinary communication jade pendant. Immediately, the system displayed a message. Refined creation, plus 65. A wave of dark energy appeared on the jade. The demonic aura surrounded Xing Yi, and he cried out in pain. The system urgently warned that he had been hit with a powerful demonic force from the jade. After a moment, Xing Yi's whole body radiated a sense of frustration as he muttered, I truly regret this. I'm so angry. The system heard this and became even more panicked. It's over. It's over. The demonic energy could severely dry out the extreme negative emotions of humans. Host, please hang in there. A moment later, his eyes rolled back, his face covered in veins as he screamed. Why on earth did I come to this wilderness at midnight to dig up a broken jade pendant? Isn't it better to go stargazing with senior sister instead? The system fell silent. Xing Yi's shouting echoed once more. My hands are itching. I want to touch the keyboard. I want to engage passionately with people on some blog, some book, some music channel. The system mumbled helplessly. It seems like the effect on the corpse is limited. After shouting, he regained his composure, looked at the jade pendant, and muttered, Damn it, why does this jade pendant also have demonic energy? He immediately opened the appraisal. The system displayed the surface appraisal of the jade pendant filled with demonic energy. A more in-depth appraisal showed. Please upgrade the appraisal function. 500 million to activate the creation power. Xing Yi angrily cursed. Damn iron dog system, adding a whole bunch of extra fees. He clenched the jade tightly, trembling with rage. Upgrade it for me. The system quickly responded to calm him down. Host, can you not get angry in such a strange place? It makes you sound like a madman. The system proceeded rapidly with the upgrade, and it was successfully completed. The specific information displayed. Spirit Sword Demon Sword, asleep, celestial extreme rank, 66-89 years old, currently sleeping due to incomplete soul integrity at 48%. After reading, he became enraged. Huh? Why is there the Spirit Sword Demon Sword in this jade pendant? The system finally realized. I understand now. The Spirit Sword Demon Sword doesn't emit a kind of spiritual sense. It's actually emitting from itself. Xing Yi narrowed his eyes. What? The system continued to explain. This sword divided its soul into countless parts, using the method of transmitting sound into the jade pendant, then integrating it. In this way, it eliminated the demon sword and used this jade pendant as a new host to escape from trouble. He was slightly startled and exclaimed, What? Is something like this even possible? At Yun Yuanlan's place, senior sister, would you like to go stargazing together tonight? Liu Tianyun immediately declined. Sorry, I have something to do tonight. Wang Guanzhou seized the opportunity to suggest. Your master might. Yun Yuanlan lay down, showing a disgusted expression, and turned her head away. I'm so sleepy, suddenly feel like going to sleep. The next morning, Zheng Yangfeng. Wang Guanzhou swallowed nervously, secretly thinking, what's going on here? On Liu Tianyun's side, resentment was radiating, while the system continued. In theory, it's possible, but the actual operation has too many variables. The demon sword and this jade pendant have certainly undergone a special transformation, one that can turn the soul into waves of spiritual energy that are emitted outward, and then restore them onto the pendant. It is also certain that this isn't the first time it's been this impressive. Xingyi gazed at the jade pendant and muttered, "So, if I destroy this pendant now, the demon sword will be done for, right?" After analyzing, the system responded, "Not necessarily. There is still 52% of the divine soul left, but this divine soul is not a spiritual consciousness, so the recovery will be slow. Given its supreme quality, it will take at least several hundred years to fully recover." Xingyi stroked his chin thoughtfully. "What if I use the sound editing tool to simulate the demon sword and send a message to this jade pendant? What would happen then?" The system directly replied, "How would you know if you don't try?" Xingyi immediately opened the system screen and grinned slyly. "I knew you'd say that." The system angrily retorted, "Is that so? Spirit Sword Junior brother." After sending the message, he pouted and muttered, "As expected." No reaction at all. The system bluntly stated, "That demon sword has been sending messages continuously for 10 years, with tens of billions of messages. You only sent one, so how could you expect a response?" Xingyi suddenly had an epiphany and nodded. "Right, if you want to do it, you should take the extreme test." He immediately spoke, "Book of 3 Lives, Sword of Conquest of the Water Decay." Xingyi buys the book, successfully conquering the system with an incomprehensible star purchase. "Host, why did you buy this novel?" Xingyi narrowed his eyes, scanned the text, and transmitted it for editing, sending a voice transmission to me. In this way, every message contained the content of a novel. Click Culpit 999 parts, Conqueror Star's creation, plus 1824. As the system's voice faded, Xingyi rolled his eyes, his head crashing to the ground as he fainted. In his dream, someone came to buy melons. "Is this melon ripe? I'm selling fruit. Can you sell me a brain melon instead?" The person patted several melon heads, growling, "I'm asking you, is this melon ripe or not?" Xingyi clutched his head, sitting up angrily and shouting, "Stop patting. My head's going to break." He looked around in confusion. "Huh? Why am I back here?" The system then surfaced to explain. "Senior sister brought you back. Host, you've been unconscious for a week." He was startled and exclaimed, "Huh? Why was I unconscious?" The system immediately explained and corrected the transmission, using the host's soul to simulate messages, sending a message that left no trace. The system itself did not sense anything, but the host sent content equivalent to 999.99 novels, which instantly drained the host's soul. Under the influence of the Yin-Fian Pearl, the soul was restored and used to send more messages. Throughout this week, the host's soul was repeatedly drained over 5,000 times. At that moment, the system said, "Are you there, Spirit Sword Junior brother?" Having just copied and failed to conquer 9999, the system's strength was once again exhausted, and it lay down, exhausted. "Destroy it. You should rest for a while." Then it continued, "I want to terminate the process, but I found that the host's soul was being replenished by the Spirit Sword soul." Xingyi was confused. "Huh?" The system continued, "Originally, this should have been impossible. The difference between your soul and spirit swords is vast, but for some reason, the host can manage it. So, the system is also curious about what will happen in the end." Shin Fan stepped down from the bed, his tone indifferent. "You deceive me. You use me as a test subject. So what happens next? What will happen to Spirit Sword? Senior sister didn't touch that demonic jade pendant, did she?" The system responded again, "I have stored the jade pendant in the system space. Spirit Sword has been supplemented with the divine soul, just like in the system space." Upon hearing this, he opened the space. "Hey, come look for me." A red ball of spiritual energy appeared, pouting and complaining. "What is Spirit Sword, demon? Let me explain it. Big brother, the fact that you supplemented my divine soul today is already showing me respect. I can even come here because I'm giving you face." Xingyi widened his eyes and asked, "What is this?" The system hesitated before answering. It must have reacted to the 999 conquest books. That thing is irritated and starting to scold the young one, telling him not to be arrogant. The door suddenly opened, and Yun Yuan Lan walked in, asking curiously, "Little junior brother, you're awake. Who are you talking to?" He forced a smile and answered, "I was just talking to myself. How's senior sister Chao Yuan doing? Is she feeling better?" She frowned slightly, her tone scolding. I'm fine, but you were unconscious and fell into a deep pit in the middle of nowhere. Didn't senior sister find you and think you were eaten by wild beasts? Xing Yi immediately stepped forward to reassure her. It was just an unexpected incident. Where's senior sister? Yun Yuanlan immediately replied. Senior sister is the one representing our disciples to attend the conference with the Myriad Phenomena Sect. He asked in confusion. Huh? What conference? Switch to the meeting room, said the gentleman. This conference is mainly to discuss the allocation of the iron ore mine between our two sects. Since we intend to form an alliance, we must maximize our own benefits. That man is from the Myriad Phenomena Sect, an inner sect deacon. Zhe Fei, at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Zhe Fei turned to Cheng Yan and asked, a week ago, the young master visited the spiritual energy veins of the Azure Cloud Sect, didn't he? How did you find them? Cheng Yan replied bluntly, showing no restraint. Not great. Much worse than the Myriad Phenomena Sect. Immediately, another man snapped, insolent. Everyone here is your elder. Watch your words. He was from the Myriad Phenomena Sect, sent Master Zhen Lai, at the late nascent soul stage. Cheng Yan shrugged. Father, I'm just telling the truth. Last week, I made an appointment with the 7th Elder of the Azure Cloud Sect. Since both our sects are gathered here today, why not have a joint session to forge some magic tools? Wang Guanzhou narrowed his eyes in displeasure and glanced at the others. Today's agenda is to decide the distribution of the iron ore mine. Why are you turning it into a tool forging competition? Cheng Yan sneered and said, the allocation of the iron ore mine is primarily for weapon forging between our sects. Since we aim to form an alliance, it only makes sense to divide the resources according to each sect's refining capabilities. Only then can we achieve the greatest benefit. Zhe Fei waited for him to finish speaking, then interjected. Of course, this doesn't mean that whoever gets the most will monopolize the mineral veins. Our two sects still have to refine the corresponding number of magical tools based on the meteorite ore they control, then distribute them to the disciples within the sect. Wang Guanzhou tapped his fingers on the table, glanced at him, and said, so doesn't that mean the more one is allocated, the more effort they have to put in? Zhe Fei smiled and replied calmly, naturally. But if the magical tools refined by my sect are distributed to the disciples of Gai Sect, the disciples of Gai Sect must complete the tasks assigned by Myriad Phenomena Sect. Likewise, the reverse applies. Wang Guanzhou rested his chin on his hand and sneered. Haha, really good at calculating. Zhe Fei maintained his amiable expression and responded, oh no, not at all. It's just that this way, the alliance will be able to bring the greatest benefits. At this point, Liu Tianyun spoke up. How exactly will the competition for refining the magical tools be carried out, and how will the mineral ore be distributed? Zhe Fei explained. It's like this. My sect has 5 mineral veins, and Gai Sect has 6. Each sect will select the most skilled person in artifact refining, which could be one person or several. Each person will have 2 hours to refine 11 magical tools using the same materials. Afterward, the tools will compete against each other, and the mineral ore will be distributed according to the win-loss ratio. Wang Guanzhou asked again. So if you don't win any matches, that mineral mine will belong to us entirely, right? Zhe Fei nodded and replied bluntly, yes. Hearing that, Wang Guanzhou patted Kai Lan on the shoulder and smiled. 7th Elder, it's thanks to you. Make sure you beat them, okay. Kai Lan fell silent, her face heavy with gloom. King Xuan waved his hand to open up a space and said, all right, our arena has been prepared. We can move over there. Liu Tianyun had just risen when the sound transmission jade within her warmed. She took the jade, stepped forward, and said, Sect leader, young Xing Yi would also like to go and have a look. Cut to Azure Cloud Sect, main spirit hall. Liu Tianyun led Xing Yi forward. Cheng Yan cast a mocking glance and said, Sister Tianyun, this junior brother seems pretty close to you. Huh? He sticks to you wherever you go. Xing Yi, with no trace of reserve, took Tianyun's hand while raising a chain in the other. An admirer is he. If you don't have anyone following you, I can follow you too. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 88th gate of the star regulator manifested. Cheng Yan was so furious his eyes rolled white, and his head flared with murderous intent. I'll kill you. He had barely taken 2 steps when Zhen Lai's glance swept over him, causing his whole body to go rigid. Xing Zhuan quickly spoke up to mediate, saying that the friction between the disciples should wait until after this competition is over. Zhen Li frowned and shot a glance at his son. Yaner, don't cause trouble. Cheng Yan returned to his position, his eyes cold. Brat, just wait. You're going to regret this. Kai Lan stepped forward and introduced, on sect leader's side, there are 4 alchemy elders from our sect, and with me, that makes a total of 5 people. All of us are alchemists capable of using Dan fire. We have prepared all the materials and furnaces, so I wonder when the alchemy master from Gai sect will arrive. Judgy Fei smiled and explained, he's usually not in the sect, likes to travel around, but I talked to him about this alchemy competition a week ago, and he received the news. He must have been delayed by something. Wang Guanzhu glanced at them disdainfully. What? Your sect only sent 1 person? Judgy Fei caught the mocking tone and replied, we wanted to send all our alchemists, but he refused. Wang Guanzhu gritted his teeth and sneered, ha, how arrogant. If you want to offer up mineral deposits, just say so directly, don't beat around the bush. At that moment, an old man with white hair and beard appeared. Apologies, I was crafting a magic artifact for the Nirvana Hall, so I arrived a bit late. Wang Guanzhou glanced at the person who spoke, his pupils shrinking. When did this old man arrive? The old sect leader lifted his eyelids, quietly assessing the spatial abilities of the nascent soul stage. Kai Lan looked down at the elderly man who had just entered, somewhat surprised. This was something she had never heard of, myriad phenomena sect having another nascent soul stage refiner. Judgy Fei maintained his calm and polite demeanor as he explained, Old Lin enjoys traveling and rarely returns to the sect, which is why few people know him. Kai Lan froze for a moment, muttering, Lin, could it be Senior Lin Jia Yuan, the master refiner? The old man turned his head and responded, oh, you know me? Kai Lan's cheeks flushed bright red, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, greetings, Senior. I have read and studied everything about your refining techniques, which is why I chose to follow this path. Wang Guanzhou immediately rushed over, delivering a sharp kick to Kai Lan's back. Elder 7 angrily turned around and scolded, Wang Guanzhou, what do you think you're doing? Wang Guanzhou clenched his fists, suppressing his anger, and said, entering like this and already speaking so reverently, do you still need to take the exam? Upon hearing this, someone couldn't help but speak up, saying, Old Lin is someone who can forge Earth-grade magical weapons. Elder 7 is the highest ranking among us, and we can only forge Swan-grade high-quality items. How can we compare? Wang Guanzhou turned to point at Lin Jiayuan, speaking in a harsh tone. Don't say things that will discourage us. Can he really forge several magical artifacts by himself in just 2 hours? You should be better than him, right? The group of elders returned to their indifferent posture, sighing. Haze, I just hope that's the case. Xing Yi tilted his head and quietly asked, Senior sister, could it be that their external support has nothing to do with their sect? Cheng Yan also overheard, sneering and glancing at him. Ignorant. Old Lin was already an honorary elder of Myriad Phenomena Sect decades ago. He just didn't want to cause trouble for the sect, so he kept it low profile. Can't win and now looking for excuses? Tian Yun, your junior brother is just like that. Xing Yi pouted and extended his hand. Hey, let's shake hands. Cheng Yan jumped up, shouting, damn you. The system displayed. Spiritual refinement, plus 53. Zhen Lai couldn't hold back any longer, stepping forward to knock him on the head, reminding, be quiet, don't disturb old Lin's forging. Meanwhile, Lin Jiayuan had started forging. Xing Yi looked outside and sighed, doesn't the nascent soul need a furnace to forge magical artifacts? Liu Tianyun explained, this must be a special flame he absorbed. The heat doesn't dissipate at all. Even the best quality furnaces can't do that. She sighed in frustration. This is going to be troublesome. Xing Yi narrowed his eyes at her and said calmly, losing isn't really a big deal, is it? Their sect has such a skilled artifact refiner. Having their mine help us with refining wouldn't be a bad thing at all. Liu Tianyun turned to leave and signaled him to follow. It's not as simple as you think. Come outside with me for a moment. As soon as they stepped out, Xing Yi asked, what's wrong, senior sister? Liu Tianyun lifted her gaze to him and spoke slowly. This matter concerns the interests of the sect, so I won't go into details with you. I'll only talk about what's related to you, junior brother. Our sect's mineral vein is connected to a cave dwelling belonging to a demonic cultivator. Leaving aside whether they might notice the problem there or not, once that mining area falls under the control of the myriad phenomena sect, junior brother, it will be almost impossible for you to move freely within it. Hearing this, you replied indifferently. Then we just need to win one match and take that mineral vein, right? Liu Tianyun gently shook her head. The distribution will be decided by drawing lots among the winners. If our sect wins too few matches, it'll be hard for us to draw that particular one. Xingyi frowned. So even if the myriad phenomena sect only wins a single match, they still have a chance to draw that mineral vein. She nodded. Mammon. Xingyi lowered his head in silence. Seeing this, Liu Tianyun spoke again. Junior brother, whatever you need to do it before the mine is handed over. Only then did he raise his head, his eyes resolute. Senior sister, just to be safe, I won't let them win a single match, she exclaimed in astonishment. Ha! Scene shift. Wang Guanzhu glared and shouted loudly. What? You brat want to join in too? Then he cautiously held Xingyi's shoulders tightly. Stop messing around. Do you know this is about the division of benefits between two sects? Losing this time means losing a mineral vein. They'll even sell you off. He suddenly paused, seriously stroked his chin. Wait, no, selling you off might actually be enough compensation. In his heart, he thought to himself. After all, the spiritual root is mixed. King Xuan suddenly stroked his beard and cleared his throat twice. Xingyi, young friend, you're still so young. Yet you understand the art of refining. Xingyi tilted his head, his expression serious as he corrected himself. It's similar to medical arts, I understand a bit. Both Liu Tianyun and King Xuan darkened their faces. King Xuan took the initiative to speak. Then let's do it this way. After all, everyone has 2 hours to refine qi, so you can observe first. If you feel the grade of the item you refine can surpass that of the elders, then go ahead and try. Liu Tianyun ran over and shook Wang Guanzhu's arm. Then let's go with what the sect leader said. Seeing this scene, Sheng Yan's disgust was even more apparent. Do you think this is some kind of toy? If you can refine a high-level magic weapon, I'll take my own head off for you. Sheng Yi snapped back. Then there's no need. Just shave your head bald and entertain everyone instead. Cheng Yan gritted his teeth and spat out something foolish. At that very moment, 4 different orbs appeared in the middle of the hall. Wang Guanzhou squinted, his face filled with astonishment. Is that real? He can split the fire into 11 points and forge artifacts of different shapes all at once. Zhen Lai laughed arrogantly, lifting his chin as he spoke. Haha, it seems old Lin's years of wandering outside have made his forging skills even more extraordinary and unfathomable. Beside him, Cheng Yan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. That's way too powerful. Meanwhile, Elder Lai's hand suddenly trembled. His forging failed. Wang Guanzhou grew irritated and snapped. How did Elder Lai mess that up? Elder Lai covered his mouth, coughing violently. Then he turned his head and forced a bitter smile. The opponent is a veteran senior. The pressure is truly overwhelming. Wang Guanzhou immediately grabbed him like lifting a chick. Take a rest. Don't stay here and shake everyone's confidence. Just then, Xingyi stepped forward and asked politely if this senior could show the juniors how to use a forging furnace. Cheng Yan burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Haha, doesn't even know how to use a furnace but dares to compete with old Lin. Zhen Lei's face darkened. He waved his hand downward and muttered in a low tone, just loud enough for his son to hear. I told you already. Keep quiet. Elder Lai glanced confusedly at King Zhuan and asked, Sect leader, who is this person? He immediately introduced solemnly. This is a newly joined inner disciple. If it is interested, Elder Lai, you should teach it. Elder Lai nodded, stepped forward carefully, and began guiding. Here's how it is. Without the pill fire, you need to channel your spiritual power to ignite the fire first. Xingyi nodded repeatedly and answered. Got it. Liu Tianyun narrowed his eyes, feeling helpless inwardly. What is junior brother trying to do now? This kind of artifact refining can't be learned in just one morning. An hour later, the furnace by Kai Lan's side lit up. Wang Guanzhou, holding the new weapon, exclaimed in joy. It's a success. King Xuan was a bit surprised, muttering, "This stream of spiritual energy is indeed of the mid-grade mystic realm." Wang Guanzhou walked over, patted Kai Lan on the shoulder, and smiled with squinted eyes. "Well done, Elder Sen. It hasn't even been an hour yet. Go ahead and refine another one." Suddenly, a beam of light shone from that spot, and 5 treasure items hovered high above. Lin Jiayuan spoke up. "I've finished refining as well. It's been a while since I used the fire-splitting technique. A bit unfamiliar now." Kai Lan's face showed shock, trembling. How? How is this possible? 11 items, all of them are top-tier mystic realm, and weapons in different forms. Meanwhile, the 3 furnaces by King Zhuan's side all failed in refining the metal. Wang Guanzhou saw this and got furious, shouting, "What's going on? You've ruined everything." The man immediately scratched his head and awkwardly said, "Sorry, Senior Lin's power is too great. It affected the inscription on the final talisman." Helpless, old Wang sighed in frustration. "Ah, well, losing is losing, but losing a mining pit and gaining a Kai refiner teacher isn't a bad deal." A loud slap echoed through the air, and the one who struck was Lin Jiayuan. Liu Tianyun quickly ran over, anxiously calling out, "Master!" Wang Guanzhou groaned, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lin Jiayuan's face darkened as he explained, "This disrespectful junior dares to compare me to a mining pit." King Xuan hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. "Senior, please calm down. Elder Guanzhou's mouth runs faster than his brain. He didn't mean it that way." Lin Jiayuan snorted coldly. "Humph, he's spoken rudely to me before, but I've always tolerated it." King Xuan tilted his head, speaking sternly. "Wang Guanzhou, aren't you going to apologize to Senior?" Wang Guanzhou lowered his head. "Senior Lin, I was wrong. I spoke without thinking." Lin Jiayuan was still dissatisfied and said in a deep voice, "Kneel and kowtow 3 times, and I will let this matter go." Wang Guanzhou gritted his teeth and clutched his chest. King Xuan couldn't hold back anymore and spoke up, "Don't make this worse than it has to be." Hearing this, Lin Jiayuan's gaze turned sharp as he warned, "You don't have to kneel if you don't want to. But from now on, any magic weapons from Sect will have nothing to do with me. Don't expect me to teach any techniques to the K refiner of Sect either." Kai Lan immediately raised his hand, offering, "I'll kneel in his place." Wang Guanzhou stepped up and angrily shoved the old man away. "It's none of your business." He lowered his head, his tone full of apology. "All right then, this habit of mine always causes trouble for the sect. Let this be a lesson this time." Just as Wang Guanzhou was about to kneel, a surge of spiritual power stopped him. He turned to the side, bewildered, sect leader. The old sect leader squinted and said, "Elder Guanzhou, although this sect leader always prioritizes the sect's interests above all else, there are some matters that cannot be weighed by profit. Remember, Tian Yun of Azure Cloud Sect is Tian Yun of Tian Yun Chi Jai. Even if poor, we'd never bow our heads before interests." Hearing that, Wang Guanzhou was moved to tears. However, before he could stay touched for even 3 seconds, King Xuan added softly, "The sect's losses will be deducted from your stipend." Wang Guanzhou's face darkened. "You're still making me kneel." Lin Jiayuan laughed coldly at those words. "Good, very good. So many people have kowtowed to me, begging me to take action, but I refuse. I hope your sect's disciples, when without spiritual weapons, can still stand as resolute as this." Suddenly, a sound echoed. It was Xing Yi, who awkwardly smiled. "Ah, it's a bit hard to control the fire." Kai Lan leaned in, curious, and asked, "What are you doing?" Xing Yi glanced at him and chuckled. "The competition to refine spiritual weapons hasn't ended yet. I just wanted to give it a try." Kai Lan wearily reminded, "Stop fooling around. Senior Lin has cultivated 11 top-tier mystical realm items." Xing Yi replied without hesitation, "He's not a senior, just a petty old man with a little bit of skill." The system immediately notified, "Spirit Mastery, plus 106. Zenlai couldn't hold back and struck, "You disrespectful brat." Lin Jiayuan also grew angry, impudent junior. Xing Yi managed to block Zhenlai's attack, but couldn't stop Lin Jiayuan's. The leader of King Zhuan's sect widened his eyes in concern. "This is bad. It's an attack on the consciousness." Xing Yi was confused as spiritual energy invaded his consciousness. Old Lin snorted angrily, "You little brat, I'll shake up your consciousness." Before the spiritual energy could do anything, it was knocked away. Meanwhile, Lin Jiayuan spat out a mouthful of blood, causing everyone to exclaim in alarm. "Old Lin!" Zhen Lai rushed forward. "Old Lin, what's wrong with you?" Lin Jiayuan coughed weakly and said, "No, I'm fine." King Xuan also came over to ask Xing Yi, "Young friend, aren't you all right?" He calmly replied, "I'm fine." "What happened?" Lin Jiayuan sighed inwardly as he observed. What kind of monster is this brat? Clearly, the consciousness was only at the level of refining Kai. What exactly happened to his soul for it to become so terrifying? Xing Xuan looked at the two people across from her, her voice firm. Sect Master, Lin Jiayuan's disciple, is currently participating in the competition. If you continue to interfere, the matter of allocating the mining resources ends here. Zhen Lai narrowed his eyes. King Xuan, don't be so overly serious. Are you suggesting he should compete with old Lin? Lin Jiayuan turned his back, snorting coldly. "Humph, if they want to bring shame upon themselves, fine. Let the Sect Master record it with the image stone. Then let everyone in the world see that Azure Cloud Sect has become a joke." Kai Lan turned to ask Xing Yi, "What kind of magical weapon do you plan to forge?" Without hesitation, he answered, "The 7 great divine weapons." Cheng Yan helped old Lin sit down, sneering, "Ha, this is clearly a deliberate scam. I've been immersed in the Tao of Qi for 8 years, and never heard of the 7 great divine weapons. Old Lin, this brat is truly insane. We'll see how he embarrasses his sect in front of everyone." Kai Lan observed for a moment, thinking to himself, "Huh, what kind of magical weapon is this? Why does it have so many components? Its stability seems quite concerning." Xing Yi smiled and nodded. "All right, the base form is complete." Hearing this, Kai Lan was momentarily stunned and then spoke up. "Wait a moment, little friend, there are still many impurities in the meteorite. You've only used fire and earth alongside the furnace. It needs to be refined at least 10 more times." Xing Yi gave him a direct glance and responded, "I'm only forging 1 magical weapon." The time was longer than that old man. If he wins, it would be truly humiliating. Kai Lan's face turned pale at this thought. Lin Jiayuan was so angry that he trembled, grinding his teeth. "Little brat." Cheng Yan hurriedly tried to soothe him. "Old Lin, calm down. They want to force us to kill that bastard so they can protect the mine." Xing Yi stared intently at the furnace. Liu Tianyun, observing his focused demeanor, thought to himself, "The final step is engraving the patterns." Engraving patterns is the most difficult part of forging magic weapons, as it determines whether the weapon's spiritual energy will circulate smoothly and whether it can draw on the power of heaven and earth to amplify its strength. There are numerous types of patterns to engrave and countless ways to combine them, but even the slightest mistake can significantly reduce the quality of the magic weapon. Normally, people would first enlarge the inscription on the furnace, then wrap it with spiritual awareness, gradually shrinking it, and finally engraving the characters onto the magic weapon inside the furnace. Junior brother is so confident. Surely his patterns must be extraordinary, right? With this thought, she turned to see the inscription on the product, Xing Yi. Kai Lan, of course, also noticed and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Xing Yi, confused, asked, "What's wrong?" The bald elder said, "This is the final step of engraving the patterns." Kai Lan replied, "Engraving patterns? What are you talking about? You're just engraving the blacksmith's signature." Xing Yi asked again, "Isn't carving a pattern the same as carving characters?" Cheng Yan burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Haha, I can't anymore. This is just too extraordinary." Lin Jiayuan sneered, stood up, and walked away, thinking it was a waste of time. At that moment, Xing Yi used the controller to summon the finished product, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy radiated from it. Seeing this, Lam was astonished and thought to himself, "How could this be? Why does carelessly carving characters produce such a surge of magical power? This isn't right. It doesn't feel like the kind of energy that comes from a magic artifact. Can't you sense the level of the artifact?" Xing Yi narrowed his eyes, holding the chair in his hand, and looked at Lin Jiayuan. "Old man, where are you going? You want to forfeit the match." Liu Tianyun's face darkened. Lin Jiayuan shot him a disdainful glance and said, You're asking for humiliation. At that moment, one of the swords under control attacked him. The crowd gasped in alarm. Be careful. Xing Yi, with the folding chair in hand, slammed it down, crushing it. The onlookers, witnessing this, exclaimed in disbelief. What? Kai Lan, holding the magical weapon, spoke in a trembling voice. What? How is this possible? With just one move, he shattered a top-tier mystical artifact. Xing Yi asked again, does this count as a win? Kai Lan glanced at the folding chair, his mouth hanging open, silently thinking, is this folding chair a boundary artifact? Wang Guanzhou also excitedly rushed forward, shaking. Xing Yi, why can your brat folding chair break a top-grade mystic weapon? It should at least be an earth-grade weapon. The weapons your master uses are all top-grade mystic weapons. Yet you managed to forge an earth-grade folding chair. What a waste of resources. Cheng Yan, unable to accept the reality, started blaming others. He had cheated. Even if the weapon was a higher grade, the one controlling it was old Lin, a nascent soul cultivator. How could it possibly be shattered? Zhen Lai, standing beside him, spoke up. This is a test of magical weapons, not a martial arts competition. The rule is that you can only use the lowest level of spiritual power to control the weapon. Cheng Yan pointed at Xing Yi, raising his voice in dissatisfaction. How can someone with such chaotic methods forge an earth-grade weapon? He looked at Cheng Yan with a friendly reminder. You remember to shave your head clean. Hearing this, Cheng Yan was so furious that he spat blood. The system then issued another notification. Suspicious points detected, having the reward for this creation. Lin Jiayuan laughed heartily, somewhat intrigued. Ha ha, I never expected the Azure Cloud Sect to have such a master of weapon forging like you, selling dog meat while hanging up a goat's head. The sect leader of the Azure Cloud Sect really set up a clever trick to make this old man underestimate him. King Swan, with the pot being dropped on his head, turned pale, waving his hands. It's not me. I didn't do it. Lin Jiayuan turned to look at Xing Yi again, his voice cold and harsh. Brat, don't get too cocky. I still have one more hour of refining technique left. He glanced at his array of magic treasures before waving his hand. Flames erupted, engulfing the magical items. The onlookers were confused and murmured. Does Senior Lin want to melt down the remaining 10 high-grade mystical weapons into a single one? Someone beside them commented. But doing so will destroy the inscriptions on the magical weapons. Lin Jiayuan clasped his hands together and murmured. Spirit flame technique. Kai Lan looked up, muttering to himself. This is a secret technique that burns one's essence blood to enhance spiritual awareness. But it also has severe side effects. It will cause irreversible damage to the body and even affect lifespan and foundational strength. Who is this inner disciple? How can he force Mr. Lin into such a state? At that moment, the magical weapons had been melted down by the flames. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Heavens, he actually removed and reassembled the inscriptions carved on the magical weapons. This requires an immense amount of spiritual awareness and fine control. Lin Jiayuan made another motion to unify the items. A golden light radiated out, and the fluctuation of spiritual energy was overwhelming. Kai Lan, stunned, muttered, Oh, the power when the Kai has been refined. This is a high-grade Earth realm technique. Lin Jiayuan smirked, chuckling triumphantly. Haha, brat, I really should thank you, for you have completely awakened my fighting spirit. This is the first time in my life I've crafted a top-tier territorial weapon. What do you think? Impressive, huh? Do you understand the saying, there's always a higher mountain now? Xing Yi coldly cracked his neck, then grabbed the folding chair and swung it down with a loud crash. The noise was unbearable. The old man's system immediately displayed spiritual energy creation. 88. Lin Jiayuan froze for a moment. The next second, he directly collapsed, unconscious. Jia Jifei hurriedly caught old Lin. Cheng Yan rolled his eyes, his tone filled with shock. Incredible, one strike broke a top-tier territorial weapon. Could that folding chair be from the heavenly realms? The folding chair in Xing Yi's hand began to crack, and then he too completely fainted. Liu Tianyun and King Xuan shouted in unison. Junior brother, King Xuan, quickly check. The soul has been severely damaged. It's irreparably flawed. Wang Guanzhou was astonished. What? Lin Jiayuan had regained his composure and explained, I understand now. No wonder his soul power is so unusual. It turns out he used the long-lost soul-sending technique to forge the weapon. King Zhuan looked up at him. Soul-sending to forge a weapon. Lin Jiayuan immediately explained. This method involves refining one's own soul into a weapon to replace the patterns, specifically targeting the attack patterns on the opponent's weapon. Once the patterns carved on the weapon are destroyed, no matter how high the level of the weapon is, it will not withstand a single strike. However, using this method to destroy the opponent's weapon will cause the soul of the forger to collapse. Originally, this weapon forging method required a unique soul physique. Every time one uses the forged weapon to destroy the opponent's weapon, it is equivalent to destroying the soul of the forger. The losses outweigh the gains, so gradually this method was lost to time. Zhe Fei nodded after listening. Clever plan. He knows that I am the only weapon forger of the Myriad Phenomena Sect. He doesn't hesitate to sacrifice himself to provoke Old Lin, and make Old Lin use a curse to burn his soul, leading to massive soul depletion. Old Lin can't forge weapons at the moment, but you still have 5 people on your side. Wang Guanzhou stared at them, sneering, Who told you to be so confident? Only bringing 1 weapon master. Lin Jiayuan nodded, Fine. We concede. You can divide the results based on your 10 wins and 1 draw. Zhenlai stepped forward, feeling somewhat unwilling. Old Lin, about this. Lin Jiayuan raised an eyebrow and said, What? He sacrificed a special soul to win. If this type of soul is carefully nurtured, it will certainly become a Kai-refining master surpassing me. Unfortunately, there are those with narrow views. A spatial gate immediately opened, causing the members of the Myriad Phenomena Sect to be stunned. King Zhuan waved his hand, ordering them to leave, saying, Take your time and leave without further farewells. Zhe Fei smiled gently and responded, Then we will not trouble you any longer. Tomorrow, we will come by to proceed with the mineral mine transaction. Once the entire Myriad Phenomena Sect had departed, King Zhuan turned to Xing Yi and scolded, Foolish, truly foolish. I didn't expect you to have such a special soul. Why would you sever your own future and potential for a few small mines? Suddenly, Xing Yi shot up from his seat. Wang Guanzhou gasped in surprise. Huh? You're awake? Xing Yi immediately stood up and began to dance. The sect leader of King Zhuan then explained, His soul is damaged. He has become senseless now. Wang Guanzhou hesitated and asked, Is there no way to cure it? King Zhuan turned to leave and replied, High-level pills could heal the soul, but even if we were to sell our sect, we couldn't afford them. Liu Shiji, take him back to rest. He has become like this because of the sect. Even if we can't heal him, we cannot treat him unfairly. Meanwhile, Kailan quickly pulled Xing Yi away from the furnace. You can't go in there. Liu Tianyun heard the command, nodded, and replied, Yes. Scene change. Zheng Yang Feng went to take a bath. Yun Yuanlan glanced at Liu Tianyun and said, Senior sister, find a junior brother to bathe him. Qin Yun pursed her lips. He's a zombie. You know that, right? Yun Yuanlan, after hearing this, made up her mind and picked up a towel, stepping forward. Then let me do it, so you don't have to dirty your hands. When she arrived, her eyes immediately lowered. Yun Yuanlan frowned and yelled, No, it's too disgusting. I have to go wash my eyes. Liu Tianyun stepped forward, glancing at Xing Yi, who had been exposed. Looks like it's just me left. Junior brother, are you still pretending? Xing Yi continued to act clueless, muttering some meaningless words. Liu Tianyun touched the towel, hesitating. Or does junior brother need some stimulation to regain his consciousness? Xing Yi's face turned red, his eyes wide with shock. In the next moment, the towel dropped, and he hurriedly shut his eyes tightly, shouting, No, when you all helped me take my clothes off, I had already regained consciousness. Senior sister, quickly put your clothes back on. Be careful not to catch a cold. He opened his eyes and froze. Huh. Xing Yi's face darkened as he muttered, There's still another set. Why is senior sister messing with me like this? Liu Tianyun tilted her head and said, I never said I wasn't wearing anything underneath. Xing Yi, hearing this, asked seriously, Then if I continue to pretend, how would senior sister react? Liu Tianyun drew out the knife, her gaze sharp and cold. I will take off this outfit, and if junior brother reacts inappropriately, I will lose a junior brother and gain a junior sister. Xing Yi recoiled, shouting, Senior sister, don't be so scary. Liu Tianyun turned around, leaving a single sentence behind. Put your clothes back on. I'll wait for you outside. The system kindly reminded. Quick, put the necklace on. The spirit sword demon can't handle the dispersed killing intent. The spirit sword demon crossed his arms, speaking with irritation. Ah, it's been a long time since I've had such pure killing intent. Brother, I'm tens of thousands of years older than you, so you can call me Xing brother. He didn't respond, dressing and then asking, System, what's going on? Why did I faint? The system replied, It's because you tried to combine all the magical items from the storage ring of that demonic cultivator into a broken folding chair for yourself. Xing Yi, upon hearing this, quickly corrected. What broken folding chair? That is called a Ji Jing, one of the top 7 weapons. The system answered again. It's just that the quality of your folding chair is so poor that even using the system's function to integrate high-level magical items barely managed to make it a lower-grade Earth realm item. He suddenly realized and turned to the spirit sword demon. I remember now. After breaking the mysterious realm magical item to deal with the high-grade sword of the upper realm, I had no choice but to integrate the spirit sword demon technique into it, causing the folding chair to overload. It was angry, its fur bristling, and had already told me to call it Xing brother. Recalling that moment, it continued. Just when the chair was about to break, I smashed the jar and used it to strike the sword. After that, I broke it as well. The system nodded and responded. That's correct. Your chair broke when it collided with the sword, but your subconscious mind registered that 52% of the spirit sword demon's soul belonged to you and wrapped it around the folding chair. So, it was equivalent to you using your own soul to refine a high-grade Earth-class magic sword. Hearing this, Xing Yi's mouth fell open, murmuring in regret. What? Didn't I separate those souls? The system explained again. Yes, but that portion of the soul still maintains contact with your main body. When that old man with the nascent soul entered your consciousness, your soul summoned the power of the spirit sword demon. Similarly, when the spirit sword demon was damaged, it used your soul to compensate for the loss. 2 souls in constant contact, borrowing from each other, giving and taking. He stared at the spirit sword demon, deep in thought. I still can't use this sword recklessly. Otherwise, if I keep fighting, I'll become an idiot. The spirit sword demon helplessly explained. Brother, you're fine as long as you only use my soul portion. He asked with some doubt. Really? The system spoke up, confirming. Indeed, it will just release the demonic aura, causing the host to become a righteous sect enemy. Spirit Sword Demon excitedly patted his chest. Big brother here will guide you into the demonic path. There's a bright future ahead. Xing Yi bluntly refused. No need, I'll consider it when I turn dark someday. The system's mechanical voice rang out again. Though this spiritual sword couldn't be used on the magical artifact, before the issue of the demonic talisman and thunder tribulation was resolved, it could be refined into a spiritual weapon for the host as a temporary transition. At that moment, Liu Tianyun's voice came from outside. Junior brother, are you okay? Xing Yi hurriedly replied, I'll be out in a moment. As he opened the door and stepped out, he asked, By the way, senior sister, how did you know I was pretending to be dumb? Liu Tianyun answered nonchalantly, When I found you in that desolate place, your soul was empty. Wasn't it already recovering well? Xing Yi forced a smile. Oh, I see. He then asked seriously, What happened after I passed out? What's your conclusion? Liu Tianyun immediately took out the recording stone and said, I recorded it with the stone. Here, take a look. 15 minutes later, Xing Yi forced a smile again, thinking to himself, Well, that's convenient. I was still trying to figure out how to explain. This old man already concluded I was using soul transmission to refine ki. Thanks for his imagination. Liu Tianyun saw this and asked, What are your plans for the future, junior brother? He scratched his head, hesitated, and replied, The higher-ups of the sect are paying too much attention to me, and I'm under a lot of pressure. Also, if Murian Phenomena Sect finds out I've recovered, they'll definitely cause trouble because of my psychological instability. I'll just maintain the status quo and pretend to be a cheerful fool. Liu Tianyun nodded. What if the sect leader tries to probe your soul? Xing Yi snapped his fingers, his face full of confidence, and said, "Don't worry, I have a way to keep things from being exposed." He then silently spoke to the spirit sword demon. "When the time comes, Xing brother, you'll have to hurt yourself a little." The demon squinted and responded unhappily, "You can't do that, at least not yet." Xing Yi suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Right, I'd already dealt with that troublesome Wang Dang. How about senior sister asks the sect to send me out for treatment and recovery? Isn't traveling on the sect's expense better?" Liu Tianyun nodded. "That's exactly what I wanted to say." Hearing this, Xing Yi eagerly asked, "Senior sister, you want to go on a trip with me? Just say the word, and we'll go, right?" She responded coldly, "No, I'm talking about Wang Dang. 4 days ago, while you were still unconscious, he and Elder Wang Ju were both killed." Xing Yi froze. "What? They were imprisoned in the dungeons. How could they have been killed?" Liu Tianyun crossed his arms and slowly explained. Their bodies were originally infected with the life and death parasitic worms, similar to Liu King. Someone is controlling the worms from a distance, causing their deaths. Xing Yi, a bit curious, asked, "Who did this?" Liu Tianyun lightly shook his head. "I don't know. Higher-ups are investigating. Those from the Hall of Law Enforcement and anyone closely associated with Wang Dang are the prime suspects." He stroked his chin and lowered his eyes in deep thought. "But I've already used the worm to question Wang Dang, so he probably doesn't have any accomplices." Liu Tianyun's gaze suddenly turned cold as he uncertainly said, "Perhaps it was because of the way Junior Brother phrased the question. Back then, you asked who was colluding with the demonic cultivator to harm a large number of our fellow disciples. But it's possible someone didn't harm the disciples directly, but rather helped the demonic cultivator elsewhere." Xing Yi slapped his head, cursing in frustration. "Damn it, I should have just asked him how many accomplices that demonic cultivator had." Liu Tianyun gently shook his head. "This isn't your fault. For now, we'll leave it to the higher-ups to handle." His eyes suddenly brightened, and he cheerfully asked, "Does this mean we can discuss using public funds for a trip now?" She looked at him and explained, "Our sect is about to form an alliance with the Myriad Phenomena sect. As a senior sister, there are many things I need to handle personally, so I can't leave for the time being." Xing Yi turned away, his manners sorrowful and busy, fumbling about for a while with a touch of reverence. Liu Tianyun looked at him helplessly, then shifted the scene. Xing Yi held the secret manual on spiritual root artifacts, soaking his feet while reading and nodding in approval. So it turns out that a magic weapon can become a pseudo-spiritual artifact through this method, and afterward be absorbed by its own spirit to increase the weight of its attributes. For example, if one possesses both fire and earth spiritual roots, it's best to break through levels in the usual way. One should find a place abundant in fire and earth spiritual energy, matching the weight of one's own fire and earth roots. If the difference isn't too great, a soul-absorbing formation can be used to balance them. However, if the gap in spiritual power is too wide, the formation won't be able to equalize it. In that case, a spiritual root artifact can be used. If you're refining a fire attribute magic weapon, you can increase the weight of the fire root and then, combine with a soul absorption formation, achieve equilibrium. Hearing him speak, the system couldn't help but interrupt. But with this method, the increased weight won't last long. It will quickly dissipate. Xing Yi rolled his eyes in frustration. "Then isn't that useless for me?" The system replied no, because of the host's unique constitution. The spiritual root artifact can exhibit extraordinary effects on the host. He was slightly astonished, his eyes widening as he blurted out, "What?" Xing Yi snapped the book shut and asked, puzzled, "What does it mean for the superfunction to take effect on someone?" This secret volume only described how to convert explosive Kai into pseudo-spiritual energy that could be absorbed by a spiritual root. It said nothing about real weapons. The system immediately explained, "The conditions for spirit ki to form are extremely harsh. All spirit ki are at least celestial grade. No fool would use them as a spiritual root." Xing Fan narrowed his eyes and asked, "So why do you call me that fool?" It replied, "The host is different. Right now you severely lack self-protection. Without a spiritual root you cannot absorb spirit ki, cannot cultivate techniques, and will be forever stuck at Kai refining level 5. Although you cannot die, If a high-level cultivator discovers your secret, you will be better off dead. He pressed his lips together and asked, if I refine it, how long can the spiritual root be maintained? Spirit Sword Demon looked at him and spoke up. Little brother, I am Spirit Sword Demon. Make me your spiritual root. Do you intend to become a demonic cultivator? Xing Yi raised an eyelid and said to the system, he just spoke. It answered at once. You only need to refine and transform 52% of his body to belong to you, and based on previous experience, no matter how the host's soul changes form, it can still maintain contact with the original soul. Although the host's soul will disperse, calculations show its recovery rate is still far faster than its rate of dispersion. Xing Yi stroked his chin, nodding in admiration. Wonderful. As expected. Only I can make use of it. At this moment, the Spirit Sword Demon spoke up. Brother, where is the jade pendant that you once left in my care? Take all of your divine soul, I will fall into a deep sleep, and you can return inside the jade pendant. Xing Yi took out the jade pendant, pondering. It seems that your original body has noticed something. After you left, it seems you didn't send any messages anymore. But don't worry. After you fall asleep, I'll use the same method to make up for it. The Spirit Sword Demon grabbed the pendant, stared at it for a moment, then crushed it with his bare hands. Xing Yi, confused, stood up abruptly. What are you doing? The Spirit Sword Demon curled his lips and explained. Brother, even though you make up for me, I still feel like my mind is in chaos, like I'm not myself. If you have such power, why not help Big Brother and rescue the rest of my soul trapped in the sealed magic sword? Upon hearing this, Xing Yi pointed at him, his tone softening. Good night, soul. The Spirit Sword Demon, unable to control himself, slapped his own face in frustration, roaring angrily. Why? How can you still control me? Xing Yi continued to control the body, pulling its beak to one side. He twisted his wrist, and the two red rings gradually separated. The Spirit Sword Demon, unwilling to accept this, screamed, no. After a while, the Spirit Sword Demon and a part of Xing Yi's original body were separated. He glanced at the Spirit Sword Demon, his voice cold. Don't think I haven't noticed that you've secretly assimilated my soul. But unfortunately, my soul is a bit special. I can easily restore the parts you've assimilated. I didn't do it right away because I wanted to see what you would do. At this moment, the system spoke up. When will the host begin to refine the spirit root? Xing Yi responded directly. Now, of course. The longer we wait, the more dreams will trouble us. The scene shifts to the Myriad Phenomena Sect, in the conference hall. Zhenlai sat in the chair of authority, pointing at Lin Jiayuan, proudly saying, with old Lin's return from his travels, the influence of Myriad Phenomena Sect can now increase by another level. Another man spoke up. Whether that's true or not can be discussed later. But today, I heard that your sect leader went to Azure Cloud Sect and lost 5 minds in one go. Is it time for Ling Ji to disband? He was from Myriad Phenomena Sect, Great Elder Ling Ji, Zhu Fu, at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Lin Jiayuan glanced at him and sneered. Zhu Fu, are you blaming me now? You've seen the recording of the refining key competition yourself. If it were you, could you have won the soul-sending refining key contest? Zhu Fu rolled his eyes, his tone laden with meaning. I cannot win, but to ensure safety, I have selected 10 of our sect's elder weapon masters, and asked them to go with you to Azure Cloud Sect. It is unknown who they are, but perhaps one person will be enough. Lin Jiayuan was so angry that he choked on his words. At this point, Zhenlai immediately spoke up to interrupt. All right, both elders, please don't be angry. Although our sect has lost all its mineral veins this time, the agreement clearly states that they must take on the entire responsibility for our weapon forging. Zhu Fu squinted and shot a glance at Zhenlai. But we haven't completed the mission for Azure Cloud Sect. In truth, we are working for them. Zhu Fi smiled and reassured them. We will definitely complete the task, but by then, they will not provide enough magical weapons, and will have to pay twice the value of the weapons and spirit stones. With Azure Cloud Sect's strength continually declining, forging magical weapons for our cultivators will become impossible. At that point, they will beg us to take back the mineral veins or requisition our weapon masters, and the power to negotiate will shift to us. Furthermore, They have lost a disciple with a unique soul type who can use the soul-sending method to forge weapons. Hearing that, Lin Jiayuan also felt relieved and said, "The soul demon can stand at the peak of the sword Tao. If he were still alive, Azure Cloud Sect would be able to consume these dozen or so mining veins. But unfortunately, I have already destroyed him, turning him into an idiot. If Zhu Fu had brought along a dozen of his men, that child wouldn't have fought with me by sending his soul to refine Qi. If we take the mine and allow this child to develop, within 10 years, Azure Cloud Sect would be able to suppress us simply by forging weapons." Zhu Fu crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Jia Jifi then smiled, lightening the atmosphere. This time, Senior Lin truly demonstrated foresight, helping us eliminate a potential threat. Lin Jiayuan immediately shot a glance, implying, "I'm not as shallow as some people, only thinking of immediate benefits." Suddenly, someone came in to report, and Jia Jifei exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Zhen Lai curiously spoke up. "What's going on, Deacon Jia?" Jia Jifi began recounting. "Sect leader, the people from Azure Cloud Sect have sent word that someone is breaking through their sword intent, causing a celestial phenomenon." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" Lin Jiayuan's gaze went vacant as he muttered, "Breaking through sword intent is much harder than breaking through cultivation, and it can even cause celestial phenomena. Could it be that King Wujie has exited seclusion?" Jia Jifei took out a stone, raised it, and said, "This is a memory stone. If he sends something back, we'll know right away." An image appeared, and the elders in the room stared in astonishment. My goodness, the sword intent taking form. This isn't King Wuji, he's very young. Why haven't we heard of such a genius sword cultivator from the Azure Cloud Sect? Lin Jiayuan's eyes reddened, his voice trembling. How could this be? Why is it this brat? Scene transition to Azure Cloud Sect. Zheng Yang Feng. Xing Yi's system voice sounded, "Perfect mastery of creation." Level 968. He rolled his eyes in frustration, cursing, "System, you tricked me. Why would harmonizing with the spiritual root cause such a massive fluctuation?" Hearing this, the system explained, "No one has ever truly merged with their spiritual root using actual spiritual energy. What the host used is a sword spirit formed by his own soul. This is the most perfect fusion yet. Since the creation of spiritual roots, such a phenomenon has never occurred before. It's not surprising." Xing Yi cursed in anger, "Damn it, you should have warned me first." The Azure Cloud Sect elders gathered around, still in shock, exclaiming, "A celestial phenomenon. The sword intent taking form. This only appears in ancient texts. But what kind of terrifying swordsmanship is this?" Xing Xuan looked towards Xing Yi and laughed heartily. "This young friend truly breaks old norms and has created a new rule. Heaven is helping our Azure Cloud Sect." Lu Tianyun, due to the commotion, pouted and complained. "Junior brother promised to play the fool, but you're being way too arrogant." At Myriad Phenomena Sect, Zhu Fu pointed at the image and questioned, "Isn't that the brat who competed with you? Lin Jiayuan, explain to me how this fool could produce a breakthrough in sword intent." Zhen Lai slammed the table and stood up, recalling. At that time, only the Azure Cloud Sect leader came forward for the inspection, stating that his soul had been severely injured. I couldn't confirm it myself. Jia Jifi, rarely dejected, stammered, "We've been tricked. King Xuan fabricated the story of a genius disciple falling from grace, then made us happy and went along with the charade, when in fact, they were all just acting from the very start." Zhu Fu angrily pointed and shouted, "Compensate them for all the mining veins, and then give them a genius refining spirit. Lin Jiayuan, is this what you meant by foresight?" Lin Jiayuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Jia Jifi hurried over to old Lin. The old man clenched his teeth in anger, his eyes filled with fury. "You damned beast, I will make sure you and the Azure Cloud Sect pay for this." Scene shift to the inner sect of Myriad Phenomena Sect. A girl leaned in and spoke. "Brother, what are you doing?" "She's the daughter of Sect Master Zhen, a true Foundation establishment talent." "Why did you shave your head?" Cheng Yan, with his shiny bald head, answered frankly, "I lost the bet to someone." Hearing this, Cheng Xin said, "I remember you once said you only bet with people weaker than you. And if you lose, you can just beat them up. Cheng Yan covered his mouth and coughed. He rubbed his bald head, tilted his head, and explained, "He's weaker than me, but I admire him a lot. He was willing to sacrifice his life to protect what he cares about. Consider it as offering my hair to a worthy opponent." Cheng Xin hesitated and asked, "Are you talking about the guy who used soul transmission to refine weapons and beat old Lin?" He shrugged and replied, "Yeah, that's him. His soul was damaged, so now he's become a fool." She then said, "But I heard he was faking it, just to trick father and old Lin into happily handing over the mineral veins." Cheng Yan was stunned and rushed forward. "What? Who told you that?" Cheng Xin, with a blank look in her eyes, honestly answered Deacon Jia, and Deacon Jia also said that he's a once-in-a-thousand-years genius of swordsmanship. Earlier, his breakthrough in sword intent caused a celestial phenomenon. Old Lin was so furious after realizing he'd been tricked that he spat blood. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yan's whole body went limp and he collapsed. His eyes rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth. Cheng Xin, terrified, screamed, "Brother, right now Jia Ji is coming. Miss, Sect Master is looking for you." Cheng Xin pointed hesitantly at Cheng Yan, who was lying on the ground. "Him, that's him." Elder Jia smiled reassuringly. "It's all right, the young Sect Master must already be used to this." Cheng Xin tilted her head in confusion. "Huh." Outside, Zhen Lai was already waiting. Cheng Xin walked up and spoke. "Father, Deacon Jia said you wanted to see me." He tilted his head slightly, glanced at her, and said, "Sinner, something's happened to the Wangs. You look surprised." He continued, "According to King Zhuan, her grandfather took her out for training, and they ran into a demonic cultivator. Although they managed to kill him, both of them were struck by the demonic cultivator's poison weapon and lost their lives." Cheng Xin refused to accept it and asked again, "Have you confirmed the bodies of the three of them, father?" Zhen Lai nodded, tears rolling down his cheeks. Cheng Xin lowered her head, her voice trembling. "Is that so?" Seeing her like that, Zhen Lai's tone softened. "I truly didn't realize how deep your feelings for Wang Deng were." Cheng Xin wiped her tears away and asked again, "Was there another reason you wanted to see me, father?" He immediately got to the point. "Though the Wangs are gone, to ensure the alliance between us and the Azure Cloud Sect remains stable, I have chosen someone even more suitable for you." Cheng Xin obediently replied, "Yes, father." Zhen Lei frowned slightly. "Aren't you going to ask who it is?" Cheng Xin lowered her eyes and answered softly, "I'll follow your arrangements, father." He sighed, "All right, you can leave now." Cheng Xin nodded and left. "Yes, sir." Jia Fei waited outside, watching her figure with pursed lips. The old man entered and immediately asked, "Sect Master, what did the young lady say?" Zhen Lai spoke somewhat irritably. "She doesn't even care who the other party is." She agreed, but after the incident 10 years ago, it's as if her soul has been lost. He tilted his head and instructed, "Deacon Jia, if Sinner has agreed, you can share the next steps now. I don't think it's wise to offend Lin Jiayuan for that brat." Jia Fei nodded and replied, "Old Lin owes Sect Master a favor, which is why he agreed to become an elder of Myriad Phenomena Sect. The 2-year term is almost up. As for the talented sword and weapon cultivator from Azure Cloud Sect, his potential is limitless. Moreover, I found out that he only joined Azure Cloud Sect half a month ago and doesn't have any deep ties to them. He doesn't possess great talent, nor is he particularly intelligent." Zhen Lai narrowed his eyes, skeptical. "Is that really possible?" Jia Fei continued, "If he were smart, he would have chosen to continue pretending to be a fool and let Azure Cloud Sect nurture his strength in silence. Perhaps King Zhuan was planning to tell him this, but he didn't listen. The King Zhuan Sect leader didn't enter seclusion to meditate, but instead broke through the sword intent in front of everyone. He was young, eager to tell old Lin that I had played him and avenged the slap to the face of his master, Wang Guanzhou. The kind of foolish youth with no schemes at all is the easiest to control." The scene shifted to a room with a hole punched in the roof. Liu Tianyun crossed her arms, her tone questioning. "Junior brother, I need an explanation." Xing Yi began to act again, no longer pretending. He was revealing his hand now. In truth, he was a swordsmanship master. She froze, recalling that junior brother had never used a weapon. Could it be? The image of Xing Yi appeared. I don't use a sword. Using a sword inevitably means killing someone. Thinking this, Liu Tianyun suggested, how about we spar a bit with sword techniques? Xing Yi nodded in agreement. Sure, but I don't have a sword. Liu Tianyun then handed over her sword, saying, use mine. Xing Yi coldly took the blade, the back of his hand cut by the edge. Blood spurting out, making him cry out in pain. It hurts. Xing Yi bent down to pick up the sword, awkwardly justifying himself. Just a slip-up, a slip-up. He picked up the sword again, his posture now confident. This is to help senior sister expand her understanding of the unity of sword and person. Liu Tianyun poked at the sword, and it immediately fell from Xing Yi's hand. She blinked, thinking to herself, really weak. Xing Yi, frustrated, yelled inwardly. What's going on with the system? My sword intent has broken through, so why does it feel like nothing when I pick up the sword? The system hesitated. Could it be that the host hasn't learned any sword techniques yet? Hearing this, he turned to look at Liu Tianyun. That's right, senior sister. Our hardware is sufficient now, but the software hasn't been installed yet. Please teach me the most basic sword technique. She was momentarily taken aback, then quickly pulled out a book and handed it to him. This is the Tianyun sword technique. Although it's the most basic, it still takes 3 to 5 years to master, even just the fundamentals. Xing Yi nodded and took the book. All right, I'll take a look at it first. Xing Yi immersed himself in reading. Liu Tianyun watched his speed and couldn't help but exclaim, how can you read so fast? Xing Yi's eyes brightened as if he had just understood the key point. He thought to himself, impressive. Is this the breakthrough sword intent? I can completely grasp this sword technique just by skimming through it, as if I had already learned it before and just forgot about it. After a while he closed the book and happily said, senior sister, I'm done. Then Xing Yi drew his sword, his gaze sharp and cold. Let's see your move. Liu Tianyun was stunned, thinking to herself, his aura is completely different from before. It's been less than 15 minutes. Anyway, so many strange things have happened with your brother that I can't even understand. Let's see how much shock you'll bring me this time. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and took the initiative to strike. Xing Yi stood upright, ready to face the sword. Liu Tianyun widened her eyes, mouth agape in astonishment. She attacked again, and Xing Yi's entire body seemed to transform into a sword, clashing with hers. He circled around and thrust downward at Liu Tianyun's waist. She raised her sword to parry, but Xing Yi directly blocked it with his head. Liu Tianyun froze, retracting her sword, and asked in confusion, Junior brother, what are you doing? Xing Yi, clutching his bloody head, groaned in pain. I don't know either. Every time I use the Tianyun sword technique, I end up like this. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed in. This system knows now. The breakthrough in the sword intent of the host is not related to the human aspect, but to the sword aspect. Xing Yi still didn't understand, clutching his head in bewilderment. The system continued to explain. It means the host's zombie body is essentially something like a magic artifact. Then, you have the spiritual root to turn it into a sword spirit perfectly suited to you. The host then discovered a sword intent soaring into the sky like a peerless sword, creating a strange phenomenon. After hearing this, Xing Yi was stunned and cursed. Damn it! Xing Yi turned to Liu Tianyun. She listened and looked even more confused, asking again. What? Your sword intent broke through, and you've turned yourself into a sword. He pursed his lips. You could say it like that. Liu Tianyun looked at him to confirm again and said, Junior brother, when using the sword technique to control the sword, your top priority is yourself. Xing Yi turned away in frustration. Stop talking. Let me calm down first. In Xing Yi's mind, in the future, the immortal energy would swirl around as the sword master of the sword path. But in the present, he, the great swordman with a human form, was at odds with himself. Seeing this, Liu Tianyun spoke again with a hint of meaning in her words. Junior brother, don't make any further rebellious moves. He glanced at her in confusion. What do you mean? Liu Tianyun raised her hand and performed the sword control technique. Immediately, Xing Yi turned into a flying sword. Yun Yuanlan heard the noise and stepped out. Upon seeing the scene, she rubbed her eyes, trying to calm herself. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. If you don't get enough rest, you'll start seeing illusions. On this side, Xing Yi seemed to be accustomed to it. He started opening his hands, rotating them, then curled his legs in, preparing to land. After that, he placed himself down and screamed, holding his head. This is just too bizarre. Liu Tianyun was somewhat excited, nodding. Yes, I've never controlled the sword so smoothly before, and Junior Brother's movements are so good. It makes one want to keep going. Xing Yi immediately interrupted, Senior sister, could you not say things that could be misunderstood? Liu Tianyun nodded. Well, in that case, it would be convenient, and we wouldn't need to use sleeping bags or multi-layered sword control techniques anymore. Xing Yi immediately raised his hand, coldly rebutting, pardon my refusal, but if Senior Sister gets used to this position, what will happen if she wants to lie down like this in the future? The system immediately displayed the creation value plus 22. Xing Yi looked fearfully at the sickle in Liu Tianyun's hand. Oh my, I was just joking. I thought, would Senior Sister really understand what I meant? He looked up at the night sky and spoke. I've made such a big noise. Why haven't the elders of the sect come looking for me yet? Liu Tianyun pursed her lips and replied, Sect leader instructed me to keep an eye on you. He went to convene an emergency meeting. He was a little curious, wondering what kind of meeting it was. Liu Tianyun then explained, you caused too much of a stir this time, and even the formation couldn't stop it. The news of Azure Cloud Sect having a rare genius in swordsmanship, one that appears once in 1,000 years, must have already spread throughout the entire Azure Orchid Nation. Xing Yi nodded indifferently, saying, well, that's great. It boosts our morale. Liu Tianyun's voice grew serious as she explained, if you were an ordinary genius, it would make other sects jealous. But as long as you grow, you will definitely become an unparalleled powerhouse, making our sect rise to new heights and causing Azure Cloud Sect, which is already in chaos, to face immense pressure. Xing Yi squinted his eyes, feeling a little awkward as he said, the key issue here is that I'm not actually some unparalleled powerhouse. She slowly replied, that's right. If it were a sword, the sword's aura rising to the sky and creating strange phenomena wouldn't be unusual. It's something quite common. But you are human, and for a person to cause the strange phenomenon of a sword is very rare, or perhaps we could say impossible. Now, everyone considers you a peerless genius in the way of the sword, and you can't explain it. You can only silently acknowledge it. After hearing this, Xing Yi awkwardly muttered, this really is troublesome. Liu Tianyun instructed, go rest for now. Tonight, the elders will have a meeting, and there will probably be arrangements for you by tomorrow. Then she left. The next day, Liu Tianyun, somewhat confused, glanced at the two people in front of her. Sect leader, master, is this the solution you two have decided on? To have Junior Brother replace Wang Dang and marry into the myriad phenomena sect. King Zhuan glanced at Xing Yi and said, this is the sect master's suggestion. Of course, we also need to see what Junior Brother Xing Yi thinks. At this moment, Xing Yi was in a difficult position, feeling torn. He replied, Wang Dang's senior brother just passed away. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Zhen Lai pushed his daughter forward, smiling as he said, Shaiji doesn't need to worry. Xin heir has no feelings for Wang Dang. To put it bluntly, their engagement was merely to solidify the alliance. But after my daughter saw the sword intent rising to the sky yesterday, she instantly fell in love with Junior Brother. She came to me that very night to arrange the marriage. Xing Yi looked at Cheng Xin, who had dozed off, and silently thought, is this really what they call love at first sight? This lady is dozing off right now. At that moment, Zhen Lai spoke up sternly, reminding her. Sinner, didn't you have something to say to Xing Yi Shijai? Cheng Xin stepped forward, looked directly at Xing Yi, and tilted her head to hand him a letter. He curled his lips, thinking to himself, a letter. Liu Tianyun, curious, leaned over, but Cheng Xin immediately warned. Don't peek. Caught off guard, she retorted angrily. I'm not. Xing Yi's eyes suddenly gleamed with surprise. Seeing this, Liu Tianyun asked curiously, what's with that expression? Xing Yi didn't answer. He looked at Cheng Xin and said with a smile, Sinner, you're really bold. Just reading a letter and I'm already blushing, my heart racing. Then he turned to the sect master and continued, I understand what the young lady means. But there's still a lack of basic understanding between us. How about we have Sinner stay at Zhengyang Feng for now, so we can spend more time together and get to know each other better? What do you think? Upon hearing this, Liu Tianyun was so surprised that his eyes nearly rolled back, exclaiming, "Huh?" Zhenlai hesitated before replying. "I don't have any objections to this. What about the King Zhuan sect leader's opinion?" His gaze shifted to the King Zhuan sect leader, who, understanding the implication, remarked, "Fine, but the conditions at Zhenyang Feng might cause your precious daughter some hardship." Zhenlai gently patted his daughter's head and let out a hearty laugh. The King Zhuan sect leader chuckled. "Sin, her doesn't seem that delicate to me." Turning around, he continued lightly, "It's settled then. You two should spend more time together and build your connection. I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave for now." King Zhuan quickly followed after him, reminding softly, "Weren't we supposed to discuss the mineral mine with Sect Master today?" Zhenlai tilted his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. "There's no rush. We already agreed from the beginning. On the day of Sinner's grand wedding, our two sects will officially sign the alliance pact. We can take care of it then." The King Zhuan sect leader laughed heartily. "If we want this alliance to happen soon, we better help those two get closer." With that, he burst into laughter again before vanishing. Only then did Wang Guanzhou turn to the old sect leader and voice his concern. "Sect leader, he clearly sees Xing Yi's potential. He's trying to use this marriage to draw our myriad phenomena sect to his side." King Zhuan's gaze was calm yet firm. "It's fine. I trust Liu Shijai." Startled, Wang Guanzhou blurted out, "Sect leader, you don't mean to have my disciple approach the other sect master's daughter, do you? That's not a good idea." King Xuan stepped back into the spatial realm, leaving behind a teasing remark. "No wonder. You're nearly 300 years old and still haven't found a Tao companion." Old Wang's face darkened in irritation. "What? What does that have to do with me not having a Tao companion?" Xing Xuan had just returned and looked around the room, but seeing no one, she felt confused. "Sinner, why are you the only one left? Where is everyone else?" Cheng Xin calmly replied, "Senior sister in white left with Xing Yi, senior brother." Upon hearing this, King Xuan froze for a moment, feeling bewildered. A flash of blue light appeared and quickly rushed toward the forest. Tian Yun jumped and swiftly chased after Xing Yi, who was ahead. He turned his head, frowned, and pointed at her, warning, "Senior sister, I can't resist your spiritual power. I'm afraid I might hurt you, so please don't go too far." Tian Yun's face darkened as he questioned, "You're leaving the daughter of the Wu family here with us. Junior brother, are you planning to build a harem?" Hearing this, Xing Yi was startled and asked, "Harem? It's just her, no one else." He immediately covered his mouth, chuckling wickedly, and then asked, "Could it be that senior sister has already added your subconscious to this harem? Is that it? Is that it? If not, then tell me, who else is there? Go on. Tell me, tell me." She blushed with embarrassment, raised her hand, and shouted loudly. In that instant, Xing Yi's body was immediately controlled, spinning uncontrollably in the air. After a moment, he was let down, bowing his head, trying not to gag. Then, trembling, Xing Yi handed the letter from earlier to Tian Yun. He raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth and said, "Senior sister, you read it. It's written by Xin'er." She crossed her arms and glanced away, refusing. "I have no interest in reading other people's love letters." Xing Yi's expression darkened as he elaborated, "This is not a love letter, it's a letter of terror." Tian Yun took the letter and was startled by the content of the fourth letter. "Let me stay at Azure Cloud Sect." She thought of his figure at that time and confirmed it was number 4. Could it be referring to the mask you wore initially? Xing Yi slumped onto the ground and responded, "Moreover, she even knows which number I am among the zombies. It must be connected to that demonic cultivator. She's even closer to him than Wang Deng was. I just don't know if the death of Wang Deng and Wang Ju has anything to do with her." Tian Yun looked ahead and asked, "But what does she want to do?" He stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and answered, "Just go ask her, and you'll know." She used her sword control technique on Xing Yi, but he inadvertently flicked it away. Tian Yun refused to give up and used a multi-layered sword control technique again, but all of it was sent flying back. His face darkened, unable to hold back any longer. He turned around and growled, Use your flying sword. Tian Yun, hearing this, explained, I'm used to using junior brother's sword. I don't want to use another flying sword. Xing Yi angrily shouted, then stop getting used to me. In another place, inside the courtyard, the top 5 and top 3 disciples were walking around. Suddenly, one of them raised his head, pointed at the sky, and shouted loudly. It was the disciple who had broken through to the sky-high sword intent the day before. They all looked up at Xing Yi soaring in the air, and exclaimed in shock, My God, I heard he just completed key training. How does he know how to fly? He paid no attention, muttering to himself. Tian Yun's sword technique controls the self, with low energy consumption, consuming only 10 spirit stones within 100 kilometers. Xing Yi looked at a streak of white light shooting toward him and shouted, Something is flying out from Zheng Yang Feng. He extended his hand to catch it, curiously inspecting the notice. The paper had the following words. Martial competition to choose a husband. I am the daughter of the sect leader of the Myriad Phenomena sect, and I am now starting a martial competition to select a husband. Both men and women are welcome. Must be under 30 years old, with a cultivation level of at least foundation establishment. Only by defeating my current fiancé in a fair one-on-one duel, a 5th level key cultivation, and a rare prodigy in swordsmanship and weapons. Xing Yi, can you take his place? The rule is first come, first served. Xing Yi was astonished, thinking, what kind of nonsense is this? Immediately after, he kicked open the door to Chang Xin's room. Xing Yi clenched the paper tightly in his hand and shouted, What exactly are you trying to do? What is this? She turned her head, looking over with a question in her eyes. Long time no see, number 4. Do you remember me? He reached out and shut the room door, retorting, I'm not number 4, call me Xing Yi. Chang Xin heard this and asked back, Is that so? No memories have been fabricated. Xing Yi's face darkened. He ground out each word. I'll ask you once more. What do you want? Chang Xin lifted the paper and answered, A martial contest to choose a husband. His voice rang out in anger. I want to ask you why you would do that. Then she raised her hand and sent a stream of flame toward the wall. Tian Yun and Yuan Lan, standing behind the wall, heard Chang Xin's warning in terror. Eavesdropping isn't good. Xing Yi frowned and replied, It's fine. They're with me. They all know my true identity. She fell silent at that. Then Chang Xin took out a pen and began writing more on the paper. He tilted his head toward the sheet and probed. What are you writing? On the paper appeared the line. High aptitude for the way of the sword. Arrogant, impulsive, mentally unstable, suspected of augmentation, capable of issuing orders. Within 1 week of joining the sect, caused 2 senior sisters to fall into the demonic path. Xing Yi, seeing this, jumped and shouted, Who is this? He stared at her and said, People don't like beating around the bush. State your purpose. Chang Xin replied coldly, The martial contest to choose a husband is a test. If you can defeat every challenger who comes, I will tell you. Xing Yi heard this and asked again, So what if I lose? Her thin lips slightly parted as she replied, Then I'll publicly reveal your identity as a zombie. Yuan Lan popped his head out from a small hole in the wall and shouted, You're also an accomplice of the demonic cultivator who exposed junior brother. You can't escape either. Chang Xin calmly responded, It's fine, junior brother, you've disrupted my plan. So you should take responsibility too. Xing Yi raised an eyebrow and asked, What plan? She brushed past him and said, If you win the martial arts contest for a husband, I'll tell you. Good luck. Xing Yi watched the door close and silently cursed in frustration. Damn it, I hate people who always hide things. Yuan Lan, seeing this, asked, I think she's just threatening you. How could the daughter of the sect master want to die alongside junior brother? Tian Yun rested her head on his and disagreed. No, it's because she is the daughter of the sect master of the Myriad Phenomena sect. Even if she admits to colluding with that demonic cultivator, it's still an internal matter for them. With his position, he wouldn't be punished much. Yuan Lan questioned doubtfully. Last time, when Wang Dang was exposed, junior brother, you were still scolded. Seeing this, he suggested, Could the two of you talk inside? Tian Yun didn't pay attention and replied casually. The difference was that the junior brother was currently standing at the forefront of the storm, not wanting to see the rise of the Azure cloud sect. Other sects were eager to see him fall. and they would never let it slide as easily as they did with Wang Dang. Then, she turned to look at him and criticized. It's all because junior brother is too arrogant. Yuan Lan immediately chimed in. That's right, something's going to happen now. Xing Yi helplessly said, stop joking around. Elsewhere, Zhen Lai slammed the paper onto the table and shouted loudly, let's take the risk. With a dark expression, he exclaimed, what did Sinner want to do? This time, it's because Wang is in trouble and Azure Cloud Sect can't fulfill the marriage agreement, so I took the initiative to propose a marriage alliance to make it hard for him to refuse. Otherwise, Azure Cloud Sect really wants that brat to stay away from everyone in our myriad phenomena sect. Zhen Li frowned angrily and shouted, what is that girl doing? Participating in a martial arts contest for a husband. She's in the Azure Cloud Sect. If I were King Xuan, even if I could win, I would intentionally lose. Ji Fei, upon hearing this, asked cautiously, has the Sect master contacted the young lady? He looked up and replied, I sent a sound transmission to her. But she didn't respond. Send someone to bring that girl back. The old man closed his eyes and advised, Sect master, Xing Yi is the one who insisted on keeping the young lady here. If we force her back, it won't end well. Ji Fei's voice grew serious. Although it seemed like a reckless action, the young lady might be hiding something regarding the Xuanji. Xing Lei, upon hearing this, clasped his hands behind his back and said, let me listen. The old man raised 2 fingers and responded, I believe there are 2 possibilities for why the young lady is doing this. Then Ji Fei's voice sounded again, speculating, first, she is certain that Xing Yi is infatuated with her, and is hiding her true strength. In that case, the martial arts contest for a husband is actually a test of separation. King Xuan would certainly let Xing Yi lose on purpose to sever ties with us. But the young lady is sure that Xing Yi will defy King Xuan's orders to win her over. After all, this is not the first time. The old man calmly added, at that point, Xing Yi will gather his strength and defeat all the opponents. If King Xuan continues to interfere, it's very likely that the brat will fall out with the Azure Cloud Sect due to his impulsive nature. Zhen Lai, upon hearing this, inquired, what about the second possibility? Then, the voice of Ji Fei echoed, as for the second possibility, it's the opposite. She is certain that Xing Yi cannot be exploited by our sect, so she intends to use this martial arts competition as an opportunity to escape from him. Zhen Lai furrowed his brow and asked again, but right now, he is the critical weakness of the Azure Cloud Sect. How can we eliminate him? Hearing this, the old man calmly responded, disclose this matter to Lin Jiayuan. Ji Fei thought of that person and added, Lin Jiayuan is eager to eliminate Xing Yi now. He cannot miss this opportunity. Zhen Lai immediately exclaimed, then we must contact Sinner and ask about her situation. The old man calmly called out, Miss, if she is not responding to messages from the sect leader, it's highly likely she is being closely monitored by the Azure Cloud Sect. Our reckless actions could ruin your plans. Ji Fei calmly replied, in my opinion, whether it's the first or the second possibility, the information must be disclosed to Lin Jiayuan. He still asked with suspicion, why? The old man thought of the scene where Zhen Lai raised a sign, strongly condemning and expressing deep regret, and explained, if it's the second possibility, then there's nothing more to say. Lin Jiayuan can help us escape from the looming threat, and at that time, we can set aside our antagonism with the Azure Cloud Sect. The voice of Ji Fei added, if it's the first option, you just need to prepare the young lady by having her wear protective clothing and take the fatal blow for Xiao Xing Yi at the critical moment. He grinned wickedly and continued, he already likes the young lady, and with the life-saving grace she'll give him, he will definitely be able to control him in the palm of his hand. Zhen Lai clasped his hands behind his back and smiled in approval. Clever plan, a brilliant mind like Deacon Juz. How could I worry that myriad phenomena sect wouldn't prosper? Ji Fei smiled back and replied, Sect Master, you flatter me. His face became serious as he said, but the young lady hasn't even been able to send a message back. It seems she's being closely monitored, and we need to find a way to transmit the message. He rubbed his chin and confirmed, this is the problem. Just then, Cheng Xin pushed open the door and entered. Zhen Lai and Ji Fei were startled and shouted in unison, why are you back? Cheng Yan answered softly, Xing Yi wants to enter closed-door cultivation for 3 months to comprehend the sword intent, so I came back first. He furrowed his brows and asked, I sent you many messages. Why didn't you reply? She took out the jade pendant and replied, I forgot to recharge the spirit stone in my sound-transmitting jade pendant. Jie-Fei's face was flushed, and he coughed dryly before saying, It's better to go back. There are some things that should still be discussed in person. Cheng Yan, puzzled, asked, Deacon Gio, why is your face so red? A sign with the words, Xing Yi needs to go into seclusion for 3 months was posted up. The disciples looked at the sign and asked in confusion, 3 months? Why so long? Yuan Lan furrowed his brows and replied, I've already said, junior brother Xing Yi just broke through to a new level of sword intent, so he needs to go into seclusion to comprehend it. The disciples mocked loudly. Comprehend what? It's just a 5th-grade weapon forging. Even if he has broken through the sword intent, he still can't be a match for senior brother. We're at the foundation establishment stage, right? That's right. If we don't compete sooner rather than later, our minds won't be clear, and it will affect our cultivation. Yuan Lan took out a brush and paper, coldly calling out, Fine then, if you can't wait, come find me to register. At that time, I'll hand over the list to the Sect leader. It was clear that these disciples wanted to leave Azure Cloud Sect as soon as possible and become sons-in-law of the Myriad Phenomena Sect. Hearing this, the disciples sneered coldly and then turned to leave. Humph, 3 months is just 3 seconds for cultivators like us. Exactly, it doesn't matter if it's some martial arts competition or matchmaking. Yeah, everyone simply wants to challenge the genius of the sword Dao to enhance their own strength. Outside the cave of Xing Yi, Yuan Lan looked at Tian Yun standing outside and asked in doubt, Where is junior brother? She calmly replied, He has entered seclusion. Hearing this, she furrowed her brows and asked, Senior sister, does he really want to participate in the duel to become the son-in-law? Tian Yun whispered an explanation, Until a better strategy is found, we can only counter his moves with our own. Yuan Lan pointed behind her with a thumbs up and replied, The important thing is, what effect will 3 months of seclusion have? The people they'll duel with are all senior brothers in the foundation establishment stage. Upon hearing this, Tian Yun's face immediately darkened as she shouted, It's fine, I'll stay here for 3 months. She then began to inquire about those who might be able to participate in this duel within the sect. Yuan Lan, hearing this, let out a confused sound. Ha! Inside, streams of bloodlight continually rushed by, and the system's voice echoed. Creation power score plus 50. Creation power score plus 30. Creation power score plus 15. Xing Yi emerged from the bloodlight, and the system kept notifying him. His blood transformation technique had reached a total of 305 points of creation power, and the mission was complete. With a sigh of relief, he wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled, saying he finally completed a mission. Now the only task left is the deity transformation. There I have 3 years to work with, so as long as I do my best to increase my strength, I should be fine. The system immediately responded with a question. Master, it's clear that you just come into contact with the cultivation world, and you don't have the memories of the previous master. Why then is your speed or technique so abnormal? Xing Yi, startled, asked, Abnormal in what way? The system began listing its observations in detail. First of all, disregarding the matter of merging with the sword demon, your ability to understand sword techniques in an instant is unusual, especially considering that you only just learned the blood refinement technique. Even someone with a high comprehension ability would typically need half a month to master it. But you, master, only took 2 hours to almost completely grasp it. This is something that's normally impossible. Xing Yi frowned slightly, confused, and asked, Why do I feel like you always say things like this? The system confirmed without hesitation. Indeed, possessing the demon core from the soul replacement ritual, the mastery of formations, the enhancement of the sword demon's soul, and the abnormally fast comprehension of cultivation techniques this time, all point to the same thing. Therefore, this system has reason to suspect that something unusual occurred before you took over this body. Did you encounter any special opportunities before? He narrowed his eyes, expressing doubt. Xing Yi thought back to his past life, and then said, Before I took over this body, I was a student. Is finding a 100 coin bill at the school gate considered a stroke of fate? In the end, I had to pay 200. He made a sound of doubt when he heard the system's inquiry. What happened after you died? Did you notice anything on the way to the reincarnation tower or inside the reincarnation tower? Xing Yi reached up to touch his chin and replied thoughtfully. There was a receptionist girl in the reincarnation tower who told me to collect a prize, and then I came here. As for what happened on the way to the reincarnation tower, the memories in his mind blurred, and he continuously groaned while clutching his head. The system, seeing this, anxiously asked, "What's wrong?" Xing Yi, holding his head, clenched his teeth and said with effort, "I think I should remember something, but my brain suddenly hurts like it's about to crack open. Damn it, what is it? I was so close to remembering." The system's voice interrupted. "Suju, don't try to remember anymore. Your soul state isn't very stable." Immediately after, he collapsed to the ground. The system, seeing this, panicked and shouted, "Suju." Xing Yi lay on the ground, his eyes blankly staring off into the distance, groaning. He sat up, holding his head, and asked in confusion, "My head hurts so much. What exactly happened? Did I faint because of the pain?" The system immediately responded, "Yes, Suju, you've been unconscious for 9 days." Xing Yi looked at his hand and shouted, "What? The time when my soul was drained 5,000 times, was I unconscious for only 1 week?" The system's sound rang out. "Master, this time the soul encountered some kind of unknown power interference, and the recovery is very slow." Hearing this, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean?" The system screen displayed some notes with an example. "Your soul is like a computer. In this case, it's like being completely drained, which can be considered a physical attack, equivalent to breaking the computer. The blood-devouring Yin Fian Pearl can heal very quickly in this situation. But this time, the computer wasn't damaged externally. It's the internal components that are infected with a virus. So the blood-devouring Yin Fian Pearl is ineffective. In this situation, its voice continued to sound. The system has spent 9 days breaking the source of this unknown power, and only then could the master wake up." Xing Yi was startled and shouted, "What is this unknown power? Where did it come from?" It speculated after hearing this, maybe it's some kind of bug in this system. In any case, if the master remembers something and feels a headache, do not dig into it any further. This time, the system was lucky enough to successfully resolve it. But if it happens again, the master may never wake up. He heard this and angrily shouted, "This is too much of a scam." It hesitated before replying. The system is a bit tired. It might need to rest for a while. Xing Yi was startled and asked, "What?" Its voice then comforted him. "Don't worry. To put it simply, I am just a system manager. While I am in hibernation, the spatial system, the trading city system, and the task-giving station can operate without my authority." Xing Yi immediately jolted and shouted, "Wait, what's going on? Why you have to hibernate?" The system immediately replied loudly, "I told you, the energy consumption from breaking the strength formation was too overwhelming. A rest is enough to recover." He looked up and shouted loudly, "Wait, what is this? Why are you so exhausted after recovering?" It looked at the monitor tracking Xing Yi and said, "Also, if you can truly recover, I hope you'll fix the mission disorder bug. Calling it a system issue isn't something to worry about, is it?" A notification sound rang out. "Error warning, error warning." Its voice echoed. The virus had not only infected the person, but even I had been caught in it. Xing Yi anxiously shouted, "System, are you there? Say something." A notification popped up. "Error warning. Interruption of communication with the external system. Cause unclear." Seeing no reply, he murmured softly, "It's really in hibernation." A giant red gift box appeared, accompanied by a notification sound. This time's prize box has been sent to the screen of Xing Yi. He approached with doubt. "Huh. This gift box is a little bigger than last time." The system screamed in shock. "What?" He squinted slightly, staring at it in confusion. "Strange, I wasn't supposed to participate in this lottery draw, damn it. So that's why it cut off my connection to the outside world." The system saw Xing Yi raise his hand to grab the gift-wrapped string and excitedly shouted, "Master, don't open it. There's a conspiracy." Outside, he was startled, his eyes wide as he stared at the scene before him. A notification sound rang out. Congratulations! You have acquired a clone specifically for cultivation. Xing Yi reached out and pinched Spirit's cheek, staring at it as he sighed. It looks just like me. How do I use this? Immediately, Xing Yi was stunned as a system screen appeared before him. A notification sound rang out. Please set the gender as male. Females with male physiology who think they're female, and males with female physiology who think they're male, are considered genderless. With the new Mart shopping bag, he stared at the screen in front of him, deep in thought. This is my clone. Why do I need to set a gender? The personality options are also strangely detailed. Xing Yi reached out and touched the word female, and when he saw Spirit's body transform into a female, he gasped in surprise. It really turned into a girl. The screen displayed, please set the identity. Scammer, lover, driver, elder sister staff, younger sibling, servant, queen. Xing Yi, seeing that he couldn't make any changes, cried out in shock. I can't go back. I just wanted to try it. Inwardly pondering, what would happen if I choose the shopping bag? He frowned and said, this selection menu is all over the place. Just pick one. Something normal. As soon as Xing Yi made his selection, a notification appeared. Setup successful, initialization complete. She smiled gently and introduced herself. Nice to meet you. I am your spirit sister. Hearing this, he silently praised. Nice. The name's already set. A soft voice from outside inquired, can you introduce how to use her? Spirit tilted her head and smiled, replying, Elder brother, you can use me however you wish. I will not resist. Xing Yi was startled and shouted loudly, are you trying to tempt someone into committing a crime with that statement? He stared at her, questioning, let me ask you, you're here to assist with cultivation, right? What method do you use to help? Spirit glanced to the side and responded, oh, you're asking about this. She raised a hand and explained simply, my cultivation level is linked to Elder Brothers. If my cultivation increases, so does yours. And vice versa. Xing Yi touched his chin, confirming, so the effect is doubled. Spirit smiled brightly and shook her head. Without me, Elder Brother wouldn't need to cultivate at all. She placed a hand on her chest and said, I am a being meant for cultivation. We can immediately absorb the spiritual power of the Spirit Stone. If I am placed in the system space, I can still use the creation ability to cultivate. Xing Yi was startled and exclaimed loudly, the creation ability can also be used for cultivation? Spirit replied confidently, yes, this is my exclusive ability. With the identity of a cultivation clone, it takes about a quarter of an hour to absorb a little bit of creation ability. Xing Yi immediately inquired, how much does 1 point of creation ability equal to in terms of the spiritual power of a lower grade spirit stone? Her voice responded, about 100. Upon hearing this, his eyes immediately lit up as he shouted, I feel like I've suddenly found the motivation to earn creation ability. It would be even better if I could directly exchange it for spirit stones. Spirit smiled broadly and called out, even if my cultivation of creation ability is less efficient, my speed is still 10 times faster than Elder Brother's, so Elder Brother doesn't need to waste time on cultivation. Xing Yi stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. This is quite practical. As long as I have creation ability, I can always speed up my leveling process in an idle state. He looked at her and asked, do you have any other features? Immediately, Spirit placed her hand on Xing Yi's chest, and blue spiritual power instantly enveloped both of them. He looked at his hands within her body and shouted, have we swapped bodies with each other? Spirit calmly said, because my soul has separated from Elder Brother, I can exchange bodies by swapping souls. Xing Yi crossed his arms over his chest, feeling quite emotional. He pulled his collar down to look at it, while she placed a hand on his shoulder and remarked, this ability is quite useful. It can be used when there's a need to hide one's identity. Spirit urged, time is precious. If there's nothing else, please take me into the system space. I want to begin my cultivation. Xing Yi's voice echoed, and when the system inside the space heard this, it angrily shouted, damn it, don't listen to her. Host, I've never heard that the creation ability can be cultivated. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Xing Yi raised his hand to give a command. Perhaps the spirit stones in the system space will have some use later. Just cultivate using the creation ability for now. Spirit, completely enveloped in blue light, agreed. Mem. Immediately, she appeared within the system space. Spirit stared in amazement at the system that appeared, which lowered its head and continuously questioned, "Who are you? What is your purpose in approaching the host? You're the one who severed the connection between me and the external system, aren't you?" Spirit raised her hand to shut off the screen in rebuttal. "This place was never yours." Elsewhere, the system kept pounding the keyboard, shouting angrily, "Damn it!" Connecting to the system was also disturbed by her. It stared in amazement at the screen, which displayed the image of Spirit kneeling on the ground. She supported herself with one hand on the ground and said, "Has it weakened to this point? It's all because the previous user wasted their power recklessly." Spirit lifted her head and looked to the side, saying, "I remember that thing was stored here as well." Immediately, her eyes widened and she exclaimed, "Found it." Spirit reached out to grab the nearby demon core, and the system gasped in shock. "Oh, what is she doing with the demon core fusion?" It stared at her, stunned, as she raised her hand and put it into her mouth, exclaiming, "What?" Spirit, without hesitation, tilted her head back and swallowed it. The system stammered in disbelief. "Swallowed it? She swallowed it?" Outside, Xing Yi held a scroll in his hand, startled by the notification sound. Spirit level increased, spirit level increased, spirit level increased. The screen displayed a reminder of the current level. The Foundation establishment gasped in shock. Xing Yi raised his hand to summon Spirit, and she immediately tilted her head, teasing, "Ah, big brother, it hasn't been long, but you already miss me, huh?" His face darkened as he growled, "What are you doing? Why has your level risen so much in such a short time? I told you to use spirit stones to cultivate." Spirit raised a finger in response. "I didn't use any spirit stones. We are only refining the demon core fusion of the spatial system." Xing Yi turned his back to her and shouted, "Oh, I can't sense it. There's really nothing." His face darkened as he questioned, "Who told you to refine it?" "That was something I kept for later to replace the spiritual root. Do you want elder brother to always be a sword user? Moreover, that's 144 pieces of demon core from nascent soul beasts. Why do you think I advanced from the 5th level of Kai refining to Foundation establishment?" Spirit chuckled and explained, "I'm not extracting the power within. I'm using it as a spiritual root." She smiled brightly and added, "I want to achieve the cultivation effect I previously mentioned to elder brother, and refining the demon core fusion is a necessary step." Xing Yi angrily shouted, "Does your usual system have to swallow my personal belongings to become a complete body?" Spirit smiled and replied, "To gain, something must be lost. Elder brother, for now you can't use the demon core fusion, so let me absorb it to help with your cultivation." He furrowed his brow, raising the scroll and asking, "Fine, I won't argue about the demon core fusion anymore. Can you explain to me why, after you split yourself, I can't understand the jade slip technique?" Spirit patted her chest and said, "I have cultivated the art of splitting, and the cultivation abilities of elder brother have all been transferred to me." Xing Yi, in a fit of anger, struck her on the head with the book. "Don't swallow my things. And there's DBF too, right?" Spirit laughed and retorted, "How can it be considered a squeeze? I've mastered the cultivation technique, and I will share it with elder brother." She raised a finger and shouted loudly, "My younger brother has taken on the most boring part of cultivating immortality. Elder brother should take responsibility to show off in front of the saint, pretend to slap his face, open the harem to find more sisters-in-law, and fill the house with children and grandchildren." His expression darkened. "So you've said it like this?" Then, Xing Yi, with a bright smile on his face, continued, "Then you are my real younger sibling." Next, he placed a pile of scrolls into Spirit's hands and called out, "As the elder brother, I don't have much to give, but here are the jade slips of the cultivation techniques I borrowed from senior sister for you." She smiled and replied, "Thank you." Suddenly, Xing Yi felt the jade pendant on his waist warm up. He raised it and heard Tian Yun's voice. "Junior brother, come outside for a bit." The door of the cave residence immediately opened. Xing Yi stepped out and inquired, "What's wrong?" "Senior sister," Tian Yun spoke, "I'm facing some trouble." She calmly explained, "You've been in the inner sect for a month now, and it's time for the elders test." He calmly responded, "Then let's take the test." Tian Yun raised her hand and said, "This test will be conducted in coordination with Myriad Phenomena Sect. The new inner disciples of the two sects must compete together, Since the number of disciples here is relatively small, the examination location is arranged at the Myriad Phenomena Sect. Xing Yi furrowed his brows as he listened to Tian Yun continue. When the disciples of the Myriad Phenomena Sect heard that the sect master's daughter was about to get engaged to someone who only had the 5th level of key cultivation like you, they complained a lot. On top of that, your breakthrough in sword intent. Lin Jiayuan is definitely going to think she's being played. In the end, she spoke up and concluded, "This time, you're coming to the Myriad Phenomena Sect. You better be prepared for difficulties." A reminder popped up on the screen. Mission: participate in the entrance examination of the 2 sects disciples and earn no less than 5,000 creation points during this assessment. Reward for successful completion of the mission: displacement skill card. Consequence for mission failure: loss of cultivation. Xing Yi stared in shock, his mouth hanging open, shouting, "Earn 5,000 creation points. How much hatred will this stir up? System, you really don't want me to come back alive to the Myriad Phenomena Sect, do you?" Tian Yun immediately raised her hand and said, "Therefore, junior brother, it's best if you talk to Jai Elder, who's leading the team, when you realize the key point in your sword intent." Xing Yi raised his hand to stop her. "Enough, don't say any more, senior sister." Xing Yi's face turned serious, his fingers clenched tightly, and he said, "Immortal cultivation is essentially going against the heavens. Why should I, a monk, be afraid of a challenge?" Diao Daihai called out as she approached from behind. "Well said." The two of them simultaneously shouted, "Jai Elder, greetings to Jai Elder." Diao Daihai stepped forward, praising. The Azure Cloud Sect now has a disciple with a character like Xing Yi, little friend. There's no need to worry about the sect not rising to greatness. Hearing this, he clasped his hands modestly. "Jai Elder overpraises me." She turned to look at her, comforting. "Liu Shijie, don't worry. I will absolutely ensure the safety of Xing Yi, little friend." Tin Yun immediately clasped his hands in response. "Jai Elder, you are too kind." Dio Dai Hai, carrying a huge gourd box behind her, urged, "All right, all the other disciples are here. You're the last one." Xing Yi, hearing this, asked in confusion, "Are they all inside the gourd?" Tin Yun beside him immediately explained, "Jai Elder's gourd has a special space inside. It's much more comfortable than an ordinary spirit boat." He tilted his head and looked in that direction, asking, "Do I just need to jump in?" She responded, "Yes, that's right." Without hesitation, Xing Yi leaped up and jumped into the mouth of the gourd. As he fell from above, he gasped, feeling the gravity shift. Looking down, he saw light shining from below and shouted out loud, "I see the exit." Suddenly, Xing Yi widened his eyes in shock, staring at what lay below. He immediately fell onto the cloth stretched out below the exit. Wang Zilong raised his hand to control the cloth, wrapping it back up, and laughed, calling out, "Look at my wind immortal soul, catching someone like this." The disciples below laughed mockingly. "I thought the genius swordsman who only appears once in 10,000 years was supposed to be terrifying. Is that all? Wang brother, let him go. Don't let him piss himself in there. Otherwise, your wind immortal soul will be ruined." A bloodlight suddenly burst out from inside and then emerged outside. Shortly after, Xing Yi gently appeared beside Wang Zilong. A reminder sound echoed. "Star creation essence, +5. He turned his head back, thinking, how did he get out of this blood mist? Blood technique, blood fusion. Xing Yi looked at the screen that appeared, showing the progress of the quest to find the deity transformation cave dwelling. With the intersect check at 5 out of 5, he smiled thoughtfully. "Oh, it seems that all the creations I've collected so far can be added to this mission now." The surrounding disciples whispered in shock. "Is he crazy? Isn't blood fusion supposed to be used to save people in life or death situations? It requires burning one's essence blood each time it's used, which will collapse one's realm and harm the foundation." Xing Yi raised both hands and laughed, asking, "It's fine, I just didn't know what was happening. I panicked and thought I was being attacked by an enemy." "Senior brothers, senior sisters, you were just joking with me, right?" The group of disciples awkwardly laughed along. Yes, we were just joking. Mem, we just wanted to see how fast a genius in swordsmanship reacts." Mem, we all meant no harm. Who knew junior brother would use blood movement technique and scare us like that?" He chuckled coldly. then reaffirmed. So that means everyone here is involved in this joke, right? The disciples froze, a doubtful sound escaping their lips. Sing Yi, he said with a smile that was all too familiar. I will not blame you, senior brothers and senior sisters. But once I leave, and if Sect leader and the elders find out that the foundation of a genius in swordsmanship, like me, was damaged by your little prank, I really don't dare to imagine how they will react. The disciples looked down with bitter expressions, deep in thought. Damn it, this kid is deliberately setting a trap and dragging all of us into it. Damn it, I was just watching for the fun of it. How did things go so wrong? This is too despicable, too cunning. Immediately after, the announcement sound echoed repeatedly. Star creation essence, +6. Star creation essence, +8. Star creation essence, +10. Star creation essence, +12. Star creation essence, +13. Xing Yi smiled brightly, thinking, not bad, not bad, the power of the crowd. A female disciple approached, asking, everyone really is so thoughtless. Junior brother, could you not tell Sect leader and the elders about this? Xing Yi raised a finger and smiled in agreement. All right, but the damage to my foundation is not easy to explain. How about everyone contribute some spirit stones so I can buy some tonics to replenish it? The disciples immediately roared in anger, complaining loudly as if they were being robbed. How shameless, I really want to hit him. This is too disgraceful. The announcement sounds kept ringing out. Star creation essence. Star creation essence, +9. Star creation essence, +10. Star creation essence, +18. Wang Zilong stepped forward to inquire. Fellow disciples, aren't you all confused? Why am I hearing about this blood fusion technique now? He opened the folding fan in his hand and said, the damage to Junior Brother's foundation might be due to some issues with his cultivation. It has nothing to do with anyone here. Junior Brother, don't accuse others falsely. The others immediately chimed in to support him. That's right, he's alone. We're many. It's up to the elder to decide whether to trust him or us. Exactly, his reasoning is illogical. No one would use blood fusion technique unless they were at death's door. Soon after, he raised his hand and retorted to what they had just said. We were just joking. Ah, Junior Brother, you scared us with that blood fusion technique. Xing Yi laughed brightly and exclaimed, please, watch carefully. The disciples clutched their heads and howled. This person even dares to use the shadow trace stone to record again. What kind of person is he? Shameless. Utterly shameless. A notification sound rang out. Star creation essence, +8. Star creation essence, +14. Star creation essence, +16. Star creation essence, +22. Wang Zilong charged at him, shouting, you idiot, if you dare pull that out in front of the elder, I really give up on you. The female disciples laughed loudly. Why don't you, senior brother Wang Zilong, steal his shadow trace stone? Xing Yi immediately let out a shout and hurled the stone toward him. Four-limb slash. Wang Zilong immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The system sound rang out. Star creation essence, +20. He swung the fan in a deadly slash, but the young man leaped up to dodge. Those disciples frowned and said, what kind of technique is that? The posture is so strange. There's basically no obvious point of force. It probably has no power. They saw Huang Zilong clutch his stomach and say he was in pain. But Brother Huang looked really hurt. Did the blade penetrate his top-grade protective robe of the mysterious rank? He lifted the fan and unleashed a rain of blades, roaring, I'll kill you. The young man immediately twisted his body to evade. This is an attack method Xing Yi developed during his seclusion. I treat every part of my body as a sword, then use many layered sword techniques to control it. It is characterized by making the body extremely flexible, causing its movement trajectory to become difficult to predict. Additionally, you can also apply sword strikes based on physical attacks. Wang Zilong, witnessing him charging forward, remarked, so fast, it deals double critical damage to the enemy, like being punched and stabbed. The system chimed in with a reminder. Star creation essence, +32. Wang Zilong painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. Xing Yi, still relentless, continued to strike him with a series of limb-based attacks to his face. The other disciples stared in awe, exclaiming, so powerful, even just the stance looks so cool. Wang Zilong, At the third level of foundation establishment was wearing a high-quality protective garment of the mysterious rank and wielding an ancestral magical artifact, the family's cloud fan. Despite this, he was beaten to the point of having no strength left to fight back. He tilted his head back and yelled, summoning a gust of wind with his fan, creating a whirlwind. Xing Yi, seeing this, immediately stepped back. He looked down at the whirlwind Wang Zilong had conjured and said, "What's with the big wind? Your hairstyle's all messed up from it." Wang Zilong furrowed his brows and shouted, "You're clearly not a Kai refining stage cultivator." Xing Yi scratched his head and admitted, "Well, I never claimed to be one." Wang Zilong turned around and looked at the group of disciples, shouting loudly, "How much longer do you intend to just watch? Hurry up and help me take down this brat." Xing Yi raised the stone as a threat, saying, "If anyone comes to help, I'll use the blood substitution technique to escape and deliver the shadow tray stone to the elder immediately." Wang Zilong, upon hearing this, shouted loudly, "Do you think we're fools? Every time you use the blood substitution technique, you have to wait for your blood to recover first." Right after that, he let out a surprised cry when he saw Xing Yi using the blood substitution technique to appear, grabbing his neck. "Ah!" Wang Zilong screamed in pain as Xing Yi dragged him through the air. After a long while, Xing Yi landed with him on the ground. He lowered his head, looking at Wang Zilong in his hands, and asked, "Was that exciting?" The disciples were terrified and secretly cursed. "Is this brat a monster? How can he keep using the blood substitution technique like this? Does his blood never run out, or what?" Xing Yi turned his head and glared at them, threatening, "Anyone who dares to help him will have to pay the basic compensation for every time I use the blood substitution technique." The disciples quickly turned and left. "Ah, I didn't notice there was a room here. Let's go inside and see what's in there." "Let's go. Let's check it out. I'm going too." Xing Yi stood still, looking down at Wang Zilong, who was kneeling. His eyes lit up as he grinned wickedly and said, "All right, now it's just the two of us. I still have a few new moves that I need your help with. Let's see the power." He was full of panic, pleading, "No, please don't." The gourd continued to emit a golden light. At Myriad Phenomena Sect, Dio Dai Hai looked at the golden light and said, "We have arrived." Immediately after, she was startled and widened her eyes. Dio Dai Hai looked at the bruised face and asked, "Wang Zilong, what happened to you?" He quickly replied, "Elder, I was practicing the 7 injuries fist." She flicked her finger, using spiritual energy to shout, "Nonsense! There's no such thing as practicing like that." Dio Dai Hai handed Wang Zilong a mass. "Wear this, or people will laugh you to death." He immediately agreed. "Yes." Dai Yu approached from behind and said, "Ji Elder is indeed very punctual." She turned around and responded, "As it should be." Myriad Phenomena Sect Elder, Dai Yu, a core disciple at the early nascent soul stage, looked at everyone and called out, "Follow me, our inner disciples are also ready." Lin Jia Yuan looked down from above and muttered, "Well, brat, do you dare come?" His face was dark as he said, "Since you've come, then don't even think about leaving." Cheng Xin, sitting in her room, felt the jade pendant grow warm, and a voice rang out, asking the sect master's daughter, "Are you in the sect right now?" She spoke to the jade pendant. "My name is Cheng Xin. I don't recall ever giving you a transmission seal." "There's more. You're in closed-door cultivation right now," came the voice from the jade pendant, its tone sharp and commanding. "This isn't important. I want you to help me with something." At the Myriad Phenomena Sect, in the martial arts arena, Dai Yu clasped his hands behind his back and declared, "This time, I will preside over the assessment of the new inner disciples from both sects. Those who fail the assessment will be demoted from the inner sect to the outer sect. The top performers in the assessment will be eligible to participate in the grand competition." On the screen, lines of comments started to appear. "I heard that Cheng Xin's senior sister's fiancé is also a new inner disciple. He bypassed the system with his 5th layer K refining stage cultivation and still dares to take part in the assessment. What kind of sword intent breakthrough is this? It's mostly just for exploiting resources." Xing Yi looked at the screen thoughtfully. Just as expected, they held a grudge against him. Any search they made would be targeting him through their spiritual transmissions. If that was the case, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he smiled, thinking it was easy in theory, but much harder in practice. Then, Xing Yi raised both hands and shouted, "Everyone, look here. I have an announcement to make." He slapped his chest with a bold declaration. "I am Cheng Xin's fiancé, Xing Yi. If any of you want to flatter me, the future son-in-law of the sect leader, hurry up. Miss this opportunity, and there won't be another one." The entire arena went silent for a moment. Immediately after, disciples in the crowd began shouting in anger. "This brat is way too arrogant, isn't he? Don't stop me. I want to kill him. What does the sect master think? He actually wants to marry senior sister Cheng Xin to that thing?" A sound kept chiming. Creation star point +9. Creation star point +13. Creation star point +23. Creation star point +26. Creation star point +30. Filled with delight, he thought, "Great, in an instant, I've gained more than 20. Yu turned her head, glanced back and said, "Elder Ji, the sword prodigy at your side is truly arrogant." Hai can only force a smile. She was flushed with embarrassment, musing, "Xing Yi, little friend, though I promise to ensure your safety, please don't make things harder for me like this." The disciples saw her emerge and immediately shouted, "It's senior sister Cheng Xin. Senior sister has arrived." Everyone cried out in glee. Senior sister must have heard his earlier bluster about defying the engagement. Senior sister Cheng Xin has been handing out notices for a martial contest to select a husband. She surely provoked that man to death. Go and publicly humiliate him, so a mangy toad like him won't even dream of devouring a swan. Cheng Xin raised her head, drew in a deep breath. Then, with no change of expression, she shouted, "Xing Yi, go for it." The entire arena froze, like clowns watching. Immediately afterward, a wooden bird flew over and clamped onto Cheng Xin's collar. Cheng Yan was riding on that bird. "Take her away. Come here to me." The disciples below couldn't believe their ears, shouting, "Did I hear that wrong? Senior sister Cheng Xin just called him that. Damn it, senior sister Cheng Xin must have fallen under his spell. I need to report this to the sect master. I'm so jealous, I have to take care of that guy." Hai noticed the dark aura rising from the crowd, decisively sending a voice transmission through the jade pendant. "Call for help, call for help." The system's voice echoed. Creation value increased. +15. Creation value increased. +13. Creation value increased. +16. Creation value increased. +16. Xing Yi looked in that direction, sighing. That guy is not bad, he really shaved his head. A reminder appeared on the screen. Intersect mission progress. 27/50/000. He saw it and cursed angrily under his breath. Damn it, the gap is still so wide. It feels like the difficulty has increased. Ming level sword creation value. Hai immediately exclaimed, "You elder, it's better not to let so many people gather around. This old woman is afraid it will affect the disciples' performance." Xing Yi opened his mouth, shouting loudly, "Yo elder, this is how we can temper our will. What are we afraid of being watched for at our age?" She darkened her face and used spiritual voice transmission. "You brat, isn't it because I'm afraid you'll be beaten to death by those rioters?" He muttered to himself, "If she drives people away, where can I find the remaining value of creation?" Yu also agreed to give the order, following Elder Yo's advice. All the disciples who had been watching immediately left. Xing Yi silently groaned in pain. "Please no." He bent over, horrified, and shouted, "Killing intent, I can feel the dense killing intent." He thought deeply upon seeing this. "Kid, if you shut up, there won't be so much killing intent." Xing Yi raised his hands and shouted loudly, "It's here, I can feel it now. This killing intent is loosening my bottleneck." Yu immediately voiced his doubt. "What?" The disciples below asked in confusion. "What's going on? Killing intent can loosen a bottleneck. Then don't those demon lords become invincible?" Senior sister Cheng Xin actually took interest in this fool. He quickly raised his hand to adjust the hidden parameter settings of his magic attire. Immediately, Xing Yi's entire body emitted a faint blue light. Yu was stunned and screamed. This is the aura of someone at the Foundation establishment stage. He really broke through. Hai also exclaimed, "How could this be?" Everyone was stunned and shouted in unison. "His level is still rising. Foundation establishment first stage, foundation establishment second stage, foundation establishment third stage. Then, Xing Yi pressed a button to stabilize his cultivation. Dai Yu widened his eyes and said softly, "The surge of aura has quieted." Dio Dai Hai opened his mouth in disbelief, murmuring, "To reach foundation establishment without any pills or seclusion, and to advance straight from mid-Kai refining to mid-foundation establishment. How could that even happen?" At once, Xing Yi looked up and laughed freely, the sound echoing with ease. He spread his arms wide and said, "I truly appreciate everyone here. It's thanks to all of you, your intent, your effort, that I was able to grow stronger. The strength I have now is also because of you." The disciples stood in shock, feeling uneasy. They shouted, unable to hold back any longer, "Even if punishment awaits, we must stop him." Together. Huang Zilong turned pale, thinking to himself, "Reckless, acting so boldly here will anger them all. Later, I'll add more fuel to the fire and use the chance to stir chaos. Then, in the confusion, I'll strike." A system message appeared. Creation value plus 23. Xing Yi reached out and embraced him, saying calmly, "I must also thank Brother Huang Zilong for always cultivating with me, expecting nothing in return, and helping me improve. As for mastering all the cultivation methods." Huang Zilong froze in surprise and exclaimed, "What?" Another notification sound chimed. Creation value plus 17. Creation value plus 22. Creation value. He startled and fell into thought, wanting to pick up the fire and hand it to someone else. Their skill was far too low. Did he really think the other Sect disciples were all fools? Immediately after, a stone-carrying blue spiritual force came hurtling over. Huang Zilong shoved Xing Yi away with force and used his own face to take the blow. He saw him clutching his face and bleeding, and asked anxiously, "Brother Huang, are you all right? You're bleeding. You've already paid enough for me. Today you're injured again protecting me." Huang Zilong wondered in confusion. What was that just now? Something grabbed my arm. He pulled out a clump of hair and thought, "Is this hair?" Xing Yi immediately shouted toward the crowd, "Brother Huang, rest assured, when I become a powerful cultivator, I'll burn these men to their bones." The notification sounds kept ringing. Creation value plus 12. Creation value plus 13. Creation value plus 27. The disciples below surged up at once. How arrogant! They dared threaten on our turf. "Brothers, move up together. The law does not play numbers," they cried. "If we don't beat him today, our parents won't recognize us. Our family name will be written backwards." The system sound rang out. The value of creation, the completion of the task, and the acquisition of a JC work slip. Xing Yi turned his head to look and said, "Huan brother, they're desperate now. Be careful, they might target you. Quickly use the ancient teleportation talisman I gave you to leave here." Dai Yu shouted loudly, "What's going on? Are you trying to rebel?" Huang Zilong was startled and let out a cry, after which Xing Yi vanished using the blood shift technique. "I'll take my leave first." The group of disciples angrily shouted, "Damn it, that brat dared to use the blood shift technique to escape. His brothers are still here. Catch him. Don't let him activate the ancient teleportation talisman." He raised both hands in surrender. "It's not that I don't have it. Wait, please calm down and let me explain." But before Huang Zilong could speak, a punch landed. Xing Yi turned into a streak of bloodlight and disappeared. He glanced at the nearby Cheng Yan and said, "Oh, what a coincidence." Cheng Yan angrily shouted, "You showed up at just the right time. Let's settle all our old scores and new grudges at once." At that moment, Dio Dai Hai, riding the gourd, came over to block them. "Young friend, you're being reckless. I've already promised to ensure your safety. Why would you use the blood shift technique and harm your foundation like this?" Suddenly, a streak of purple light appeared beneath the feet of the three, quickly expanding and surrounding them. Xing Yi inquired, "What's going on?" Dio Dai Hai loudly responded, "The space is unstable. It's a teleportation array." The purple beam of light flashed and appeared in a narrow cave. Xing Yi and his group were also teleported here. Cheng Yan glanced upwards and asked, "Where is this?" Lin Jia Yuan, who was nearby, exclaimed, "Oh my! I didn't expect so many people to arrive at once." Dio Dai Hai furrowed his brows and questioned. Lin Sr., what do you mean by that? The old man glanced at the large-headed child and said, Did you think it was amusing to tease me earlier? Xing Yi tilted his head, making the confused sound. Ha! Lin Jiayuan raised his head and said, You acted innocent with King Zhuan to get me to hand over the mining resources, then arrogantly broke through the sword intent to slap me in the face. Upon hearing this, Xing Yi replied, No, you're overthinking. I didn't think much of you at all. Dio Dai Hai raised a hand to cover Xing Yi's mouth, apologizing. Lin Sr., you are highly esteemed. Why bother with a junior like me? Cheng Yan raised a finger, shaking it, and said, No. Old Lin here is taking revenge. It can't be helped. Only by prolonging his life can he think things through. Lin Jiayuan passed by, saying, The Sect Master understands me. He grabbed Cheng Xin by the collar, laughing. There's nothing for us here, brother and sister. We should leave first. Old Lin, take your time making up stories about this brat. But when Cheng Yan arrived, he found the place had already been locked. The old man smiled and added, Sect Master, don't be in such a hurry. You've not only offended me, but also the leader of King Zhuang's sect, who was also acting in this drama. He was stunned and exclaimed, Lin Jiayuan glanced back and said, It's easy to make this brat wish you were dead, but to take revenge on that old man from King Zhuan, Sect Master still needs to offer his help. Cheng Yan awkwardly replied, Old Lin is joking. This is something you should discuss with my father. The old man sneered coldly, Your father promised to marry his daughter to that brat for the sake of that little good-for-nothing, so I can only count on you, Sect Master. Hearing this, he asked cautiously, Then, may I ask what old Lin wants me to do? Lin Jiayuan smiled brightly, If both you and your junior sister have been harmed by Xing Yi, then you, Sect Master, would definitely cancel the alliance and directly attack Azure Cloud Sect, wouldn't you? At this, Cheng Yan's face immediately darkened. Dio Dai Hai, hearing this, angrily shouted, Lin Jiayuan, I heard that the previous Sect Master of Myriad Phenomena Sect owed you a favor. Are you really going to ruin the future of the one who once helped you just for the sake of your pride? The old man immediately let out a mocking laugh. A favor? That's just something I said myself. Anyway, no sect would refuse a nascent soul stage, he refining Grandmaster. Cheng Yan frowned and asked again, What do you mean by that? Lin Jiayuan chuckled. I watched you grow up. Let me make it clear for you. The corner of his mouth lifted as he continued. The previous Sect Master of Myriad Phenomena Sect, Cheng Ling Yun, was killed by me. The four of them, Cheng Xin, Cheng Yan, and Diao Dai Hai, were all shocked, their eyes wide open. Lin Jiayuan leaned on his cane and casually continued, It was because I heard that he had obtained the top-tier ancient magical artifact. I wanted to borrow it, but unfortunately, he died without ever admitting it. So I used a little trick to deceive him and killed him while he was out searching for treasure. In the end, his soul knew that what he had was the treasure map that recorded the location of the top-tier magical artifact. He didn't tell anyone about it, just left the map hidden in a dark corner of the treasure vault sect. Cheng Yan furrowed his brows and shouted, At that time, you claimed that my grandfather risked his life to help, so you wanted to repay him. Lin Jiayuan's expression darkened as he replied, I only wanted the treasure map, but your father was always suspicious of me. Even though I had always done my best to help your sect, he never gave me any opportunity to enter the treasure vault. He calmly continued, Now, as long as Azure Cloud Sect and Myriad Phenomena Sect go to war, then my chance will come as well. Dio Dai Hai placed her hand on the gourd, saying, That's a good plan, but unfortunately, with me here, you won't get your way. Lin Jiayuan glanced over with disdain and asked, Are you relying on that old woman from the Golden Core stage? She opened her mouth and cried out, Secret technique. A surge of energy rose as Diao Dai Hai used the reverse life rebirth technique. Waves of spiritual power surged from above. Xing Yi raised his hand to cover his face, silently reflecting. The vitality is so intense. He was startled as he watched her transform into a young girl and shouted Elder Dao Yao, Dio Dai Hai in the youth version. Nascent Soul 3rd stage. Little friend, retreat. I will aim for a quick and decisive victory. Lin Jiayuan laughed loudly and said, I originally thought that Azure Cloud Sect only had 5 nascent soul realm experts left. But it turns out they have been hiding a trump card like you. Do Dai Hai calmly replied. This secret method wasn't originally intended for me, but I promised to protect Sing Yi little friend, so I won't break my word. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the cave. Old Lin, she thought you weren't good at fighting and would definitely win. Zhao Xuyin, releasing her nascent soul force stage power, smiled and scolded. Truly foolish. The strength of a weapon refiner isn't in combat, but in connections. Ouyang Gai, nascent soul third stage, has also entered. Lin Zhaihai laughed and exclaimed, years ago, Cheng Ling Yun was at the 6th level of nascent soul, but he was still tricked and killed by me. Do Dai Hai furrowed her brows in contemplation. This is troublesome. Their cultivation levels are now on par with each other. She used a gourd to put all 3 of them inside and said, you all go in. Cheng Yan fell inside, anxiously shouting, we're done for. We're done for. We're definitely done for. Elder J can't possibly defeat 3 Era Realm experts. Sing Yi lowered his head and muttered, have you heard of the technique of cultivating a clone? Spirit woke up and asked, what's going on? A voice rang out, asking, how long would it take to master the Spirit Spear art to the highest level? The screen displayed a reminder, Spirit Spear art cultivation complete. Sing Yi was startled, thinking, that fast? She calmly replied, I told you, just leave the cultivation to me. Cheng Xin looked over and asked, what are you spacing out for? He turned his head and answered, I was thinking, that old man said he wanted to make myriad phenomena sect, believe I killed those too. But why go this far? She heard this and said, I can think of one possibility. Cheng Xin's voice rang out. To cover up the mysterious death of the sect master from before, the inner sects spent a lot of money to purchase a secret method from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and used it on important people within the sect. All you need is for the victim to be dead. You can go to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to check what that person saw 15 minutes before being killed. Replay the death at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Cheng Xin tilted his head and said, Elder brother and I were both struck by this kind of secret technique. Sing Yi rubbed his chin and muttered, that's right. Once you understand this beforehand, it can be exploited. Cheng Yan asked suspiciously. This matter is absolutely confidential. He's only a guest elder. How could he possibly know? He raised a finger in suggestion. Just test it a little. Is he looking at it with suspicion? How would you test it? Outside, 3 people from Lin Jiayuan, their whole bodies wrapped in a purple spiritual force, rushed forward together. The old madam was on the verge of being unable to hold on any longer. Do Dai Hai frowned and pondered silently. Good, come closer. At that moment, a voice called from within the pool. Jai Elder, I'm come to help. She turned and shouted, don't be reckless. What are you doing out there? Cheng Yan was dazed, spun around and screamed wildly, Xing Yi, I'll kill you. Do Dai Hai's eyes widened as he shouted, ha! Ouyang Gai and Zhou Suyin also suddenly stopped. An announcement sounded, creation star points, plus 67. Xing Yi mustered his strength and swung the Mai, Cheng Yan La forcefully. What's the matter? Are those old monsters really that scary? Is this a newly forged weapon? He shouted furiously, go forge your own head. Let go of me. Lin Jiayuan released a surge of spiritual power in response. Even if you have hostages, you are still just at the foundation establishment stage. Cheng Yan, enveloped by the spiritual power, cried out, G Elder, please help. Do Dai Hai raised his hand and used green spiritual power, employing the beast mastery technique. The boy was pulled by 2 streams of spiritual power, screaming in pain. It's about to break. It's about to break. Lin Jiayuan gritted his teeth and cursed loudly, damn it. Cheng Yan was slammed face first into the ground by Do Dai Hai, crying out, sorry. Xing Yi immediately pointed at the old man and shouted, the truth is already clear. Let go. Old man, this is the biological mother of the young sect master. Sometimes the best love is letting go. A reminder echoed, creation star point, calm 146. Lin Jiayuan's eyes flickered with red light as he trembled and shouted, you brat, I'll definitely tear your mouth apart. Do Dai Hai swung a death-defying blow. Ouyang Gai and Zhou Xuyin dodged the spiritual force with a lean. Be careful. The old man looked at his injured arm, cursing, damn, being hit by her sword will drain my vitality. Zhao Xu Yin beside him added. It's not losing vitality, it's being absorbed by her. Xing Yi smiled brightly and said, Great, they've reached a deadlock. Inwardly, he concluded, it seems they really know about Cheng Yan and Cheng Xin being targeted by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's secret techniques. Dio Dai Hai used a transmission of divine sense to instruct, Xing Yi, little friend, in a moment you and Cheng Yan must hide inside the gourd. Their encirclement formation will never be able to withstand the power of a nascent soul explosion. Dio Dai Hai then explained to Xing Yi, when this old woman's nascent soul explodes, if they fail to react in time, they too will suffer grievous injuries. The gourd is your father's life-bound magic treasure. It can withstand spiritual energy of similar intensity. She cast a glance behind her and continued, and it has already been set, so that once I die, it will carry you both back to the myriad phenomena Sect's gate at the fastest speed. It's useless to resist, even with hostages. They cannot activate a large-scale spell formation. My secret technique won't last much longer. Once I fall back to the Golden Core stage, all of us will be doomed. Hearing that, he asked, Elder G, you're suffering because of me. How could I possibly stand by and do nothing? She immediately rebuked him, Little friend, don't speak such reckless words. I'm not only saving you, I'm saving the future of the Azure Cloud Sect. The spirit within the space responded in agreement. She was right. Her method was already the best possible solution for this situation. Elder brother. She kept urging him. All those who became truly powerful throughout history achieved greatness by stepping over countless corpses. Brother, you must not harbor the fragile heart of a weakling who cannot let go of sentimental attachments. Understand? Hearing this, Xing Yi immediately shouted, Shut up, Jai Elder. What's the difference between a trapping formation and the soul-training death curse formation? Dio Dai Hai was startled and shouted loudly, They're not the same type of formation, but compared to the soul-training death curse formation, this one is slightly weaker. Why are you asking about this? Then, he turned into a streak of bloodlight and left. Seeing that Xing Yi had charged into the formation, the old man yelled loudly, Little friend, you're surprised by this. But is there really nothing you can break through? Dio Dai Hai ran over and shouted, Little friend, don't be so agitated. Just go into the gourd bottle first. Zhao Xu Yin sneered, Knave brat. This trapping formation was created by the three of us working together. Do you think someone with a foundation establishment like you can break it? Xing Yi stroked the formation, admiring it. It's quite solid. Then he raised his hand and released the spirit from the formation. The three of them, Lin Jia Yuan, gasped in shock, She also questioned, Xing Yi coldly laughed and said, It's just too flimsy. He turned his head to look at her and shouted, You, hurry up and use the blood sacrifice technique to go to Myriad Phenomena Sect and ask for help. The spirit scratched his chin and replied, I'm just a cultivation amateur. Brother, you're exaggerating a bit. Xing Yi shouted loudly, Sorry, but the strong must abandon their feelings for women. Hearing this, she angrily cursed under her breath. Damn it. A notification sound rang out. Fortune acquired plus 368. Lin Jia Yuan immediately shouted, What's going on? Where did that person come from? Old monster, you're fast. Catch them. Xing Yi turned his head and shouted, Run, old sister. Spirit, run quickly. Please, damn it. Dio Dai Hai raised her sword and cried out, Little friend, don't worry. I'll risk everything to stop them and buy time for you. Xing Yi shielded her with his body and shouted, Old monster, senior, go quickly. Let me hold her off. Hao Yang Gai, in surprise, exclaimed, His figure passed through the formation and left. Dio Dai Hai angrily shouted, Little friend, what are you doing? Xing Yi smiled and explained, I'll be fine. I'm just letting it share the pressure with us. Zhao Xu Yin sarcastically said, It's just a desperate struggle. That girl's aura is only at the foundation establishment stage. The old monster can deal with her in no time. Xing Yi spoke, Jay Elder, take me back to the gourd. Hearing this, she asked, Has little friend finally thought it through? He quickly entered the gourd and replied, Not yet. Later, you will follow my orders. Dio Dai Hai asked in confusion, She was puzzled as she listened to Xing Yi explain. G Elder, you must do everything you can to take action. Getting closer between the two of you is even better. Then, they'll have internal conflicts, and you can seize the opportunity. Chaos can be resolved one person at a time. Diao Daihai looked at the gourd thoughtfully. Little friend has only just reached foundation establishment, and yet you already know how to transmit divine consciousness. Moreover, why do you say there is conflict on their side? Cheng Xin hugged Cheng Yan and cried out. Kexing Yi looked at the system board and replied, "He's fine, just unconscious." He stared at it, silently hoping there wouldn't be any mistakes and that everything would proceed according to the plan he had laid out. Xing Yi's eyes flashed brightly as he used the divine spirit decision. Then he pressed the button at the bottom of the screen. Outside, Zhao Xu Yin leaned to the side to avoid the sword Diao Daihai swung at her, sneering. The power of the old woman's eyes is weakening. She won't be able to hold out much longer. The man's eyes blazed with light, dazzling and painful, as he screamed out, "Ah!" Zhao Xu Yin turned her head and glared at him. "Lin Jiayuan, are you plotting against your own family?" She spun around and struck Lin Jiayuan hard, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood in agony. "Ha ha!" Diao Daihai saw Zhao Xu Yin attacking Lin Jiayuan and immediately charged forward. He sensed the sword energy coming from behind and cursed loudly, "Damn it! She's using life and death reversal to strike straight at me." Zhao Xu Yin rapidly aged and screamed, "Ah!" Diao Daihai used the 10,000 sword slash, delivering dozens of continuous blows. Lin Jiayuan saw that he was trapped inside. Xu Wen was worried. Zhao Xu Yin, with her remarkable talent, broke free from her body and shouted loudly, "Old man, what time is it and you're still pretending?" Her entire body was filled with spiritual energy as she rushed forward. "Even if we die, we'll drag you down with us." Seeing this, Lin Jiayuan was startled and exclaimed, "Damn it, he wants to self-detonate his nascent soul. Are you crazy? What have I done to you?" He immediately took out a middle-grade soul-confining artifact of the Earth realm. Zhao Xu Yin was trapped inside, frantically banging against the barrier. "Ah, even if we turn into ghosts, we won't spare you." Diao Daihai stood there dazed, looking toward them. She was horrified as she pondered. So there are artifacts specifically designed to deal with nascent soul self-detonation. It's lucky I haven't been subjected to a nascent soul self-detonation. Moreover, they really are at odds with each other. How did little friend manage to do this? Inside Xing Yi, he too had fainted and collapsed beside Cheng Yan. Cheng Xin, seeing this, asked with suspicion, "What's going on? Why is everyone unconscious?" The principle behind the divine spear technique was to first contaminate one's own spiritual consciousness within the sea of awareness, turning it into an existence similar to a virus. Then, the virus of consciousness would be injected into the opponent's sea of awareness, causing it to become chaotic, rendering them unable to summon spiritual energy and losing their combat ability. However, the prerequisite for using it was that the opponent's cultivation level had to be roughly equal. Because the sea of consciousness has a self-defense mechanism, the spiritual attack of low-level cultivators cannot defeat the protective consciousness of high-level cultivators. However, there is one exception: sound transmission of the spiritual consciousness. Although sound transmission also emanates spiritual consciousness, the sound itself occupies an extremely small portion of the spiritual consciousness. So the sea of consciousness, in normal circumstances, will automatically accept the sound transmission without being on guard. However, the editing device broke this rule and was able to send a sound transmission carrying a large amount of information at once. At that moment, Xing Yi chose to replicate the 99 parts of conquest. Therefore, Xing Yi immediately thought about whether he could use the divine spirit decision first and then send his viral spiritual consciousness through the sound transmission editor as a carrier of vast amounts of information, thereby overcoming the defense of the opponent's spiritual consciousness and directly connecting the divine spirit decision within the opponent's sea of consciousness. Of course, he still had to use the editing device to pretend to be Lin Jiayuan and send the sound transmission of spiritual consciousness to Zhao Xu Wen. This would make Zhao Xu Wen mistakenly believe that it was Lin Jiayuan who launched the divine spear decision to ambush him. If the distance between the two is close enough, Zhao Xu Wen is highly likely to act out of anger. At that time, it would make Lin Jiayuan lower his guard and suffer serious injury. In this situation, as long as Elder Ji can seize the opportunity, it is highly likely that one person can be dealt with directly. If the plan succeeds, the situation could change completely. Outside, Lin Jiayuan gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "What the hell did you do?" Dio Daihai pursed his lips and pondered, replying, "I'd like to know as well, little friend. What exactly did you do? This is really quite miraculous. But I can't hold on any longer. This secret technique is almost effective. But my cultivation has now dropped to the first level of nascent soul." Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. In Lin Jiayuan's eyes, Dio Daihai was silent and bewildering, with strange techniques that were impossible to comprehend. He had humbled himself in an attempt to lure the enemy. Lin Jiayuan immediately transformed into a thread of dark light and left. Damn it, how could Azure Cloud Sect hide such a monster? He passed through the formation to leave. Thankfully, she couldn't break the trapping formation for now. Lin Jiayuan clenched his teeth and made a decision. First, I must find Aoyang Gai. If the trapping formation holds long enough, there might still be a way to save the situation. Meanwhile, Dio Daihai, exhausted, crouched down on the ground. A greenish light emanated from her. She closed her eyes and muttered. Fortunately, Lin Jiayuan is overly suspicious, so he was scared off. On the other side, Lin Jiayuan was searching everywhere with his spiritual energy. Then he was stunned and looked ahead, lowering to the ground and questioning. "Old monster, what are you doing? Where is that girl?" Lin Jiayuan placed his hand on the man's shoulder and inquired, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Immediately after, the man fell to the ground. Inside, Dio Daihai continued to attack the purple aura barrier. Finally, she leaned on her sword, knelt on the ground, and gasped, replying, Damn it, I can't break through. If I don't leave soon, it'll be disastrous when they return." Dio Daihai struggled to stand up. She couldn't waste the chance to escape now that my little friend had managed to get out. She had to take this opportunity before her golden core had fully deteriorated. She placed her hand on the barrier and muttered, "I'm sorry. In the end, this is the only choice I have. But I've lived long enough." Dio Daihai closed her eyes, thinking that it was a bit regrettable not to witness little friend's growth with her own eyes. She was startled when Spirit appeared in front of her. Dio Daihai looked at the darkened face and pondered. "Little friend's sibling, when will it be? Why can't I sense anything?" Dio Daihai thought anxiously. "Shit, I think she's been controlled by that old nascent soul monster." She kept shouting, "Stop, what do you want to do?" Spirit struck the purple aura barrier hard, and she fell. The formation shattered, right in front of Dio Daihai. Seeing this, she gaped in shock. At the Myriad Phenomena Sect Spirit Medicine Pavilion, Tian Yun pushed the door open with her hand. Cheng Xin immediately called out when she saw this. Alu's sister, she quickly entered and asked, "Where is my junior brother? I heard he was injured. Is it serious?" She pointed to the person on the bed, who was wrapped in bandages, and replied, "It's very serious. He was beaten by a group of people." Tian Yun's face turned pale as she shouted loudly, "How could Trading City do this? This is unforgivable." Cheng Qiao looked at Xing Yi and said, "You're dead. It's all your fault. You made senior sister's ex-lover look this miserable." He asked in confusion, "Huh?" Xing Yi raised his hand to cover his mouth and exclaimed, "Senior sister, I'm sorry. I didn't know you and Wang Zilong's senior brother were ex-lovers." Tian Yun angrily shouted, "Who is that? I don't have an ex-lover. I don't know him." Cheng Xin turned back and forth, suspiciously saying, "Don't know him? That's unforgivable." Tian Yun couldn't help but yell, "I thought he was Xing Yi's junior brother." He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Oh, so I'm the ex-lover of senior sister." Cheng Xin pointed at her and said, "Call me elder sister. I can allow you to be a second husband." Just then, Cheng Yan kicked open the door, shouting, "Xing Yi, you nasty person. You absolutely must explain yourself to me today." He saw Tian Yun holding onto Xing Yi, spinning around. Cheng Yan immediately reached out to close the door, saying, "Never mind, we can do it another time." At the Myriad Phenomena Sect's Council Hall, Dio Daihai projected the conversation of Lin Jiayuan. "Now, as long as the Azure Cloud Sect and Myriad Phenomena Sect go to war, then I will have my chance." She calmly narrated, this was the matter that Xing Yi's little friend had recorded. Jia Fei, upon hearing this, followed up, "I never expected the old sect master to be deceived by Lin Jiayuan." Zhen Lai slammed his hand on the table, his body radiating a bright red light as he shouted, "This damn beast! I always treated the enemy who killed my father as a guest of honor. Myriad phenomena sect, I will have a life and death struggle with him." Seeing this, King Xuan advised, "I can understand the feelings of the 10,000 sect master, but if he hastily spreads news of the celestial grade divine weapon, it could be detrimental to us." Zhen Lai raised the map and said, "Ha! This is the map he claimed was left by his father. If it weren't for the sect not upgrading the formation last year, I, the sect master, would not have discovered that hidden mechanism." He was startled and exclaimed, "The location on it." Zhen Lai thought of the sword and said, "It seems that the Azure Cloud sect master has discovered it as well. The celestial grade artifact recorded on the map is the demon sword sealed beneath our sect now." He looked ahead and introduced, 10 years ago, this place was discovered by a small sect called the Jushan sect, which then led to the uprising of the demonic sword. Although the sword of love is of the heavenly rank, the demonic race's weapon forging system is completely different from ours, and cannot be used as a reference. No one knew what Lin Kai Yuan would think if he learned that what he had been pursuing this entire year was actually the divine sword that already existed. Zhu Jifei quietly added, "I wonder what Lin Jia Yuan would think if he knew that the thing he had been chasing for so many years was, in fact, the divine sword that already existed." Dio Daihai, hearing this, continued, "Strange. Cheng Ling Yun didn't tell anyone, so how did Lin Jia Yuan find out?" He spoke softly, "Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." King Xuan stroked his beard and agreed, "That makes sense. The divination calculations at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion are quite vague. Perhaps they calculated that Cheng Ling Yun was connected to a heavenly ranked artifact, which is why Lin Jia Yuan got close. It's just that they didn't realize that the Heavenly Kai was actually a demonic sword. Otherwise, Lin Jia Yuan wouldn't have been so persistent." Zhen Lai clenched his fist and shouted angrily, "Damn Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. If it weren't for Nirvana Palace backing them, they would have been wiped out countless times by now." King Xuan, upon hearing this, continued, "The matter has been clarified. Master, it would be best if you announce the map of the demonic sword treasure now." Zhu Jifei also spoke up in agreement. "That's right, everyone should take action first. If Lin Jia Yuan spreads the news that our sect has a heavenly grade magic weapon, and the demon lord explains that it's indeed a demonic sword, not everyone will necessarily believe it." He calmly added, "But if we make the announcement first, and the old sect master hid the demonic sword for the benefit of the world, only to be betrayed by Lin Jia Yuan, then the two of our sects jointly issue a bounty notice. It could put Lin Jia Yuan in a completely passive position." Zhen Lai gritted his teeth and responded resolutely, "Even if we can't capture him, I will make sure that for the rest of his life, he will only be able to live in hiding." Soon after, King Xuan and Dio Daihai hurriedly left. He turned to look at her and asked, "Jai Elder, does the effect of your secret technique last that long?" Dio Daihai smiled and replied, "Sing Yi little friend helped replenish my vitality and also filled up my gourd, enough to last half a month. He even said if it's not enough, I can go at him for more." King Xuan immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Half a month? What kind of vitality is that? Clearly, the last time he used the worm, he was still so weak." She speculated upon hearing this. Perhaps it was because little friend had broken through to Foundation establishment, and this time, the expenditure wasn't as much as before. He immediately jolted in surprise and shouted, "What? He has reached Foundation establishment already. I remember just a month ago, he was still at the 5th level of Kai refining." Dio Daihai, hearing this, replied doubtfully, I was also shocked. Not only did he break through normally, but he directly advanced from the 5th level of Kai refining to the 5th level of Foundation establishment." King Xuan couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "What? Jai Elder, are you leading us right?" She confirmed loudly, "Yes, really. He unexpectedly broke through before the disciple intersect examination. Many people witnessed it with their own eyes." Zhen Lai was startled by the sound of King Xuan's laughter echoing through the courtyard. Zhu Jifei also exclaimed in surprise, "Is that the laughter of sect leader King Xuan? What good news has happened?" Zhen Lai gritted his teeth and sneered coldly, "Humph. After all, they gained an incredibly talented disciple. I've heard that this time they may resolve the crisis of Lin Jia Yuan, thanks to that person, Xing Yi." He chuckled from behind and added, "It's hard to believe. Breaking through such a great realm is already incredible. And now they could even shift the situation in the Foundation establishment against nascent soul." He gazed towards the sky with emotion. It seemed that the Azure Cloud Sect's bad luck had passed, and fortune was about to arrive. Zhi Fei clasped his hands together and smiled. "Sect leader, there's no need to worry. I have confirmed with Miss Tinner that Xing Yi is so infatuated with her that he is completely besotted, and has already become her subordinate." Zhen Lei's face turned pale as he replied, "As a father, it feels somewhat wrong to say such things about my daughter, but as Sect Master, it's hard for me to imagine any man being so infatuated that it drives him to madness." Upon seeing this, he immediately raised a memory stone. This is what Miss Xin recorded. Inside the memory stone, Xing Yi, his face filled with deep affection, spoke of Cheng Xin. "To me, she is the only one. Both worlds may warp, but she is surely the only one for me," he told the sound transmission jade. "I love her. I truly love her." Zhen Lai immediately stroked his chin, nodding in approval. "Good, very good. This song is written with profound emotion. It touches the soul directly, and it is undoubtedly a true expression of love." He clasped his hands behind his back and sighed emotionally. Old King Xuan still doesn't realize that the genius disciple he trained has become a pawn in my daughter's hands. Below, King Xuan was startled by the sound of laughter coming from above. Dio Dai Hai, puzzled, inquired, "Why is Sect Master Cheng also laughing like that?" He sneered coldly. Zhen Lai turned his head and asked, "Xin is with Xing Yi now?" Zhi Fei immediately reported, "Yes, they're at the Spirit Medicine Pavilion." Upon hearing that, he flew off at once. "I'll go take a look." Before long, Zhen Lai appeared on the upper floor. Suddenly, he was startled as a surge of blue spiritual energy burst out. Tian Yun rode his sword swiftly away. Seeing this, Zhen Li frowned in confusion. That was Liu Tian Yun from Azure Cloud Sect, wasn't it? Why did he look so furious? He then leaned forward to peek inside. Inside the room, Cheng Xin was sitting helplessly on the ground, while Xing Yi's belt had snapped, and he was desperately trying to hold up his pants. Zhen Lai covered his mouth and coughed lightly. "So that's what it was. Well, you two are still young, but you should learn some restraint." Xing Yi opened his mouth, trying to explain, "No, Sect Master, it's not wet." He froze as Cheng Xin exclaimed, "I told you this wasn't a good place, but you were too impatient." Zhen Lai clasped his hands behind his back and advised calmly, Youth is understandable. As long as it doesn't hinder your cultivation, I won't say more." Immediately after, the girl's next words made it impossible for him to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Xing Yi wanted to take her back to Azure Cloud Sect. He said, "It's hard to perform well on foreign grounds. I was being cautious." Zhen Lai turned away. Go on then." Right after that, he returned here. Zhi Fei looked at Zhen Lai and asked, "Sect Master, what is the relationship between the two of them?" He clasped his hands together and replied, "They are stuck together like glue." Xing Yi pointed at Cheng Xin and criticized, "Why you have to tarnish my purity?" She explained, "The more my father believes our relationship is good, the freer I become." Cheng Xin lowered her head and asked, "When will you return to Azure Cloud Sect?" He sat down on the ground and answered, waiting for Elder Ji to announce it. She gasped in surprise, "I know you're definitely curious about the secret I have." Xing Yi turned his head and responded, curious, "What would you say about that?" She held up the memory stone and replied, "Let's consider this a sign of sincerity for our cooperation. I'll tell you something first." Xing Yi was startled and exclaimed, "Huh?" He suddenly thought, could the shadow trace stone be related to that demonic cultivator? He shouted, "Leave it here. If someone else sees it." On the screen, Xing Yi, with a serious face, sang, "She must be the only one for me." He then spoke through the sound transmission jade, saying, "I love her. I truly love her." Calmly, he replied, "Actually, when I asked you to sing this song, I secretly used the shadow trace stone to record it." He was shocked and exclaimed, "Are you kidding me?" At that moment, Xing Yi looked at her and said, "To thank you for helping me sell hatred in the arena, I can also help you with something." Cheng Xin immediately replied, "Then sing a love song, and add my name to it." Back in reality, he licked his lips, patted her head, and asked again, You made this strange request to record it, and use it to blackmail me, didn't you? Chang Xin coldly responded. No, I just thought it sounded good, so I wanted to record it. Just then, a voice called out from outside. Sing Yi, little friend, I'm done. Let's head back to the sect. He raised his head and saw the three of Kings Wan, shouting, They're here! They're here! Tian Yun, her face dark with anger, glanced down and pointed out her query. Why is this woman following us? She immediately asked, Are you still upset with elder sister? Chen Yun shouted in fury, Who's your younger sister? Sing Yi turned around to look behind him, saying, Right, I forgot to tell you. When I go back to the sect, I'll have to enter seclusion again. Chang Xin raised the shadow trace stone and asked, Senior sister, do you want to hear some music? Tian Yun, taken aback, asked, Huh? Sing Yi immediately changed his tone. Actually, my sword intent is stable now, so I don't need to enter seclusion. She hesitated and asked, What piece is it? He immediately shouted in urgency, Ah, sect leader, I'm ready. Let's head back to the sect quickly. At Zhang Yangfeng, Sing Yi's residence, he collapsed onto the bed, laughing and shouting, I miss this bed so much. He rested his head on his hand and asked, But why do I not feel relaxed when I get home? Immediately after, Sing Yi looked at Chang Xin and Tian Yun, who were ready for a fight in front of her, and asked why. She coldly questioned, You should explain your purpose. This time, Junior Brother's actions have affected the situation at the nascent soul level. Do you think participating in a martial arts contest for courtship is just a game? What meaning does it hold anymore? Chang Xin calmly retorted, But I already sent the message. Tian Yun's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, It's fine. During Junior Brother Xing Yi's seclusion, I visited all the disciples at the Foundation establishment level and above. Even if they were from normal sects, they only participated half-heartedly just to get through it. Chang Xin turned to look at him. In this matter, your performance has truly exceeded my expectations. There's no need for further testing. Xing Yi asked, So what does passing the test actually mean? She then calmly made her request. I need you to help me obtain 5 items, specifically, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and the blood essence of nascent soul cultivators. Tian Yun pointed at him and exclaimed, Are you crazy? Junior Brother is only at the Foundation establishment level. Chang Xin softly reassured him, Don't worry about this. You don't actually have to kill any nascent soul cultivators. The Dual Joy Sect has a secret technique. Only the inner sect can access it. You need the blood essence of a high-level cultivator to assist with cultivation. She thought of that person and exclaimed, So, the sect leaders and elders from previous generations will drain all the blood essence from their bodies and preserve it on the ancestral land for the future generations to cultivate before they die. Chang Xin laughed and called out, As long as one can become an inner disciple of the Dual Joy Sect, there will be an opportunity and ancestral land. Tian Yun was startled and asked, But the Dual Joy Sect only recruits female disciples. How could Junior Brother enter? She immediately rebutted, They accept male disciples, but only to supplement the Furnace Pavilion. Then, Chang Xin turned her head and explained, With your talent, you could easily become a high-ranking member of the Furnace Pavilion and enter the inner sect. Xing Yi raised both hands, crossing them, and loudly refused, No, I don't have that kind of talent. Tian Yun, hearing this, asked doubtfully, Even if it's truly possible, why would Junior Brother risk his life to help you? Is it just because you know he's the favored one? Chang Xin uncertainly asked, Isn't that enough? She immediately rebutted, Not enough. Have you even seen Junior Brother's talent? If his zombie identity were to be exposed, the most he could do is leave the heavenly framed continent and go to the endless sea, which would be more suitable for his cultivation. Chang Xin turned around and asked, You would really abandon your senior sister to go to the endless sea? Xing Yi replied with a dark expression, I can't bear to. Tian Yun blushed embarrassed and said, At most I'll go with her. Xing Yi raised a hand to cover his mouth, teasing, Senior sister, so you finally agree to go somewhere alone with me. She angrily shouted, I'm giving you the initiative here. Could you please stop making trouble? Chang Xin closed her eyes and sighed helplessly. Fine, in that case, I have one more condition. His voice rang out. Leave your storage ring with me. Help me get the essence blood, and I'll return the ring to you. Xing Yi froze, contemplating. the storage ring from her body before she died. Tan Yun, puzzled, asked, "What's going on? Is there something important inside?" He scratched his head, dark-faced, thinking, "Damn it, if the system hadn't lost contact, I could have asked what's inside." Xing Yi turned to Cheng Xin, asking, "How can we prove that the ring is with you? Tell me, what's inside?" She calmly pointed out, "There's the marriage certificate between you and the third princess of Azure Orchid Nation." He was stunned, exclaiming, "Huh?" Xing Yi turned pale, silently cursing. How could the system not tell him about such an important matter? Tan Yun, bewildered, thought, "Junior brother and the third princess of Azure Orchid Nation are married. Did they get married already?" Cheng Xin startled and exclaimed, "This is just a fabrication of mine." Xing Yi grabbed her collar and shouted, "Do you want to cooperate or not?" Cheng Xin calmly explained, "I just wanted to probe a little. Why do I feel like you don't know what's inside either?" He turned his gaze away and replied, "After becoming a zombie, I've forgotten a lot of things from my past life." She softly murmured, "Is that so?" Cheng Xin's voice echoed, "That's true. A zombie can't have its body snatched." Xing Yi, not daring to look directly, admitted, Yes, that's right." She then raised a piece of metal and asked, "Do you remember this?" Xing Yi reached out to take it as he listened to Cheng Xin continue. "It seems that the item in your storage ring is a fragment of a magic weapon, but the material is very unique. Lin Jiayuan has never seen anything like it." He secretly thought to himself, evaluating it. His eyes flashed with a pale blue light and the system screen displayed the words Creation System, Outer Shell Fragment. Seeing this, Xing Yi pondered silently, outer shell of the system? What is this? Does my body's system have a physical form? Tan Yun, with a puzzled expression, asked, "What's wrong, junior brother?" He calmly responded, "It really is something from my storage ring." Xing Yi turned to look at her, pressing on, "So what's your connection to that demonic cultivator?" Cheng Xin glanced over and replied, "He once saved me when I was a child, and I helped him a little in return." He was startled and questioned, "You knew he was a demonic cultivator, yet you still helped him." Tan Yun also chimed in, "Moreover, with the nature of a demonic cultivator, saving you must have come with ulterior motives." She lowered her head and murmured, "Whether he had motives or not, he's already dead. Besides, from the beginning, I only helped him with beast contracts and buying a demon core. It wasn't until 4 years ago that I met him again." Tan Yun exclaimed upon hearing that. "Then, what was your reason?" Cheng Xin's expression darkened as she replied, "I wanted to resurrect 2 people who died because of the demonic sword chaos." Hearing this, she immediately refuted, "I've never heard of any spell capable of bringing the dead back to life." Cheng Xin closed her eyes and muttered, "Yes, I've searched through the ancient texts in the Cultivating Immortality Sect, but found no such record." Then, she calmly declared, "But he wasn't from the Cultivating Immortality world." Thinking of him, Cheng Xin explained, "He came from the Cultivation Star and said he was being hunted. So he fled here. I've witnessed his methods. I don't think he was lying." Upon hearing this, Xing Yi advised, "Even if it's true, you're still befriending a tiger." She responded firmly, "It's fine, as long as he can help me." He frowned and pressed further. "And what happened after that? Did you succeed?" Cheng Xin spoke calmly, "The only thing left is to obtain the essence blood of 5 cultivators who have at least reached the nascent soul stage, metal and wood, water and fire, earth heaven, and spiritual root." I thought of what he said back then. He originally had a way to accomplish it, but he died. When I received the news of his death, I was truly in despair. Later, from the Shadow Trace Stone, I realized that although you are a zombie, you still possess consciousness, and even managed to complete a breakthrough in sword intent. The first time I came into contact with you, I suspected that he had seized your body. I had never heard of anyone being able to seize the body of a zombie, but after all, he came from a higher-level cultivation star. After getting to know you, I discovered that you were not him. With the mindset of giving it one last try, I wondered if you could help me. The results you showed exceeded all my expectations." Cheng Xin closed her eyes and said, "Whether through threat or plea, now I can only entrust my hope to you. If you can truly obtain the essence blood, I can agree to anything you ask." Upon hearing that, Xing Yi continued, "Then I have a few questions for you." She called out immediately, "Please ask." His gaze turned sharp as he questioned. You were the one who killed Wang Dang and Wang Ju, weren't you? Cheng Xin denied it at once. No, but it was I who originally devised the plan that led old Du to capture Wang Dang. Sheng Yi was startled and exclaimed, Huh! Tan Yun, his face pale with anger, shouted, Do you know how many of my sect members they killed in collusion with the demonic cultivator? Cheng Xin answered nonchalantly, Old Du, and I made a bet. If after being captured, Wang Dang refused to comply and denied old Du's request, then his memory would be erased, and he'd be let go. Old Du also wouldn't harm any of your sect's disciples. She thought of that person, commenting, but unfortunately, he was a useless piece of trash. Xing Yi asked, If that's the case, does the demonic cultivator have other accomplices? Cheng Xin replied softly, I don't know about that. He raised 2 fingers and asked, Second question, how did you know I'm a zombie? Cheng Xin thought about the old man's words and answered, 2 years ago, when I visited old Du, he was in the middle of refining you. Both Tan Yun and Xing Yi were taken aback and stared at her. Cheng Xin recollected. He said you tried to ambush him, and that you had many strange spells. You almost trapped him. Xing Yi stroked his chin, pondering. To be assessed like that by the demonic cultivator, it seems the original owner still had some strength, but fell victim to a trap during a mission. Then he looked up and asked, Then how did my storage ring end up in your hands? Cheng Xin calmly replied, He casually tossed it to me. At that moment, second old Du gave a faint smile and responded, Your birthday is coming soon, right? Here's a gift for you. This is a beautiful storage ring, and there's nothing inside that would be of any use to me. Hearing this, Xing Yi panicked and thought, Great, giving a strange item as a birthday gift to someone else, huh? This old bastard. He raised a finger and asked, One last question. Who is the person you want to resurrect? Cheng Xin's face darkened as he listed. One is my mother, and the other is my good friend. Xing Yi turned his head to Tan Yun and asked, I've finished my questions. What about you, senior sister? She calmly replied, I don't have any. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xin immediately pressed. So do you agree to this deal? His voice rang out. I refuse. She was startled and exclaimed, Huh? Xing Yi waved his hand and shouted loudly, The storage ring doesn't matter, whether it's there or not. As for my exam rank, you should hurry up and reveal it. I'm in a hurry to run off with senior sister here. Tan Yun scowled and shouted back, Hey, he glanced over there, and besides, I don't think that demonic cultivator will actually help you. His methods definitely have issues. Sometimes you need to let go. Stop living in the past. Suddenly, a screen appeared, displaying a mission line. Achieve 200,000 points of creation in Dual Joy Sect. Deadline, 1 year. Xing Yi was stunned, cursing inwardly. Damn it, this mission is always opposing me, isn't it? A line of text appeared. Achieve 2,000 points of creation in the Dual Joy Sect. Deadline, 1 year. Success in the mission grants a 10x mission reset ticket. Failure shortens height by 30 centimeters. He glanced at the screen, silently calculating. A mission reset ticket? This could be useful. In case I accidentally get a mission that ends up with the original host dead, I could use the reset ticket, as if it's a talisman against this deceptive system. Cheng Xin immediately turned and walked away. I understand. I'll figure it out on my own. I'll ask my father to cancel the engagement. Sorry for causing trouble for you two during this time. Xing Yi raised his hand to stop her. Wait a moment. He smiled faintly and asked, Didn't you say you would agree to any condition before? Xing Yi was startled when he saw her taking off her clothes and shouted, What are you doing taking off your clothes? Cheng Xin looked confused and asked, Isn't it because of this? He pointed to himself and shouted, Do I look like the kind of person who would stoop to this? She blushed and asked, Then, what if I were the senior sister? Xing Yi rubbed his nose and hesitated, answering then, I'll make an exception just this once. Tan Yun frowned and shouted, I'll kill you. He frowned and shouted, Just so you know, I can visit the Dual Joy Sect, but can't guarantee I'll get the essence blood. Cheng Xin immediately responded, All right, what are the conditions? Xing Yi raised his hand and said, Aside from returning the ring containing the items to me, you must publicly apologize and declare that you conspired with the demonic cultivator causing the deaths of many of our sect's disciples. Of course, you cannot speak any ill of Azure Cloud Sect. She calmly agreed, all right, anything else? He put his hand on his waist and shouted, that's all for now. If there's anything else, I'll add it later. Suddenly, the jade pendant at his waist heated up. When he took it out, the voice of King Zhuan immediately echoed. Sing Yi, little friend, please represent the sect and come over. Upon hearing this, Sing Yi said, the sect leader has called for me, Tian Yun. Hurry up and push ahead. You go ahead. I'll keep watch here. She hesitated. Then Chang Xin asked, don't you find this strange? She looked toward the window and added, according to what he said, he couldn't have clearly rejected me. But in the end, he still agreed to go to Dual Joy Sect. Tin Yun coldly asked, what are you trying to say? Chang Xin calmly explained, once I admit those crimes, the current alliance between the two sects would bring immeasurable losses to the inner sect. Azure Cloud Sect would have absolute control in this alliance. But he has just joined your sect, not even 2 months in. Would he take such a huge risk to go to Dual Joy Sect just to benefit the sect? She spoke softly, adding moreover, he said that in the end, you agreed to go with him. Tin Yun, impatient, asked, what exactly are you trying to say? Chang Xin closed her eyes and sighed. Sigh, I heard senior sister of Azure Cloud Sect is smarter than others. Yet she's still a newcomer when it comes to relationships. Tin Yun was startled and shouted, huh? She listened absent-mindedly as Chang Xin recounted. It was likely that he had previously suggested running away with you, right? But you must have said that the sect had shown you kindness, and you couldn't leave. The scene from that moment flashed in Tian Yun's mind. She indeed lowered her head and refused, saying, no, master, sake my life. As senior sister, I also have an obligation to uncover the truth and provide an explanation for the disciples who died in vain. Chang Xin looked ahead and shouted, what he's doing now is repaying the sect's kindness to you, so that when the time comes for the two of you to part ways, you can leave without regrets. Tian Yun blushed and declared, junior brother did this for me back then, while Xing Yi, with a serious expression, declared, if you don't want to leave, then I will join the sect. Chang Xin opened the door and said, cherish him. Don't wait until one day someone else takes him away, and then regret it. Chen Yun watched as the door closed, gently biting her lip and remaining silent. On the other side, Xing Yi stepped into the grand hall, clasped his hands in greeting. I pay my respects to sect leader, Ji Elder. Hearing this, King Zhuan called out, Mom, this time you performed excellently in the matter of Lin Jia Yuan. As sect leader, I intend to appoint you as the head disciple, replacing the king, and becoming the senior brother of the inner sect. What do you think? He closed his eyes and said, thank you for your kindness, sect leader, but I have one request. He let out a surprised exclamation. Oh, do tell. Xing Yi raised a finger and added, considering my background, I would still prefer to be ranked after senior sister. Suddenly being called junior sister would feel uncomfortable. King Zhuan covered his mouth and coughed lightly. Ahem, well said. Dio Daihai was also startled and remarked, I thought it was some other kind of request. She then asked, little friend, may I ask about the condition of your sister? Hearing this, Xing Yi smiled thoughtfully. As expected, she wanted to ask about this. On the surface, he smiled brightly and replied, thank you for your concern, Ji Elder. She is safe and sound. Immediately after, Xing Yi released his spirit. She forced a smile and asked, what's going on now, brother? He silently cursed. That brat told me I should enter closed-door cultivation to recover. But I'll calmly explain a few things. On the other side, Tian Yun suddenly thought, is it in the storage ring? Last time, there were no fluctuations in spiritual energy. Could it be affected by a formation? Over there, King Zhuan looked at him and asked, previously, Elder Ji, fearing that Lin Jiaduan might return, hurriedly sent you all to the Myriad Phenomena sect without asking for details. So who exactly is this sister? Xing Yi glanced at Spirit, hesitant. This, she glanced over there, thinking to herself, telling you to deceive me. Now, let's see how you explain this. He closed his eyes and began. Everyone knows that living creatures cannot be stored in storage rings. So I pointed over there and said, actually, this is the body of my sibling that I used to craft this. Spirit was stunned and exclaimed, Then he started fabricating a story. My sibling is Sing Dahua, who went missing 2 years ago, and I've been searching for them ever since. The system's voice echoed. Creation star point plus 68. Sing Yi thought of that person and remembered meeting senior sister later on, learning that she too was investigating the disappearance of inner disciples. We gradually got to know each other. His voice continued. Not long ago, senior sister, junior sister Chao Yuan, and I were investigating a cave and encountered a demonic cultivator there. Among the corpses he had manipulated, my sibling was one of them. The system's voice reminded. Creation star point plus 88. Ye raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, but for some reason, Davua still retained a bit of consciousness. Thanks to their help, we were able to escape from the demonic cultivator. King Swan, upon hearing this, was startled and exclaimed, "Oh, it seems like you're a bit different from the story you told before." Liu Shiji then recounted, looking ahead and shouting, "I know. Sect leader, please don't blame senior sister for lying. It was I who asked her to help conceal the truth." Sing Yi clenched his fist tightly and shouted, "Though I don't understand why Dahua still has consciousness, in the end, the righteous sects don't accept alchemy. But I truly can't bring myself to destroy you." The system then displayed a notification. Creation star point plus 8. DL Die High sighed. Haze, I can understand that feeling. King Zwan, hearing this, reassured, don't worry. Although Azure Cloud Sect is a renowned righteous sect, we're not that conservative. He looked straight ahead and suggested, how about this, as long as it doesn't interfere with your cultivation, and you don't reveal it in front of outsiders, we can turn a blind eye to this matter of our sisterhood. Sing Yi nudged her with his elbow and shouted, great. Dahua quickly thanked the sect leader and Elder Jie. A reminder sound echoed. Creation star point warning plus 38. Spirit, still dazed, responded, thank you. King Zhuan chuckled, then asked with curiosity, haha, actually, there's one more thing I'm very curious about. His gaze turned sharp. How did Sister manage to escape the pursuit of a nascent soul cultivator, and how could you break through a formation that even the old cultivation experts couldn't manage? Xing Yi glanced over and suggested, actually, I didn't have time to ask. You should explain it to them. Dahua was stunned for a moment, then replied, this thing. Spirit scratched his head and smiled brightly. Actually, I forgot as well. After becoming a test taker, my memories have always been interrupted. Dio Daihai asked suspiciously, forgot? You have no impression at all. Hearing this, Xing Yi said, Sect Leader Elder, please don't blame her. After all, the matter of becoming a test taker, with a mind that never existed before, is unprecedented. Any unusual occurrence regarding emotional matters can be forgiven. She immediately smiled in agreement. His voice deepened as he exclaimed, so in order to understand what exactly happened to Dahua, I kept her here. Spirit was startled, shouting, huh? Xing Yi lowered his head, clasped his hands, and said, I hope Sect Leader and Jai Elder can help me find the answer. King Zhuan hesitated, replying, this doesn't sound too good, does it? Dio Daihai agreed, saying, well, after all, she's little friend's sister. Spirit chuckled and said, elder brother, what if in the end, the research turns me into a normal test taker? That would be awful. Xing Yi stroked his chin and exclaimed, you're right. I didn't think this through properly. I originally thought I could recreate Dahua's condition. The two of them, King Zhuan, were startled when they heard him speak. So all senior cultivators who are about to die can achieve immortality by turning themselves into test subjects. Xing Yi withdrew his spirit. It seemed the disciple was still too naive. A loud cry echoed in the pitch-black space as Spirit was trying to enter, but King Zhuan grabbed its foot. Dio Daihai knelt on one knee to catch it. She, startled, exclaimed, hey. King Zhuan held on to Spirit and promised, rest assured, leave it to me, the sect leader. I will definitely investigate the abnormalities in your sister's body without causing any harm. Xing Yi cupped his hands and called out, sorry to trouble you. Dio Daihai saw him fly off and, confused, asked, isn't little friend coming along? Xing Yi immediately declined. No, if I'm here, you two won't be able to act. She thought to herself at that moment when Xing Yi called out, quickly run, sister. In her heart, she wondered, what is going on? Did your sister offend you when she was alive? Last time, she was also thrown out as bait. Over there, He quickly flew towards the plaza. One of his feet lightly landed on the ground. Xingyi looked up, seeing the heart-testing stone in front of him at Zhengyang Feng, where the bath was. Yuan Lan was startled and exclaimed, "What? You mean Xingyi Jr. brother came to Dual Joy Sect to become a pill furnace for me?" Tian Yun heard that and responded, almost as if agreeing. She raised her hand, patted her chest, and shouted, "I can also go to the Yuanyang Pavilion to do that for senior sister." Tian Yun's voice rang out. "Oh no, I didn't mean to have you compare me." She lowered her head, muttering, "Anyway, I'm a bit confused. Just let him give up on that thought, and we need to rehearse together first." Yuan Lan touched her chin thoughtfully. "What's there to rehearse? Senior sister, you're a bit strange." Her eyes sparkled as she thought, but she immediately knew she couldn't miss this opportunity to play this game with senior sister. She then slapped her own arm and exclaimed, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Tian Yun raised her hand and suggested, "Pretend you're me, and I'm Xingyi Jr. brother. How would you stop me?" Yuan Lan immediately lowered her voice and said, "Junior brother, you can't go to the Dual Joy Sect. It's too dangerous." She quickly closed her eyes, thinking to herself that senior sister was overthinking. Seeing this, Tian Yun blushed with embarrassment. "Ah, senior sister calling me senior sister. This feeling is so strange." Tian Yun's eyes darkened, and she shouted, "Yuan Lan." Yuan Lan's face turned red, and she covered her mouth, letting out a coughing sound. It's fine. You continue." Tian Yun raised her hand and said, "Junior brother would only take a quick trip around the Dual Joy Sect, lied to Cheng Xin to confess, but wouldn't take the risk to help her collect blood essence." Yuan Lan's voice rang out. "Senior sister, your character's role is too emotionally invested, isn't it?" She was startled and shouted, "Don't interfere. Anyway, using danger as an excuse, I feel it's not right." Yuan Lan reached up to touch his chin and replied, "Then let's try a different approach." She raised both hands and declared, "Junior brother, I won't allow you to go to the Dual Joy Sect. If you join the Dual Joy Sect to become a pill furnace, even if Cheng Xin confesses, it won't stop the damage. This will do to the sect's honor." Tian Yun reached up to touch his chin and replied, This direction works." In her mind, she kept calculating. If Junior brother really wanted to help her in repayment of kindness, then the negative impact of being exposed would make him worried, like a bucket of cold water splashing over her head when Yuan Lan added, "But with Xingyi Jr. brother's abilities, I believe he will never be exposed." Tian Yun angrily shouted, "Which side are you on, exactly?" Yuan Lan placed her hand on her forehead and laughed loudly. "After saying that, I feel the reason doesn't hold, so I've contradicted myself." She placed her hand on her forehead, thinking, "That's true. Junior brother always plans 3 steps ahead. There's no way he would suggest something uncertain." Yuan Lan suddenly walked over, gently caressing Tian Yun's chin, and said, "Then there's only one way left." She was startled when she saw her stroke her own belly and asked, "Xiao Yuan, what are you doing?" Yuan Lan calmly replied, "Junior brother, stand still. Leave it to me." Tian Yun clenched her teeth, her whole body tense, and hurriedly kicked toward the man holding her. She hugged her lower body and screamed, "What do you think you're doing?" Yuan Lan's nose bled. She gave a faint smile as if performing a beauty stratagem and replied, "You only need to persuade her. According to the preliminary plan, cook the rice first. Wake up tomorrow morning, and everything will be fine." Yuan Lan calmed herself and continued, "Little brother, I never expected my man to go and tend someone else's alchemy furnace." Blood dripped from her nose as she raised her hand and cried out loudly, "Tell me, who could possibly refuse this?" In her heart, she thought that, after all, she had to take on this role. Tian Yun covered her mouth with her hand, a thought flickering across her face before she smiled faintly. Yuan Lan tilted her head and exclaimed, "Oh, sister, you should tell me clearly now. You fool! How could I possibly use a method like this?" Then she ran over, grabbed Tian Yun's shoulder, and shouted, "Say it! Are you seriously weighing the feasibility? I only want to win your favor. Scold me, beat me, whatever you like." Tian Yun smiled softly, "Thank you, Xiao Yuan." Yuan Lan sprang back, crying, "No, don't thank me like that." She then stood up and said, "Let me try for a moment." But immediately she grabbed Tian Yun's leg and begged, "No, you can't. I have plenty of other ways. Far better than this. Senior sister, please don't go. Finally, she slammed her head into the floor of the pond. Tian Yun quickly walked away. Yuan Lan lowered her head to the surface of the water, mumbling, "She's dead, really dead." Xing Yi flew quickly away from the heart-testing stone. As he passed by a courtyard, he suddenly stopped when he saw a figure continuously waving their hand. Xing Yi descended from the sky and inquired, "How is it, Xiao Yuan Jr. sister?" She was startled and shouted, "Huh? What did you call me?" Immediately, he opened the shadow tray stone, revealing the figure of King Zhuan, and said, "This sect leader intends to appoint you as the chief disciple, replacing the current senior brother to become the inner sect senior brother." Images of the two of them constantly flashed in Yuan Lan's mind. Senior brother in a compatible match, family backgrounds matching. She clutched her head in a frenzy, thinking, "Damn it, why now of all times?" Yuan Lan furrowed her brows and looked at him. "Let me ask you, what do you think of senior sister?" Xing Yi calmly responded, "She's the ideal girlfriend." She heard this and interrogated, "So do you lust after senior sister's body, or do you want to grow old with her forever?" He calmly replied, "Both always." Xing Yi looked at her dark expression and asked, "What's with that look, Junior?" The shadow completely enveloped the place. He turned red and shouted, "What? Is this really happening?" Yuan Lan sat on the steps, affirming, "Well, it was just a joke. But it seems like senior sister really wants to use this tactic to persuade you not to go to Dual Joy Sect." Xing Yi couldn't believe the rebuttal. "Impossible. This isn't like senior sister's character." She responded, "I don't know, but I feel like she's been acting very strangely today." Yuan Lan mustered the strength to stand and said, "I came to ask you. If you think you need to go to Dual Joy Sect, then go and explain things to senior sister first." With tears welling in her eyes, she shouted, "Otherwise, if either of you betrays senior sister, I won't let you off." Xing Yi, confused, asked, "What's going on? Why are you crying?" He helplessly watched as Yuan Lan wiped her tears and ran off. "I like crying, so what?" she retorted. Xing Yi turned into a streak of light and flew back to his place, closing his eyes as he silently dismissed it in his heart. This is nonsense. How could senior sister do such a thing? When he opened the door, Tian Yun immediately called out, "You're back." She pointed to a chair and said, "Come, have a drink with me." Then, Tian Yun quickly poured wine into a glass. Seeing this, Xing Yi thought, "Wait, why is she inviting me to drink in the middle of the night?" He blankly speculated, "Is she trying to get me drunk?" And then blame everything on drunken mischief. Could Xiao Yuan's words be true? Is senior sister really planning to go all way? Tian Yun lifted her glass, looking at him with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong? Could it be that junior brother has a poor tolerance for alcohol?" Xing Yi raised his glass, laughing as he denied it. No, if senior sister wants to drink, of course I have to drink with you." Deep in thought, he wondered, how should he proceed? If senior sister was truly being proactive, how could he make sure he handled this well? In his mind, images of punishment flashed, with success bringing a tenfold mission bonus and failure shortening his height by 30 free frames. Thinking this over, he silently pondered, but what about the system's mission? Although senior sister wasn't concerned about his partner, 104, that reward could guarantee his survival. Xing Yi drank the glass in one go, thinking that if he didn't take on a risky mission, senior sister might end up losing her temper. Tian Yun, seeing this, asked with concern, "Why does junior brother look so troubled?" He immediately replied, "Oh, I'm just worried about something." She asked suspiciously, "Is it related to the matter with the Dual Joy Sect?" Xing Yi smiled and responded, Something like that." Tian Yun immediately confirmed, "Do we have to go?" He nodded quickly, his mind already focused, knowing that for the long term, he had to win that reward. Tian Yun placed her hand on him and said, "I didn't want it to come to this, but I really don't want to see junior brother taking risks." Xing Yi closed his eyes, blushing as he thought, "It's happening. It's happening. Now, it's all about willpower." Xing Yi, hold it together. He looked at Tian Yun with suspicion, reaching out to take the shadow tray stone. The image of Xing Yi from that moment appeared in it. "Fortunately, I was able to get a beauty," she calmly recounted. "This is the shadow tray stone that Wang Dang used to frame you before. I've hidden Liu King Jr.'s sister away. Xing Yi, either probing or in curiosity, asked, "Oh, senior sister, what do you need this for?" He secretly wondered, what kind of development is this? Tin Yun's expression darkened, and she continued, "If junior brother insists on going, I will let the content of this shadow trace stone be transmitted to the dual joy sect." Her voice rang out, continuing, "Although the dual joy sect practices dual cultivation, the woman is the dominant partner, and the man is the subordinate. All the men are male concubines, and they have a strong aversion to the actions you did in the shadow trace stone." Chen Yun closed her eyes and said further, "Then, I will appear to prove that the content in the shadow trace stone is false. But the higher-ups of the dual joy sect, in order to avoid suspicion, will absolutely not accept you." Xing Yi's eyes widened in shock, thinking, the situation has already developed, and senior sister is actually thinking of publicly exposing me to others? Chen Yun reached up to smooth her hair, saying, "I know it may seem a bit harsh, but I don't want my Dao companion to have once been someone else's male concubine." He froze, his face turning red, and he let out a confused exclamation. "Huh." At that moment, the door to the room burst open, and Spirit shouted, "Xing Yi, what exactly do you mean?" Tan Yun turned to look in that direction and asked, "Oh, who is this, Xing Yi?" She smiled brightly and shouted, "I already know the heart of senior sister, so I won't go to the dual joy sect anymore." Then he raised his hand toward her and called out, "But you will go in my place." She was confused, exclaiming, "Huh?" Spirit exclaimed in shock, "What? Where to?" Xing Yi calmly replied, "Dual joy sect." From behind, King Xuan emerged from the teleportation array and asked in confusion, "Miss, this sect leader has ensured that no research will harm you. Why are you running away?" She rushed over, shouting in excitement, "I'm not running away, take me there quickly." He was startled, frozen in place. "Huh?" Ten Yun stood up, cupped his hands in respect, and greeted the sect leader. He smiled gently and said to Liu Shijai, "You've really kept this from me for so long. You don't trust your sect leader?" Xing Yi glanced at her and sighed inwardly, "Damn, I still haven't told senior sister about you." Chen Yun closed his eyes and responded, "I trust the sect leader, but I also have to consider how Xing Yi Jr. brother feels." King Xuan stroked his beard and replied, "That's true. If you hadn't kept this from me, perhaps the sect would have overlooked such a promising seed like Xing Yi Jr. brother." Xing Yi immediately called out, "Sect leader, you flatter me." Then, he turned and asked, "Da Hua, do you have anything else you want to say to your brother?" King Xuan looked at her, then entered the teleportation array and left. He reached out to close the door, smiling as he said, "Ha ha. Then this sect leader won't bother you two any further. Please carry on." Xing Yi and Tian Yun stood frozen in place. He scratched his head and let out a sigh of relief. "Woo, good thing senior sister reacted quickly, otherwise we'd have been exposed." She immediately turned to him and asked, "So tell me, what on earth is going on?" Inside the pitch-dark room, a flicker of firelight flashed. Tan Yun's face was filled with irritation as she questioned, "What? You're blaming everything that's happened to you on your little sister? Who exactly is she?" Xing Yi raised a hand as if to test the waters. "Senior sister should know that I have a special storage space, right? The one where taking things out doesn't cause any fluctuation of spiritual energy." She replied at once, He spoke in a low voice, "I placed my sister inside that space. It's just, at first, I thought she was merely a corpse puppet." At that thought, Xing Yi continued, "But during my last seclusion, she suddenly woke up and said she was my sister. She claimed we both lost parts of our memories. I don't remember ever having a sister, nor do I know how that storage space came to be. She only remembers that I'm her elder brother, and nothing else." Tan Yun touched her chin thoughtfully and exclaimed, "If she agreed to go to the dual joy sect in your place, then there's truly no risk of your identity being exposed." He immediately chimed in, agreeing. Yes, yes." Inside the room, she asked doubtfully, "So, junior brother, from the very beginning, you planned to send me to the dual joy sect, didn't you?" Xing Yi's face darkened, and he denied, "No, I actually wanted to go myself." Tan Yun, arms crossed, asked, "Do you want to become a pill furnace that badly?" Xing Yi sat down on a recliner, exclaiming, "Mostly I wanted to see senior sister's reaction." She was stunned, letting out a surprised gasp. Huh. He lowered his head, his face filled with disappointment, and replied, because I always speak in such cheesy ways, but I haven't seen Senior Sister react at all, so I wanted to take this opportunity to see what Senior Sister really thinks. Tien Yun immediately stood up, shouting, No, it's late, I'm leaving now. Xing Yi, defeated, reminded her, Your wine. She didn't turn around and shouted back, I'm giving it to you. In the well, a branch stood upright, gazing towards that direction. Yuan Lan raised the lotus lantern. She covered her mouth with her hand, silently thinking, Why is Senior Sister's face so red? Could it be they? But this seems a bit fast. I was planning to stay until tomorrow morning. Yuan Lan pushed the door open and glanced around, searching. Xing Yi approached, smiling as he asked, Xiao Yuan Junior Sister, so late, why haven't you gone to rest? Yuan Lan ran a hand through her hair and exclaimed, Looks like I got my intel wrong. Come to think of it, how could Senior Sister? Xing Yi's cheeks flushed as he exclaimed, No, Junior Sister is right. I didn't expect Senior Sister to be so proactive like this. That night, the sound of Yuan Lan's cries of regret and heartache echoed throughout the Azure cloud sect. Cheng Xin also turned her gaze toward the source. Later, Yuan Lan called Wang Guanzhou to gossip. That night, Xing Yi's screams could be heard throughout the entire Azure cloud sect. His voice rang out, I didn't do it. I was wrong. Please don't hit there. Cheng Xin darkened her face and silently complimented how clever it was. The next day, Xing Yi looked at the two of them, lost in thought. The situation was exactly as it was now. The previous conditions remained unchanged, but it was now agreed that his younger sister would go to Dual Joy Sect. Tien Yun, upon hearing this, thought to herself, how could she agree to this? Cheng Xin immediately agreed. All right, let's settle on that. She was stunned and shouted, What? She then calmly continued, There's nothing surprising about it. You weren't there when Lin Jia Yuan ambushed us. You managed to return intact while being chased by a nascent soul stage monster. Based on just that, I have no reason to refuse. Tien Yun was startled and cautiously asked, Huh? You are that impressive? He gave a thumbs up and shouted. Cheng Xin anxiously asked, But you took her to King Zhuan's sect leader. Unless he really found a way to make a cultivator regain their senses, I don't think he'll return her to you. At least not in the short term. Xing Yi smiled and reassured her, You don't need to worry about this. I guarantee that within a week, the sect leader will return her. Cheng Xin asked cautiously, A week? Do you think King Zhuan's sect leader can uncover the secrets about your sister within a week? Xing Yi raised his hand and smiled. Whether he uncovers them or not, he will still return her. She nodded in agreement. All right, then I'll wait for a week. Tien Yun watched Cheng Xin leave and asked, Do you need me to take you back to Myriad Phenomena Sect? She immediately became frightened and replied, No need. I'll wait here. Cheng Yan quickly walked away. Tien Yun watched her figure disappear, then said, Actually, I used the Sect's intelligence network to investigate Cheng Xin's situation. She thought back to when Cheng Yan was little. She had once been the natural beauty of Myriad Phenomena Sect, a prodigy in cultivation. At 13, she had already reached the 3rd level of Foundation establishment. Xing Yi, surprised, asked, Wait, so she's still at the 3rd level of Foundation establishment? What happened to her that caused her cultivation to stagnate? Tien Yun replied, It's not that her cultivation stagnated, but rather, 10 years ago, after the chaos of the demon sword, her cultivation stopped at that point. He also skeptically asked, What's wrong? Tien Yun glanced over and said, You have a very special friend named Chen Shuang, and her father is Chen Rongxu. Xing Yi immediately thought of that person and exclaimed, Chen Rongxu, the sect leader of the small sect who came into contact with the demonic sword, which caused the chaos of the demonic sword. She confirmed, That's right. Your good friend and Cheng Xin's mother both died at the hands of Chen Rongche after he was corrupted by the demonic energy. Xing Yi was startled and speculated, Could it be that the shock caused his cultivation to stagnate? Tien Yun confirmed, Yes, that's what people outside are saying as well. Her voice rang out, But I have a different view. He was startled and yelled, Huh? Tien Yun looked at him and said, Perhaps the chaos of the demonic sword is related to Cheng Xin. She looked at Xing Yi and continued, After the chaos of the demonic sword, someone investigated the place where the sword was kept. Even after the sword was taken away, many of the traps and formations couldn't be opened, and 2 nascent soul cultivators were lost. Chen Yun asked in confusion, then how did Chen Rongtexu, with his golden core cultivation, manage to obtain the demonic sword? Xing Yi, who was beside her, laughed and replied, exactly. She calmly explained, at that time, everyone thought he was just very lucky, that he happened to avoid many deadly traps. But today, the Myriad Phenomena Sect announced a piece of news saying that 60 years ago, the old sect master of the Myriad Phenomena Sect had discovered a secret map containing the demonic sword. However, because he was unclear about the location, he decided to hide the map within his own body, only to be killed by Lin Jiayuan. Suddenly, Tian Yun voiced a speculation. It's possible that for some reason, Cheng Xin saw the map before her grandfather hid it, and then recorded it, and later revealed it to Chen Shuang, who, in turn, was found out by Chen Rongxu. Xing Yi raised a hand to stroke his chin in agreement. That's right. If the map exists, it could help avoid dangers. If this speculation is true, the Myriad Phenomena Sect will have to perish. Tin Yun smiled and reassured him. Yes, junior brother, don't worry. If that woman has us in her grasp, it only means we have more control over her. He chuckled and added, yes, yes. In his heart, he thought it's truly terrifying. One can offend anyone, but never the senior sister. Xing Yi whispered, if that's the case, it makes sense that her cultivation has stopped. She also smiled in agreement. Many people have died because of her, and in exchange, she can no longer cultivate. He stroked his chin and muttered, but is there really a resurrection technique? Did she really choose to revive only 2 people? Meanwhile, Cheng Lin's soul kept moaning. It hurts so much, it hurts so much. She cried out to Cheng Xin. Sinner, it hurts so much. Chen Shuang sat cross-legged in midair and shouted, stop yelling. Aunt, you've been in pain for 10 years, and there are only a few days left. She gently smiled with a questioning look. Can your husband, Xing Yi, really obtain the essence blood that will bring us back to life? Cheng Xin coldly replied, Chen Shuang, how many more times do you want me to say this? We are merely partners. Chen Shuang leaned close to her, sneering, stop pretending. I can see through it. You're eager to pair that girl, Liu, with him, aren't you? It's not because you have feelings for him, is it? You're a sinner, not worthy of him, so you're trying to quickly bring them together, hoping to make me abandon this thought, right? Her face twisted with fury as she screamed frantically. You're right, you killed us, and now you live happily. That absolutely cannot happen. I don't even need you to bring me back to life, I want you to join me here. Cheng Xin tightened the scroll in her hand, the sounds of their moans echoing in her ears. Join me here. It hurts so much, it hurts. Sinner, join me here. 5 days later, Xing Yi reached out and gently stroked Spirit La's cheek. Da Hua, wake up, speak to me. King Xuan urgently explained from the side, little friend, I beg you, with all sincerity, I truly did nothing. Sister has already turned into this. Tin Yun's face paled in fear, as he thought to himself, did junior brother already know this would happen? Xing Yi lowered his head with a sense of loss and said, I knew it. After all, it's rare for someone like Da Hua, who possesses such intelligence, to emerge from the trials. I've already mentally prepared myself for unexpected outcomes, and having sect leader research, it is also to prevent this kind of situation. Unexpectedly, Da Hua seemed to have turned into an ordinary test-taker. King Xuan also sighed. I've failed. I've let down the expectations of my little friend. If there's anything I can do to make up for it, please let me know. He wiped away his tears and cried out, I've told you, this is not the sect leader's responsibility. But I really do have one thing I'd like to ask for sect leader's help with. The older man was startled and let out a confused sound. Huh. King Xuan stroked his beard and said, little friend, go ahead, it's fine. Xing Yi patted his chest and asked cautiously, I have a distant female relative who's eager to join the Dual Joy sect. Would it be possible for the sect leader to write a letter of recommendation for her? Qian Yun, who was standing beside them, was startled and exclaimed, Ha! The Dual Joy sect? What level of cultivation does your distant relative have? Perhaps she could join our sect instead. He scratched his head and replied, to be honest with you, her temperament is a bit wild, and the dual joy sect is a better fit for her. King Swan took out a jade pendant and sighed, well, since I agreed to it earlier, if there's something you need, just ask. I don't know the name of little friend's relative, though. Xing Yi immediately clasped his hands and said, thank you, Sect leader. Her name is Spirit. On the jade pendant was an inscription. I, an elder of the Tian Yun sect, highly recommend Spirit little friend, who possesses great talent, for admission to the dual joy sect. Sheng Xin glanced at the jade pendant and then said, not only did you bring her back, but you also took advantage of sect leader King Zhuan's guilt to write a recommendation letter. Xing Yi arrogantly responded, it's a small matter, just a small matter. She turned her head and asked, but do you have a way to help her recover? He replied with certainty, of course. Xing Yi looked toward that direction and shouted, after recovery, I will expend my spiritual power and soul strength. At that time, please, senior sister, arrange for me to be sent to a secluded room. If sect leader or anyone asks for me, just say that I broke through too quickly, and my cultivation is unstable. I need to meditate for a year, or else my foundation will be damaged. Tian Yun immediately agreed. He placed his hands on Spirit's back and thought, I don't want to worry senior sister, and I must also complete the system's mission. So the only option is to change my identity and join the dual joy sect. Xing Yi shouted with joy, thinking to himself, time to switch. Then, his body immediately collapsed. Spirit's eyes also snapped open. Cheng Xin, stunned, asked, it feels so casual. Tian Yun also felt doubtful. Is that it? Xing Yi's voice, coming from within Spirit's body, called out anxiously. Brother, what's wrong? Inwardly, she thought, this isn't good. I should have made it more complicated. Tian Yun hurried to explain. Young lady, the matter is like this. After a long explanation, Xing Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, I understand. Then let's proceed according to elder brother's plan. She glanced toward Cheng Xin and said, elder brother, she has made herself clear. We must respect her personal choice. If she doesn't wish to go, that's fine. No one can threaten us. Crossing her legs, Xing Yi laughed lightly. Why wouldn't I want to go? Over there, I can freely choose a few handsome furnace pavilion disciples. Tian Yun was startled and exclaimed, what? The two of them froze, hearing his probing voice. If the two senior sisters have Dao partners, surely they would choose dual cultivation, rather than living a dull life in solitary seclusion, wouldn't they? Cheng Xin lowered her head in agreement. That made sense. Carrying Xing Yi's body, Tian Yun quickly rushed off. I'll take junior brother to the secluded cultivation chamber. She looked at Xing Yi and asked, what's your next move? If you leave Azure Cloud Sect as usual, the King Zhuan Sect leader's divine sense will definitely detect it. He smiled faintly and said, I've already thought this through. I need your help. White birds foraging on the ground suddenly scattered as a net descended from above. Cheng Xin caught a bird. It kept struggling and crying out. She seized it with both hands, which only made it shriek louder. Then Cheng Xin released her grip and threw the bird into the air. The bird quickly rose high, flying relentlessly through the night. Suddenly, an eagle swooped in and snatched it. Ah, village chief of Danxian, the villagers cried out anxiously. Able-bodied men, does anyone know if there's anything we can do to help? The sect leader of the Haifeng gang, Hai Ya, stood on the second level of the Kai refining stage, mounted on a horse and looking down. He said, are you the village chief of Danxian village? He replied in a panic, yes, yes. A member of the Haifeng gang ran up shouting, Sect leader. Sect leader. Hai Ya frowned and asked, didn't you tell your crow to see if anyone was escaping? Why did it fly down here? The man lifted the eagle in his hand and said, Sect leader, I trained Quan Feng from when it was young to snatch gold, jewelry, and other shiny things, and it has always made that its top priority. Hai Ya scowled and shouted, if you say another useless word, I'll chop off what's in your hand and what's between your legs. The man cleared his throat and replied, ahem. Quan Feng dove down because it caught a bird. He raised a ring and said, there was this ring on its leg. Hai Ya stretched out his hand to receive and said, oh, is there something going on? Immediately after, he was startled and exclaimed, this is Hai Ya, laughing loudly and shouting, haha, this is the storage ring of the immortal clan. The people behind Haifeng gang shouted loudly in excitement. How does the sect leader know about the immortal clan's artifacts? You just arrived, right? The sect leader found a book on immortal techniques many years ago and self-taught the divine powers of the immortal clan, which is why he founded Hai Feng Gang. Another person riding a horse laughed and shouted, "Back then, the sect leader obtained the immortal clan's cultivation method, and today, another treasure from the immortal clan has fallen from the sky. With such deep fate, it will surely lead Hai Feng Gang to the peak. When the sect is established, we will all become immortals." Haya happily prays, "Haha, well said." Village Chief Dan Xian stammered. "Then congratulations, High Immortal, for receiving such a great fortune." He raised his hand and pointed to the people behind, asking, "The villagers have gathered here, as requested by High Immortal. May I ask if there are any instructions from High Immortal?" Soon after, the villagers were shocked when they heard Haya's declaration. The old rule is that 80% of stolen goods must be handed over. Women can be played with freely, but they must not be taken away or allowed to live. Village Chief Dan Xian cried out in panic, "High Immortal, you have already gained Xian Yuan from our village. This is not right." Haya opened his mouth and spat out a stream of ice essence, which pierced through the head of the man. Xiao Yu cried out in distress. Village Chief. Haya looked down from above and shouted angrily, "The person Xian Yuan is looking for is me. What does it have to do with your village?" Xiao Yu shouted with all his might, "Elder sister, I am an immortal. She knows this, and will not let you off." Lu King's mother shouted loudly, "Xiao Yu." Upon hearing this, he rode towards them on his horse. Haya instantly appeared in front of them. Lu King's mother covered Xiao Yu's mouth and hesitantly replied, "The child doesn't understand. Please don't hold it against him." He smiled and asked, "Elder sister, did you join the Azure Cloud Sect?" The girl was taken aback and said, "You, how do you know about this?" Hai Yi raised his hand and lifted Xiao Yu's chin, saying, "It was because of your immortal elder sister that I took action against your village." He calmly continued, "Moreover, she is already dead, but those she offended were so enraged that they instructed me to kill all of you." Xiao Yu's eyes filled with tears, and he retorted, "No, it's impossible. You're lying to me." Hai Yi sneered coldly, mocking, "I'm not lying. I even know that your immortal elder sister entered the inner sect by sleeping with that man." Xiao Yu closed her eyes and bit down hard on the ring. Immediately, a flash of blue light emanated from the ring. Hai Ya yanked his hand back, angrily shouting, "This little girl, damn her." Hai Yi raised his hand and punched Xing Yi, who had just emerged from the spirit body. He scratched his head, sighing, "I carelessly fell asleep in the storage ring." Hai Ya, in a panic, thought, "Where did she come from? I used 8/10 of my strength. A normal person's head would have been crushed by now." Xing Yi looked around and asked, "Little miss, why are so many people gathered here?" Xiao Yu raised her hand and pointed behind her, shouting loudly, "These people are bad. They killed the village chief, and now they want to kill everyone in the village." His face darkened, and he gasped in shock. Wu Haiya immediately clasped his hands and respectfully said, "May I ask?" Xing Yi, his eyes filled with tears, turned his head and asked, "Is it true? Is it true?" He was stunned, muttering to himself, "What? She's scared to tears. Seems like I was overthinking. I was only threatening her." "Well, but if you cooperate and let me have some fun, I could let them go peacefully." He stretched out both hands, exclaiming, "Finally, I'm encountering a somewhat normal scenario." Haya, puzzled, asked, "Huh?" Xing Yi thought about the people he had encountered inside. "The enemies I always face are either several levels stronger than me, or they have a terrible background and are extremely vicious. Though in the end, there's always some unexpected solution. It's really tiring." He turned his back to the crowd and said quietly, "Sometimes, I just wish I could stop thinking. Just fight and crush my enemies with my bare hands." Haya, startled by his words, exclaimed, "What are you saying? Are you out of your mind?" Xing Yi raised his hand with a carefree laugh. "Come on then, give me something fun," he shouted. Haya burst into wild laughter, raising his hand as he sneered, "Ha ha, wild indeed. Don't worry, once I'm done, it'll be your brother's turn. I wouldn't waste a beauty like you." Xing Yi grabbed his wrist and yanked it back sharply. "This is my storage ring," he said coolly. "Why is it on your hand?" Haya clutched his severed arm, screaming in agony. The people behind him cried out, "Sect leader." His face darkened with fury. "Charge! Kill him!" he roared. The Hai Feng members drew their weapons and rushed forward. Xing Yi ran a hand through his long hair, watching them approach. A single strand slipped loose, swiftly expanding into a deadly arc that swept through the group. The man on horseback turned to Haya and asked anxiously, "Sect leader, if we charge together, do we stand a chance?" Biting down on a strip of cloth to bind his wound, Haya barked, "Stop talking. Move. Now." Just then, a thin white thread sliced through the air before him. Haya leaped aside instinctively. But the head of the man on horseback rolled to the ground. Xing Yi's laughter echoed darkly through the air. "No wonder you're the boss," he said with a chilling grin. "Those reflexes are something else." Haya glanced behind, cursing loudly. "Damn it, a bunch of useless idiots. Did they all get wiped out already?" Haya was startled as he looked at the corpses behind him. He kneeled down to the ground and shouted, in such a short time, he looked at Brother La. "What are you doing?" Xing Yi held a strand of fine hair in his hand and smiled. "Didn't I already say so?" Xiao Yu quickly ran over. "Elder sister, wait, I have something I want to ask him." She frowned and shouted, "Everything you said about Lu King, elder sister, is a lie, right?" Xing Yi was startled and thought, "Lu King?" Haya lowered his head and responded, "I didn't lie to you. She offended a big shot and was killed. If not, how would we bandits dare to touch the village of Azure Cloud Sect's disciples?" Xiao Yu's eyes filled with tears as she screamed, "Impossible, you're lying to me." He looked at the girl, silently pondering, "What a coincidence. Did I just happen to solve the danger for Lu King's village?" Xing Yi glanced behind him and thought, but her belongings should have been sent back by now. He looked at the people behind and wondered, seems like the reason for placing the children is valid. The adults in the village probably guessed that something happened to Lu King, so they deliberately kept it hidden. Next, Xing Yi raised a finger, carrying a small jellyfish, and shot it toward Haya. He reached for his ear and shouted, "What? What is that?" Xing Yi's voice echoed, "Something to make you tell the truth." Looking down from above, he asked, "Who sent you to attack Lu King's village?" Haya began to speak, an inner disciple of the sect. Xing Yi raised his hand and slapped him across the face, shouting, "Really? That many?" He watched as Haya fell to the ground and said no more. After all, nothing that came out of this man's mouth was true. In his heart, Haya silently moaned, "Oh no, someone is trying to frame me." Xing Yi glanced to the side, calculating. The people connected to the Wang family must have already been controlled by the sect. Xiao Yu wiped her tears and said, "Could it be that Lu King elder sister, really?" Xing Yi smiled and pointed to himself, introducing, "Little sister, actually, I am also an inner disciple of the Azure Cloud Sect." The girl, her eyes brimming with tears, yelled, "You're lying." He asked in confusion, "Huh? Why?" Xiao Yu pointed at him and said, "The immortal disciples of Tien Yun Tong all have an aura of immortality. They wouldn't dress like that." Xing Yi tapped on the system screen, and an announcement sounded. "Purchase popular female-style robes." Immediately, a different outfit appeared on him. Xing Yi looked at the outfit he was wearing inside. "This is a bit too extravagant." Xiao Yu, looking confused, asked, "Elder sister, are you really from the same sect as Lu King elder sister?" He smiled faintly and replied, "Mom, don't listen to that bandit's nonsense. Lu King has ascended to the higher realms. Some people, out of jealousy, want to harm your village." Then, Xing Yi placed a few strands of hair into the girl's hand and instructed, "These strands of hair are for you. Each one is infused with a bit of my divine soul. It can understand basic instructions and is enough to deal with enemies below the mid-stage foundation establishment." He immediately turned and left, saying, "You must protect the village well in place of your sister." Surrounded by spiritual power, Xing Yi flew forward, quietly muttering, "Kill a lot of people. Unlike with old Demon Du, this time I'll be taking action personally." Xing Yi thought of the corpses and heard them calling out, "Before I transmigrated, I had never killed a chicken, but now I feel nothing when killing people." Just then, the system's voice echoed again. Perhaps the host had passed through the gates of hell a few times and was gradually adapting to the survival rules of this world. Xing Yi grinned and shouted, "System, Have you successfully broken through? The day before, Xingyi stood still in front of the heart-testing stone and reached out to touch it. After a long while, Xingyi tried calling out, "System, can you hear me?" Words appeared on the stone slab. "Good heavens! Is this how you're contacting me?" Xingyi looked toward it and sighed. "So you really haven't gone into hibernation? What exactly is going on?" The stone immediately displayed another line in response. "You noticed as well, huh? Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone to the trouble of cultivating a clone just to reach me." He calmly replied, "Yes, something feels off." Xingyi's mind wandered to what had just happened. Previously, he had been able to tear apart the soul-congealing formation with his bare hands without much effort. Yet now, even though his strength had already advanced to the foundation establishment stage, he couldn't break through a weaker formation that trapped him. In contrast, that clone of his could easily shatter it. So later, he conducted several experiments, while the clone was unconscious, using the system to fuse functions, to merge at demon core, and even attempting to use a portion of his own divine soul to integrate it into the incomplete sword demon within the system space. All of them ended in failure. His gaze darkened as he called out, "That's why I have reason to suspect that the anomaly within me, something even you can't detect, originates from the existence of this clone." Xingyi's voice resonated with a final conclusion. "Previously, she didn't know what form she existed in within my body, and even you, as a system, were unable to perceive it." Blood formation system. Yin Fian Pearl breaking the formation. Demon core fusion. Special divine soul. Rapid comprehension of cultivation techniques. Now she has materialized herself for some unknown purpose, and at the same time, she has taken away her extraordinary abilities. Blood formation system. Yin Fian Pearl, breaking the formation, demon core fusion, special divine soul, rapid comprehension of cultivation techniques. He lifted his head and looked at the protective stone. "You're so formidable that I don't know whether your hibernation is related to her. So I expelled her and thought about using the Heartstone to test her again." The system quickly pressed the keyboard and entered. "Indeed, she cut off my direct connection to the outside world, but I still have the right to hack the Heartstone. You probably didn't expect that you would contact me this way." Xingyi, hearing this, asked with doubt, "So what exactly are you?" It immediately entered, "Unclear, but it seems she knows your background." An explanation from the system appeared on the screen. "Although her level of control exceeds mine, the portion of the system that can be influenced by her is very small. It feels very strange." Xingyi's voice sounded, adding, "As if a leader who only knows how to give orders without knowing how subordinates should carry out their work." The words appeared on the stone. "Yes, that's exactly the feeling." Xingyi heard this, and, puzzled, asked, "Then do you know her purpose?" He frowned, wondering, if she was always hidden before, coexisting with me, why does she suddenly want to materialize? Is the system immediately merging in? It's completely convoluted. A host-controlled doppelganger can absorb the system's creation points. Xingyi flinched and shouted, "What?" An explanatory line appeared. "Her previous state depended on your symbiosis. Her power relied on the speed of your success. Perhaps she sensed your progress was too slow, and therefore cut back. However, creation points are the source of power for this system. The creation points the host originally obtains are expended within this system. This creates a healthy cyclical process, but she can directly seize creation points to enhance herself. The host can also advance as a result, but the system's power will weaken. Once she surpasses the system's level, she can annihilate the host's spiritual core, turning both host and system into nourishment to further amplify her strength." Hearing this, Xingyi asked in concern, "What should we do?" "Kill her before she grows stronger." It merged in quickly. "Although she is not yet at her peak, she is not someone the host can handle." He widened his eyes in disbelief and shouted loudly, "So, can we just sit here and wait to die?" The system immediately raised its hand and typed a line of text on the stone platform, which then appeared, "Don't worry, I have a way." It thought of her and reminded, "Host, you need to continue delaying. She just defeated an enemy at the nascent soul stage and has exhausted a lot of energy. If you don't return to the system space to absorb the creation points, you will soon enter a dormant state." The system kept speaking. "We need to make use of her dormant state to figure out a way to break the deadlock." Xingyi looked up at the sky and said, "Anyway, she'll keep sleeping until she returns to the system space, so let her stay like that forever." The system immediately denied no. He immediately asked in doubt, why? Its voice explained, she doesn't know how to separate the host's entire cultivation ability from your body. If you don't let her return to the system space, there's no way to improve your cultivation level or learn skills beyond swordsmanship. The words Spirit had said to him earlier flashed in his mind. This is the most boring part of cultivation. Xing Yi angrily cursed. Damn it. What you mean is that I basically don't need to worry about cultivation, but you're using this to manipulate me. The system immediately typed and entered the content. Don't worry too much. The system's functions have not been fully unlocked yet. On the screen, Xing Yi asked, why? A line of text immediately appeared on the stone. After collecting the creation point bait, the first upgrade will be carried out. By then, there will definitely be a solution. He widened his eyes and shouted, 10W, then how long will it take to collect that? The system immediately denied. No, this is calculated from the previous host. He reached out and touched the screen to inquire. Is that so? Then let me see how much is still missing. On the screen, the creation point showed 79,863 details. Seeing this, Xing Yi asked in doubt, if we just complete this mission at the Dual Joy Sect, we should be able to reach the milestone. Right. The system immediately responded, yes, and I have broken the communication barrier you impose. As long as that clone is still inactive, I will be able to resume normal communication with the host immediately. Thinking of this, Xing Yi smiled brightly and said, congratulations, the lockdown has ended, and everything is going according to our plan. It startled and shouted, wait, I don't remember the plan including the host turning into a girl. The system comforted itself. This is fine. But with the position of the Southern Furnace Pavilion in the Dual Joy Sect, achieving 2 creation points in 1 year is too difficult. Xing Yi, with a beaming smile, called out. The sound of his voice echoed, but the host probably hadn't given it any thought, simply because he liked senior sister. He immediately cleared his throat. Xing Yi quickly flew forward, Yi Wen Ingli inquiring with the system. I can sense that the Yin Fian blood pearl has also transferred to this body with me. But why doesn't the aura radiate outward? The system immediately responded. As for the materials used, this clone of yours is identical to your original body. He narrowed his eyes, pondering. Why does this sound so strange? Xing Yi's expression darkened instantly when he heard the system say, it's because the host still has the illusion that you are human. The system's voice continued to ring out. Although the materials are the same, the refining technique is far superior to that of a demonic cultivator. As a result, the Yin Fian blood pearl that the host cannot suppress, this body can. He looked at his arm, feeling emotional. So that's it. No wonder the movements are smoother than my original body. Xing Yi sighed and lamented. It's a pity I changed to the female form. Otherwise, I would have already turned evil. It immediately spoke up to advise him, concluding, this is something created by an unknown existence. It's best if the host doesn't use it. The system observed the scene before them and reminded him, ahead is Tian Cheng of the Dual Joy Sect, a no-fly zone. He was startled and exclaimed, what? Tian Cheng? It quickly introduced the place. Although it's called Tian Cheng, the majority of the residents are ordinary people. However, the conditions for settling here are very strict. This place provides entertainment and trade for cultivators. Azure Cloud Sect also has its own Tian Cheng, but the host has never been there. Xing Yi descended from the sky and said, is that so? Then let's head there first to inquire about the conditions for joining the sect. The system asked doubtfully, what host already has a letter of recommendation from the sect leader of Azure Cloud Sect? Hearing this, you replied, that can only be used when there's truly no way to enter the Dual Joy Sect. The sect leader is quite kind. If I caused trouble in the Dual Joy Sect, wouldn't I drag the sect leader into it? Wine Brother looked at him and shouted, non-disciples of the Dual Joy Sect have to pay 500 spirit stones to enter the city. Immediately, Xing Yi cheerfully placed a pouch of money in the man's hand. He smiled broadly and asked, the rest, Daoist friend, please continue to enjoy your drink. I, the young lady, would like to know how to join the Dual Joy Sect. Wine Brother gave a thumbs up, pointing inside and said, just head straight into the city, and there will be a steward's office set up by the Dual Joy Sect. You can ask there. Xing Yi casually passed by him, replying, thank you. The guard next to them chuckled teasingly. Not bad, Wine brother, seems like you've met a rich lady. He tugged at the strings of his purse and cursed, "Rich lady? Just some lowlife." Wine brother's face immediately darkened. He let out a loud shout. "Isn't this exactly 500 spirit stones?" The system's voice echoed. "Creation points, plus 12. Sing Yi calmly added, "The rest, take it and drink. If there's any left over, don't drink it." He stood still, looking at the steward's office in front of him, where a man was searching through shelves. Without turning around, the man said, "The disciple quota for the Dual Joy Sect is already full, and we are not recruiting new members for the time being." Sing Yi, startled, asked, "Why?" He raised a jade pendant and smiled, saying, "I have a letter of introduction here." Thinking to himself, "Luckily, I came prepared." The man was taken aback as he saw the jade pendant, then hurriedly shouted, "Quickly, put that away, young lady. You're fortunate to have met me. Otherwise, things would have been disastrous." Sing Yi, still in shock, asked, "Huh? What's going on?" The man used his divine consciousness to transmit a sound. "I am the leader of the Hall of Law Enforcement in my sect, someone who joined the Dual Joy Sect. After being emotionally hurt by this sect leader, King Zhuan, the image of her appeared in my mind, holding a whip and shouting, 'Man, from now on, you will be nothing but my toy.'" The man's voice rang out. "Our sect calls her the living king of hell. If you use this letter of introduction to join the sect, you won't even know how you'll die by then." Sing Yi hugged his head with both hands, shouting, "Sect leader, you're tricking me." King Xuan was startled and hurriedly explained, "I had no idea, and I didn't contact you for decades after we parted." He sat hugging his knees by the door, his eyes wide, muttering incessantly, "I'm doomed. The mission is still unfinished. My height is about to shrink to 1.4 meters. I'll only be able to buy children's clothes and sit at a children's table to eat." Wang Cheng-ru walked over and inquired, "Miss, are you looking to join the sect?" Hearing this, Sing Yi asked, "Who are you?" He patted his chest with one hand, laughing as he introduced himself, "I am Wang Cheng-ru, the Outer Affairs Elder of the Dual Joy Sect. I have some connections that can help you register as a disciple." Wang Cheng-ru pointed over there and continued, "Coincidentally, another young lady wants to join the sect as well. The two of you can become friends." Sing Yi pointed at the sign and asked, "Excuse me, what does support disciple mean?" The man sitting at the table explained, "A disciple helps others in their practice." He let out a doubtful sound, questioning, "Could it be the Southern Furnace Pavilion?" He immediately denied it. "No, it's not." The chubby man spoke again. "It's the Lu friend who accompanies and assists in completing the tasks for both of you." Sing Yi slammed the table, exclaiming, "Then isn't that the Furnace Pavilion?" He raised his finger, shaking it to deny. No, the sect only accepts males." Shang Yu crossed her arms over her chest and said, "If you don't want to join, then don't." She smiled brightly, calling out, "I really like exercising, and I also enjoy helping others. Hurry up and let me join the sect." Sing Yi looked toward Wang Cheng-ru, asking, "Can the person in charge find someone smarter? This one is too rigid." Shang Yu growled angrily, "Who is the person in charge?" He reluctantly whispered, "Miss, come over here. I'll talk to you for a moment." Wang Cheng-ru responded from within an alley, "The Dual Joy Sect only accepts male Lu Ding, because the tasks in the solution are based on the harmony of the yin and yang of males and females." His voice echoed, "It's just that what some women desire may not necessarily be a man." He immediately froze in place. Wang Cheng-ru spoke up, explaining that practicing the cultivation method of the Dual Joy Sect would generate a strong sexual desire. But some seniors only use the Southern Furnace Pavilion as a tool for advancement in cultivation, as they do not like men. His voice echoed as he said, "If you cannot find a suitable partner and the emotional void remains unfilled for a long time, you risk becoming consumed by your own desires. That is why we recruit female disciples to assist with cultivation." Wang Cheng-ru softly added, "This kind of matter cannot be made public, so our external affairs officers will discreetly search for suitable candidates." Upon hearing this, Sing Yi inquired, "So do the disciples who assist also officially join the sect?" He confirmed, "Of course, once chosen by a senior, you will be accepted as a close maid and enjoy the treatment of an inner sect disciple." Sing Yi calmly asked, "Then I have one important question. Wang Cheng-ru smiled and asked, "What is it?" Xing Yi's expression darkened as he asked, "Are those seniors beautiful? Could they all be old women?" Wang Cheng-ru covered his mouth with his hand and cleared his throat, saying, "Ahem. Miss, you're quite the joker." The cultivation technique of the dual joy sect has the effect of rejuvenating your appearance. The more you cultivate, the younger you will become. Afterward, Xing Yi placed the paper on the table and called out, "I've filled out the application form." Wang Cheng-ru smiled faintly and called out, "Spirit miss. Lan Yu miss. Let's go, I'll lead you both to the gathering point." Xing Yi pointed at Shang Yu and asked, "Isn't she supposed to go through the back door?" She was startled and yelled, "You're the one who should go through the back door." At the dual joy sect at the foot of the mountain, Wang Cheng-ru pointed to a room and introduced, "This is where dual joy sect hosts external guests. You should rest here for the night. Tomorrow morning, the survey staff will notify you of the gathering arrangements." Shang Yu crossed her arms and asked, "Is it an assessment or physical abilities?" Xing Yi covered his mouth and coughed lightly. Wang Cheng-ru calmly informed them that the specifics of the assessment were a secret and would be revealed by the survey staff tomorrow. She immediately went into the room. "Since it's so complicated, I'll go rest first." Xing Yi felt a bit sentimental, thinking to himself that, indeed, the girls wanting to join the sect were quite open-minded. Wang Cheng-ru waved his hand to say goodbye. "Spirit miss, you should rest early as well. I won't bother you any longer." The system appeared and remarked, "I never expected the host would join Dual Joy Sect in this way." He opened the door and entered, replying, "It's better than failing the mission." Xing Yi closed the door and added, "Besides, this is actually better. Otherwise, forcing myself into the Southern Furnace Pavilion would be too difficult." The system displayed a reminder. "That's right, host, the prize withdrawal task earlier was interfered with by the clone. The actual prize is still with me." He immediately froze, exclaiming, A blue gift box suddenly appeared. Xing Yi raised his hand to cover his face, letting out a continuous laugh. Ha. It saw this and curiously asked, "Is it really necessary to be that happy?" He tilted his head, raising an eyebrow and asking, "Don't you know that girls who like to laugh won't have bad luck?" The system panicked, exclaiming, "Host, calm down a bit." Xing Yi forcefully pulled open the wrapping paper, shouting, "Open it for me!" The system's voice rang out, congratulating him for receiving the soul extraction tool. He looked at the head massager in his hand and shouted, Isn't this just a head massager?" Immediately after, the notification sound kept playing, with a detailed usage guide appearing in his mind. Would you like to experience the wonderful sensation of your soul leaving your body and traveling through the universe? Then come and use this soul extraction tool. Seeing this, Xing Yi immediately shouted, "Can this really extract the soul?" Each time it's used, only a small amount of the host's soul is drawn out. Once the extraction is successful, the host's consciousness will transfer to the extracted soul. The extracted soul cannot attack, but it is immune to all attack effects, as well as to formations and seals. The intensity of the soul extraction will decrease over time, eventually dissipating, and the consciousness will return to the original body. You can also choose to decompose on your own, and your consciousness will return to its original form. Finally, it is advised not to use it more than 5 times a day. Xing Yi held the eye-catching staff in his hand, frozen in place. He stared at it, his eyes shining brightly, and exclaimed, "Oh, I heard this is supposed to be very powerful." Opened the divine artifact map. Then, Xing Yi placed it on his head and said, "Let me give it a try." The red spirit soul emerged, and he couldn't help but sigh. "Oh, this feels kind of comfortable." Immediately after, the spirit's body collapsed. Xing Yi looked at his own soul in shock and exclaimed, Why does it look like my original form?" The system's voice promptly rang out. "You only swapped bodies, not souls." It then asked curiously, "But why does the host's soul look like a heart demon?" Xing Yi also let out a puzzled cry. The system displayed another reminder. Not only do they resemble each other in appearance, but the host's soul has also been affected by the Yin Fiat Pearl, causing their aura to resemble that of a heart demon. He asked in confusion, "Isn't the heart demon something that only exists in the imagination?" The system immediately denied, "No, The heart demon is a unique form of life that feeds on the negative emotions of cultivators. The weak heart demons have almost no self-awareness and cannot be detected. The system sound echoed. But if the cultivator's negative emotions are too great, the heart demon can read the information and transform into a form that can continue to amplify the cultivator's negative emotions. The soul of most spirit appeared and cried out, "Why you always abandon me?" It added, "The heart demon inside relies on the cultivator's negative emotions, and only the cultivator can see it. Others cannot recognize it." The person beside them saw them spit blood and shouted, "Huh? What's wrong with you?" The system sound continued to echo. The heart demon will bond with the cultivator. If the cultivator can overcome the negative emotions later on, the heart demon will gradually weaken and die if not nourished. However, in most cases, the heart demon becomes stronger and stronger, eventually causing the cultivator to lose control and even die during a breakthrough. Moreover, the heart demon also has levels. For example, if a cultivator in the key refining stage falls to demonic cultivation and dies during the foundation establishment breakthrough, this heart demon would be qualified to become a foundation establishment cultivator, losing its consciousness, but increasing in rank. Xing Yi raised his hand and touched his chin, inquiring, "So the heart demon is a type of existence similar to a parasite?" The system immediately responded, the system sound echoing. The current status of the host is almost identical to the heart demon recorded in the data, except for the fact that everyone could see the host. He furrowed his brows and spoke about this. Just then, Shang Yu pushed the door open and entered. "Spirit Doe's friend, do you know how to contact Wang Deacon?" She froze in shock when she saw Xing Yu's soul. Shang Yu immediately drew her sword and charged forward. "There is an evil entity causing harm here. If you encounter me, you're out of luck." He was startled and shouted, "No way!" She swung her sword, releasing a burst of purple spiritual energy that sent him stumbling backward, crying out, "Ah!" Xing Yi, confused, shouted, "I've been struck. I'm going to die." "Ah, it's fine," the system helplessly called out. "I told you, the current state is immune to all attacks." Shang Yu, panicking, yelled, "No, it's not working." Inside the guest room, her voice echoed nonstop. "Then try this. Demon expelling talisman, soul reaping kite, holy light water, spirit light banner." Xing Yi looked at the chaos around him and shouted, "Look at what you've done to someone's guest room." Inwardly, he couldn't help but admire the girl's collection of magical treasures. The system's voice echoed, all of them being earth tier with some featuring dragon energy. They were likely produced by the royal family of Azure Orchid Nation. He glanced at her and wondered, "Hey, what's going on with Shang Yu from the royal family? This isn't even doing anything." Clearly, the energy from the evil entity wasn't that strong. Shang Yu's face turned pale as she recalled, "Wait, I remember the teacher once said there was something similar to a demonic curse, but immune to all attacks." She leaned against the door and shouted, You are the heart demon." The system's voice rang out. "Look, it really is being considered the heart demon." Shang Yu exclaimed in confusion, "How could that be? How could I have a heart demon? Besides, I don't even know you." Xing Yi frowned, his voice low and tense. "So you say you don't know me? That really breaks my heart." The system, full of question marks, looked at her, and then immediately explained, "I saved you from a second-level demon bear when you were very young, but I was killed by it." Xing Yi's voice continued, "Later, when my parents and wife found out you had blood ties to the royal family, they went to Shanglan City to ask for an explanation." He spoke softly. "As a result, he was treated as a liar by the royal guard and was beaten to death. Only my 5-year-old sister was left, and she became an orphan." Shang Yu, panicking, cried out, "That can't be true. I didn't know anything about this." Xing Yi furrowed his brow and shouted angrily, "You definitely don't know. With your status, how could those above allow you to have such a failure? They sealed all your memories of me because they were afraid you would develop a heart demon. It affects your cultivation." The voice echoed, "But they didn't know that subconscious memories cannot be sealed. Even if you don't realize it, the guilt and self-blame you express in your subconscious have caused me to gradually mature." Xing Yi looked down from above and shouted loudly, "Today, at last, I have a physical form and can speak to you." Shang Yu wiped away her tears and said, "I'm sorry, but I really didn't know. He furrowed his brows and asked, I ask you, what exactly is your relationship with the royal family? Oh, you're crying now. She frowned and questioned. Huh? You're the heart demon, and you don't know. Xingyi touched his chin, looked off to the side, and answered. Me, all I can read are negative emotions, and there's nothing about your identity. Shang Yu wiped her tears and exclaimed, I am the princess of Azure Orchid Nation, Shang Yu. Xingyi was stunned and asked, You're a noble princess, so why did you come to the Dual Joy Sect? She lowered her head and recounted. My father forced me to marry someone I truly despised, so I ran away. I found out that the Dual Joy Sect had the worst relationship with the royal family, so I thought of hiding here. He asked in amazement, Aren't you a princess? Yet you previously said you were good at dual cultivation. Shang Yu, upon hearing this, responded, I often play games with the maids, like the three-legged race or relay races. Not only can I play two-player games, but I can also play multiplayer sports games. Xingyi frowned and asked, Mom, what do you think the three words Dual Joy Sect mean? Shang Yu calmly replied, It's the Huanla Sect. She noticed his face in his hands, filled with helplessness, and curiously asked, Do heart demons always ask as many questions as you do? Shang Yu placed her hand on her chest and said, I have no objections. I just want to make up for you as much as I can. If you have any requests, you can ask me, and I'll do anything I can. Xingyi couldn't believe this girl was innocent enough to make deals with a heart demon. Then he calmly explained, Well, as I said before, I had a younger sister who became an orphan at that time. She immediately followed up, You want me to take care of your sister? He closed his eyes and confirmed, Pretty much. Shang Yu, with a serious face, asked, All right, I'll do my best. I don't know where your sister lives. Xingyi pointed to the floor and said, It's the one lying on the floor. She was taken aback and asked, Huh? Shang Yu, perplexed, responded, Is there really such a coincidence? Xingyi replied, It might be fate. He glanced at her, then instructed, You only need to take care of my sister, to the best of your ability. That could be the greatest repayment for me. Shang Yu affirmed, All right, I agree with you. Xingyi looked down from above and said, I hope you keep your promise. Immediately after, he transformed into a streak of red light and disappeared. Shang Yu looked around and called out, Heart Demon Taoist friend. She saw a streak of red light and said, He actually self-destructed. I've never heard of demons committing suicide. Shang Yu looked at the light in her hand and exclaimed, How incredibly kind-hearted was he in my subconscious, to the point where even the heart demon's mind was affected by him. She wiped away her tears and shouted, Moreover, I harmed you to this extent, and yet you still trust me like this. I don't even know your name. Then, Shang Yu looked at the spirit's body lying on the ground and promised, Don't worry, I will take care of your sister. The system immediately spoke up, Host, why are you lying? Hearing this, he loudly retorted, The princess of Azure Orchid Nation is unfamiliar with life here. What's wrong with having an umbrella of protection? Xingyi sighed. Furthermore, this child is so easily deceived. Acting alone is too dangerous. The system immediately countered. Following you is the real danger. Xingyi, lying on the ground, made snoring sounds. Shang Yu looked at Xingyi helplessly and muttered, And you fell asleep. The bed is right next to you. Why are you sleeping on the floor? You scared me. I thought you were attacked. Immediately after, he let out a soft moan. She was startled and exclaimed, Oh, you're awake. Xingyi lifted his head and asked, Lan Yu Dao's friend, what are you doing? Shang Yu, startled, screamed, Ah, no, that's not it. I saw you lying on the ground and was afraid you'd catch a cold. He smiled, waved his hand, and said, You're so funny, being at the foundation establishment stage and still worried about catching a cold. Shang Yu was speechless and thought, Is that why you're sleeping on the floor? Then, Xingyi looked around, confused, and asked, Mom, why has this room turned into this? She hesitated, explaining, Well, it's actually my spatial formation that was destroyed. It exploded. He tilted his head, looking puzzled, and asked, Are you all right? Are you injured? Shang Yu's eyes welled with tears as she blamed herself. A kind and innocent girl, she didn't doubt him at all, and instead, she was concerned about him. Xing Yi immediately asked, Lan Yu, did you come to see me for something? She gave a gentle smile and replied, I just wanted to be friends with you. He smiled brightly, raised his hand in front of him, and called out, All right, let's take care of each other from now on. Shang Yu placed her hand on her chest, her eyes brimming with tears, thinking to herself, what a good girl she is, having gone through so much in her childhood, yet still managing to keep that bright sunlit gaze. Heart demon Taoist friend, rest assured, I will treat her like my own sister. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. The maid Feng Yu entered, looking puzzled, and asked, Lan Yu Taoist friend, Spirit Taoist friend, do you two know each other? Xing Yi calmly called out, We are friends. Who are you? She placed her hand on her chest, smiling as she said, Well, in that case, let me introduce myself. I am the maid of Feng Yu Sr., and I am here to evaluate tomorrow's entrance exam for you all. Then, the maid Feng Yu's sharp eyes scanned the room. Upon seeing the disarray, she asked in confusion, What happened in here? Xing Yi laughed and scratched his head. We were just playing a bit too rough. Shang Yu, hearing this, opened her mouth in disbelief, thinking, What is this supposed to mean? We're not children anymore. What kind of game are we even playing that doesn't even have a proper formation or a reliable defensive array? The maid Feng Yu covered her mouth and coughed. I see. She then thought to herself, what does she even understand? The maid Feng Yu laughed and explained, It's like this. There are many people wanting to join our sect, so Examiner Feng wants to know how much sincerity the candidates have in joining the Dual Joy sect. Shang Yu clenched her fists and shouted loudly, Of course, it's full of sincerity. The heavens and earth can vouch for it, and the sun and moon can testify. Next, Xing Yi raised a bag of spirit stones. This is a small token from me and Lan Yu Taoist friend. We hope that Feng Sr. will take care of us more tomorrow. She immediately accepted it, smiling as she said, your sincerity is more than enough. I will pass on the message to Senior. Up in the sky, the night was still dark. Shang Yu blushed with embarrassment and shouted, Really, if you want benefits, just say it outright. I'm not sure of money. The man on the shore smiled to console her. All right. Then, her gaze fell on a book lying on the ground. Shang Yu picked it up and asked, Is this your book? Xing Yi immediately refuted, No, it's in this room. She picked up the book and read it thoughtfully, saying, Well, I only know that the Dual Joy sect belongs to the 3 major sects and 4 great schools, and its relationship with the royal family is very poor. I don't know any other details. A moment later, Shang Yu blushed, unable to believe as she thought, What kind of sect is this, full of scandal? After that, she turned her head and glanced over, thinking that she too had come here without knowing anything. Xing Yi had just bought a massage machine at the mall and was continuously moaning softly, truly feeling comfortable. Shang Yu blushed and handed the book to her, saying, You should read it too. Aren't you surprised and confused? As soon as Xing Yi reached out to take it, she immediately lifted it up. Then, the two of them kept flailing their arms, trying to grab the book. Xing Yi couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, What are you doing? Shang Yu pulled the book back and quietly thought to herself, No, you're so pure and innocent. If I let you see this, wouldn't it taint your pure heart? After thinking for a while, Shang Yu decided not to give it to her. It's getting late, I'm going to rest now. Spirit reluctantly called after the book. Without hesitation, Shang Yu slammed the door shut. See you tomorrow. Spirit looked out with a confused expression. What the hell was that? A moment later, Spirit went out to send off Feng Yu's maid, hoping that Senior Feng would pay more attention to her. Tomorrow, she raised her hand and replied, All right. Feng Yu's maid tucked the money away, smiling faintly, not a bad haul. When Senior's in a good mood, sharing a little with me would bring me fortune too. On her way back to her room, Feng Yu's maid ran into Shang Yu, who was waiting outside. She frowned and asked, Lan Yu Taoist friend, what's going on? Shang Yu frowned and said, Give back what belongs to me and Spirit. We will enter the sect on our own merits, not by resorting to these shady methods. Inside Spirit's room, feeling happy, on her bed, her body felt comfortable. At least she no longer had to wear a robe to cover herself when sleeping. She reassured, It's fine. With so much money, tomorrow you'll definitely be able to easily pass the test. Outside, Shang Yu retrieved the money and smiled inwardly. It's stable now. This won't tarnish Spirit's pure heart, and it will prevent her from joining that mad sect. She recalled Spirit's joyful face and thought, no need to thank me. Heart demon Taoist friend. This is what I should do. The next morning, Shang Yu went to find Spirit. Good morning, Spirit Taoist friend greeted. Seeing Shang Yu's expression, Spirit asked, what's wrong? Why are you smiling so happily? Shang Yu smiled and replied, nothing. What? At that moment, the announcement for the exam sounded, and the Taoist friends participating in the disciple assessment were instructed to gather at the square below the mountain. Spirit turned to Shang Yu and said, let's go. Ma'am. Just then, someone called out from behind. The two ladies stopped, and they turned to him, asking, Wang Deacon, what is it?